Made by Shredder Fanfiction. Like, subscribe and hype video.
The MC after dying get reborn as SCP-001, the Gate Guardian. SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, Dr. Clef's proposal, is a colossal, winged humanoid entity resembling an archangel like Uriel, who guards a massive gate believed to be the entrance to the biblical Garden of Eden, located near the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. It wields a flaming sword.
Hazbin Hotel, reborn as SCP-001 Gate Guardian. Chapter 1, The Light Beyond Hellfire. The world returned in silence. I stood in the middle of a cracked marble street, wide and empty beneath a blood-red sky. The air was hot, heavy, and dry. The buildings looked like they had been carved from bone and iron. Windows glowed with faint light, and in the distance, laughter and shouting echoed through narrow alleys. This was hell. The realization settled without emotion. The city moved slowly, every motion around me warped by the weight of my presence. The heat did not touch me. The flames that licked along the ground stopped inches from my feet. My entire body burned with pale light, steady, contained, without flicker or warmth. The armor that formed around me was not made of metal. It was the manifestation of will, unyielding and quiet. The sword in my right hand pulsed like a living thing, a line of fire that stretched beyond sight. I looked at my reflection in a shattered window. Eyes like dying suns stared back. Wings shimmered, massive and motionless, their edges humming in the air. I breathed in once, out once, though I did not need to. My voice came out low, steady, shaped by the same weight that once guarded the garden. I am not meant to stand among the fallen. But I was here. The city roared on in chaos. Across the distance, souls bickered, demons fought, and laughter echoed under the red sky. It was no divine choir, only noise. I began to walk. Every step I took left no mark on the ground, every sound around me dimmed until it was swallowed by silence. My knowledge from before returned clearly. Hazbin Hotel, Hell's experiment in redemption. The Princess of Hell, Charlie Morningstar, had just opened her doors. This was the beginning. The earliest point of all events. I remembered the plot, the faces, the way the world would unravel. I moved through the streets slowly. Demons stopped what they were doing and turned. Most did not understand what they were seeing, but they felt it, the weight of something beyond their comprehension. Some dropped to their knees, trembling, others simply turned away, too afraid to look directly at me. When I reached the edge of a quieter district, I saw it. A tall, slightly crooked building stood against the skyline, decorated with bright, garish lights that flickered in warm colors. The sign above read Hazbin Hotel, the H tilting as if barely held in place. A figure stood near the entrance, sweeping glass off the sidewalk. Blonde hair, curled at the ends, fell over a pale face marked by a hopeful smile. Her red suit jacket gleamed faintly in the heat. Charlie Morningstar, Lucifer's daughter. Her optimism radiated unnaturally bright against the decay around her. She noticed me almost immediately. Her eyes widened, not in fear but in confusion. She stepped forward, brush still in hand. Hello. Her voice was gentle but uncertain. You're new, right? I haven't seen you before. Welcome to Pentagram City. I stopped a few paces away. The street between us fell silent. My sword dimmed slightly as I regarded her. You are the princess, I said. My tone stayed level, neither kind nor cold. The one who seeks to redeem the damned. Charlie blinked. Oh yes. That's me. You've heard about the hotel. I know everything about it, I replied. It is newly opened. She laughed nervously, rubbing the back of her neck. Yeah, just started. It's kind of a big dream, I guess. Trying to help people here find a better way, you know? Redemption, second chances, all that. Her words carried sincerity. She truly believed in what she said. In this place, that was rare. I could see faint traces of angelic energy still clinging to her lineage, though twisted, dimmed by generations of rebellion. I tilted my head slightly. You are aware this realm is beyond salvation. Charlie hesitated. I know what people say, but I can't give up on them. Someone has to try. The sword flickered with faint firelight as I adjusted my stance. The air thickened, humming under the weight of power. Her determination was not weakness. It was defiance. And defiance was the foundation of hell. Your attempt, I said, will provoke resistance. There are powers in this city that will not allow balance to shift. Her expression grew more serious. You mean like the overlords? Yeah, I know. But I can't just sit back. I have to do something. I stepped closer, the light surrounding me brightening slightly. And if they come for you? I'll keep smiling, she said quietly. And keep trying. For a moment, I studied her. No corruption in her tone, no deceit. Only conviction. That conviction would eventually pull countless forces into motion. Alastair appeared shortly after, as expected. The air bent slightly around him as the faint static hum of old radio broadcast filled the space. He stepped from the shadows, grin fixed in place, his red suit sharp and polished. Ah, my dear Charlie, he said with theatrical cheer, it seems your little project already draws interesting company. His crimson eyes slid toward me, studying every detail. And what might you be, my shining friend? You hardly seem local. I turned my gaze toward him. I am not. Alastair's grin did not falter, though the edges tightened slightly. He tilted his head, cane spinning lightly in his fingers. Oh, how intriguing! You carry quite the aura. I do hope you're not here to bring the apocalypse, I'd hate to miss the invitation. The apocalypse is not mine to bring, I said plainly. I am only an observer. An observer, he repeated, amused. Well, that's refreshing. Most visitors down here have more explosive ambitions. Charlie stepped in quickly. He's fine, Alastair. He just showed up. Maybe he's curious about the hotel. Perhaps, I said. I have not decided. Alastair leaned forward slightly, his grin widening again. Well, I do love a mystery. If you wish to stay, you'll find this place lively. His words were light, but the curiosity in his eyes was sharp. He was trying to measure what kind of being could silence the background noise of hell just by standing still. I met his gaze. Your amusement hides calculation. Be careful how long you stare, radio demon. For the first time, the static around him faltered. Then he chuckled, genuine, controlled. Oh, delightful. You do speak with authority. It's been ages since someone talked to me like that. Charlie moved between us, smiling again. All right, let's not start any trouble, okay? We're all friends here. Right. Alastair waved a hand dismissively. Of course, of course. Just a bit of conversation. The hotel door opened behind them, and Vaggie stepped out, wings half tensed. Her glare immediately locked on me. Charlie, who's that? Charlie turned quickly. It's okay. He's not, he's just looking around. Vaggie's grip tightened on her spear. He doesn't look like someone who's just looking around. I am not here to harm you, I said simply. You have nothing to fear. Her eyes narrowed. That's exactly what someone dangerous would say. Alastair laughed under his breath. My, the tension already thickens. The firelight flickered around us. For a moment, the weight of silence returned. I could feel every soul nearby straining under the pressure of my presence. I lowered my sword slowly, its flame dimming until only a faint ember remained. "Your hotel is not yet ready," I said. "But it will stand for now." Charlie looked at me, unsure. "You mean, you're not here to stop me?" "No." Her shoulders relaxed slightly. "Then maybe you could come inside? Just for a bit? Meet everyone." I glanced at the open doorway. Beyond it, I could sense Angel Dust talking loudly somewhere inside, Husker muttering behind the bar, Nifty rushing about cleaning surfaces that never stayed clean. The air was saturated with noise, chaos, and faint hope. It was all just beginning. I turned back to Charlie. "Very well." She brightened instantly, clapping her hands together. "Great. Come on in." I followed her into the hotel. The light of my being dimmed enough to avoid searing the furniture. Angel Dust paused mid-conversation when he saw me, blinking. "Whoa, tall, shiny, and scary," he said, smirking. "You lost, big guy?" "Heavens that way! I am aware of its location," I replied. Husker sighed, pouring another drink. "Great. Another freak." Charlie moved ahead, gesturing around. "This is the lobby. We're still getting it all set up, but soon it'll be a real place for change." I nodded once. "You are building a sanctuary in the pit." She smiled again. "That's the goal." I stood still in the center of the room, the faint hum of power in the air calming to silence. For the first time since awakening here, I felt the strange stillness of acceptance. This world was corrupted beyond saving, yet she believed in saving it. And I, born of judgment and fire, stood among them, watching. For now, I would remain. Chapter 2, Stillness in the Lobby. The hotel never slept. Even in the hours when most of hell quieted, Hazbin Hotel kept its pulse. The lights flickered softly across the lobby, reflecting off the cracked marble floor. Somewhere in the back, Angel Dust hummed to himself while polishing his nails. The faint clink of Husker's glass broke the silence now and then. Charlie's voice drifted down from upstairs as she argued gently with Vaggie about a list of supplies. I stood in the center of the lobby. For 3 days, I had not moved. The demons had learned to walk around me. Their chatter filled the air, their laughter resumed, but every step near me came with a visible stiffness. Even Alastair, who claimed delight in everything, avoided walking directly past me. The static that followed him dimmed whenever he entered the same room. Charlie had tried to speak with me several times. I had answered her only when necessary. She was kind, persistent, and hopeful, traits that made her words tireless. Each question she asked about why I stayed, I answered with the same calm tone. "I remain where I am needed." She never understood what that meant, but she never pressed harder. Now, as the morning light through the red clouds crept across the windows, I watched the dust particles move through the air. I did not need rest. The flame of my being did not waver. My sword rested beside me, its edge sunk halfway into the floor, still glowing faintly white. Angel Dust walked past me, balancing a cigarette between 2 fingers. "Still standing there, hey, tall guy?" He smirked as he blew out a trail of smoke. "You ever, sit down? Maybe blink once in a while." I turned my head slightly. My voice was deep, quiet, and steady. "I do not tire." He laughed, flicking ash into a tray. "Yeah, no kidding. You don't even flinch when Husk yells." Husker grumbled from behind the bar. "That's because he doesn't have ears, genius." Angel Dust chuckled again. "You sure he's not some kinda statue? Charlie, you sure this guy ain't furniture?" Charlie appeared at the top of the stairs, smiling. "Angel, don't be rude. He's our guest." "Guest?" More like the world's creepiest night light, Angel said. I looked at him again. Your humor attempts to hide unease. He stopped mid-laugh. What? You make noise when you are uncertain, I said. You should not. He stared for a moment, then blinked. Okay, creepy and judgmental. Nice combo. Charlie hurried down the stairs, her expression patient. Sorry about him. He doesn't mean anything by it. I nodded once. He is harmless. Yeah, Angel muttered, keep telling yourself that. Charlie reached the lobby floor and stopped a few steps from me. She looked up. Her tone was light but hesitant. You've been standing here since you arrived. Don't you need anything? Food? A place to rest? No. She frowned slightly. You can't stand forever. I can, I said. I have before. Her expression softened. You don't have to. You can be part of this place, you know. Talk to people. You're welcome here. I am already here. She gave a small sigh, then smiled again. All right, well, I'm glad you're staying. Maybe, eventually, you'll feel like joining us for something. Her sincerity was steady, but I could see how my presence unsettled her. Her wings, hidden from sight but not from my senses, trembled faintly beneath her form. Her heritage recognized mine instinctively. Alastair entered the lobby then, his usual grin bright. The static followed him again, filling the space like faint music. Ah, the sentinel remains, he said cheerfully. 3 days, and not even a shuffle. Remarkable dedication. You make the best decor we've ever had. I turned my gaze to him. Your jokes are unnecessary. He stopped mid-step, smile tightening slightly. Oh, I assure you, I'm entirely serious. Your kind of presence adds a certain gravitas to the lobby. Charlie crossed her arms, smiling nervously. Alastair, be nice. Always, my dear, he said smoothly. I studied him silently. His energy fluctuated like a fractured signal. Power bound within chaos. He was strong here, but I knew his limits. His confidence was earned but not absolute. Alastair met my stare for a few seconds longer before he chuckled softly. You're quite the conversationalist, friend. Tell me what brings one such as you to this humble project of ours. I have no purpose here yet, I said. I am observing. He tilted his head. Observing? What exactly do you expect to find in this place? Truth, I said. He laughed. In hell? Oh, my dear luminous guest, you'll find everything but that. I did not answer. Vaggie entered then, her wings tense as always when she saw me. Charlie, we need to go over the schedule again. The new arrivals are coming soon. Charlie nodded. All right. I'll be right there. She looked at me once more. You can stay as long as you need. Just, don't forget you're not alone here. I inclined my head. Understood. She smiled again before turning away with Vaggie. The two walked toward the office, their voices fading down the hallway. Alastair leaned on his cane, watching me with faint amusement. You do realize you unsettle everyone here, don't you? Yes. He smirked. And you're fine with that? Yes. He chuckled again. I like you. You remind me of someone I once met. Quiet. Dangerous. Predictable. I am not like the others you have met. True, he said. You're not. But I do enjoy a challenge. Tell me if I were to, let's say, test you, would that end badly for me? I looked at him steadily. Yes. The static behind him went silent for a moment. Then he broke into another grin. Well, I'm glad we understand each other. He turned away and vanished in a blink of red energy, the faint hum of radio fading into nothing. Hours passed. The others went about their routines. Angel Dust left for work, Vaggie managed supplies, Charlie wrote notes for her next speech, Husker cleaned the bar, Nifty buzzed from one end of the room to another. None of them tried to speak to me again that day. By the time evening returned, the hotel's lights dimmed. The sky outside deepened into a darker shade of crimson. I remained in the same place. Charlie came down the stairs again near closing time, rubbing her eyes. She stopped when she saw me still standing there. "You're really not gonna move, are you?" she asked softly. "I will when I am required to," I said. She nodded slowly. "You're a strange one." "You are strange too," I said. She laughed quietly. "Guess that's fair." Her laughter faded into a small smile. "Good night, then. Try to have a nice night." I watched her walk away. When the lobby was empty again, I let the silence return completely. The sword beside me pulsed faintly, its fire keeping the shadows from touching me. This realm was loud, chaotic, and unbalanced, but within its noise, I could sense the faint movement of something changing. I would remain still and wait. For 3 more days, nothing altered. The residents grew used to my presence. Angel Dust started joking less when I was near. Husker learned to ignore me completely. Nifty still cleaned around me, though she moved quickly and kept her eyes low. Vaggie always tensed when she entered the room, her hand resting on her weapon out of habit. Charlie, however, continued to greet me every morning with a small smile. On the 7th day, the air shifted. The front doors opened, and a new figure entered. His energy was unmistakable. The air grew heavier, and the faint echo of authority filled the space. Lucifer Morningstar. He stepped inside with calm confidence, his coat sweeping behind him. His smile was easy, his tone smooth. My, so this is the grand project. I heard about it, but seeing it myself is something else. Charlie appeared quickly from the hallway, her eyes bright. "Dad! You came!" Lucifer smiled at her. "Of course I did. How could I ignore my daughter's dream?" As he looked around the room, his gaze landed on me. For a moment, his cheerful expression froze. He recognized what I was. Charlie noticed the pause and frowned. "Dad!" Lucifer straightened, his tone measured. "I see you have, quite the guest." Charlie nodded. "Yeah. He's been here for a while now. Doesn't talk much, but he's peaceful. Kinda mysterious, though." Lucifer looked at me, his smile returning slowly. "Mysterious indeed. And what brings you to my daughter's little sanctuary?" I answered evenly. "Observation." He studied me for a moment longer, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Observation of what?" "Everything," I said. He tilted his head. "You don't belong here. I belong where I am sent." Charlie looked between us, confused. "You two know each other?" "No," Lucifer said, his tone calm but distant. "But I know his kind." I stood without movement. "I am not your enemy." "That depends," Lucifer said, "on your intent." "I have none," I said. Lucifer's gaze held mine for several seconds. Then he nodded slightly. "Then we understand each other." Charlie clapped her hands lightly, smiling again. "Good. Then maybe he can stay." Lucifer gave her a small smile. "If that's what you want, my dear." She beamed, unaware of the tension in the air. "It is." Lucifer looked back at me once more. "Then watch carefully, Guardian. You'll see more here than you expect." I already do, I said. He gave a faint nod, turned, and followed Charlie upstairs. When the door shut behind them, the lobby was silent again. I looked around the room. The faint hum of hell continued outside, distant and constant. The fire in my sword pulsed once, bright and steady. I remained still. Chapter 3, A Measured Test. The next morning passed without incident. The air inside the hotel remained still, heavy with faint smoke from the kitchen where Nifty burned something again. I stood in the same place as always, unchanged, unmoving, unblinking. The sword still rested beside me, its blade buried halfway in the floor. Vaggie crossed the lobby early, clipboard in hand. Her eyes flicked toward me briefly before she looked away again. Still there, she muttered quietly as she walked past. Angel Dust sat at the bar, drinking coffee that Husker had reluctantly brewed. He noticed me and smirked. You know, you could at least pretend to breathe. It's weird. I looked at him. You are awake early. He shrugged. Didn't sleep. Work was a mess. I gave no reply. His words hung in the air until he lost interest. The hours went on like that. Quiet. Routine. I waited. Near midday, I felt the air shift. The temperature did not change, but the space itself seemed to draw tighter, compressed by presence. Lucifer was returning. The doors opened, and he stepped in, his cane tapping lightly against the floor. His hat tilted at an angle, and his expression carried the same measured charm as before. Behind him, the light from outside dimmed slightly, replaced by a faint red haze. Good afternoon, he said in an even tone. I thought I'd pay another visit. My daughter's upstairs preparing for some new arrivals. I watched him silently. Lucifer walked closer, eyes scanning the room before settling on me. Still in the same place, I see. Yes, I said. He chuckled softly. Patience like that is rare here. I am not patient. I am constant. Lucifer studied me quietly. His smile faded into something more thoughtful. You're powerful. That much is clear. I can feel it, even when you suppress it. I am not hiding it, I said. You are merely unaccustomed to it. He tilted his head slightly. I've seen many kinds of power in this realm. You are not like the rest. You're not a demon. You're not one of heaven's soldiers either. So what are you? I am the guardian, I said. He nodded slowly, considering the word. Guardian. Of what? I answered plainly. The boundary. His eyes narrowed faintly. That's vague. It is not meant to be detailed. Lucifer's voice lost some of its earlier smoothness. You realize you stand in hell, speaking to me, in my home. You claim to guard something, yet you don't say what. I hope you're not implying this city falls under your protection. I looked directly at him. No. This place requires none. Then why are you here? He asked. To observe, I said again. Lucifer gave a short laugh, though his gaze stayed sharp. Observation usually doesn't come with enough power to unmake walls. It depends on what you are observing, I said. He tapped the floor with his cane once. The sound echoed sharply through the room. You speak very simply, but your answers never give much away. I do not hide meaning, I said. He stepped closer, close enough that the faint light from my body reflected in his eyes. Then let me be clear. You may have impressed my daughter, but I don't trust what I can't define. You are free not to, I said. The air thickened. His calm expression faded slightly, replaced by the faintest hint of irritation. You don't seem to understand who you're talking to. I do, I said. Lucifer Morningstar. Former ruler of heaven's light. Father of this realm. You are known. He smirked faintly. Then you also know what happens when someone stands in my house without answering properly. I looked at him. You cannot harm me. His smile vanished. Is that a challenge? It is truth. He lifted his cane slowly, the gem on its tip glowing with faint, pulsing red energy. The room darkened slightly around us as his power filled the air. His eyes shifted color, the surface of his skin glowing faintly under the influence of his demonic aura. Husker and Angel Dust both froze where they were. Vaggie, halfway down the stairs, stopped immediately. Charlie isn't here, Lucifer said quietly. So we can speak more freely. If you truly are as strong as you appear, then a small demonstration shouldn't trouble you. I kept my gaze steady. As you wish. Lucifer swung his cane lightly toward me, not with intent to kill but to test. The red energy lanced through the air, cracking against the ground in a flash of light. The floor trembled, splitting under the pressure. The energy reached me and stopped. The flames turned white instantly and vanished. The strike dissolved into nothing, leaving no mark. Lucifer frowned. Interesting. I did not move. You are measuring distance between us. His voice grew firmer. And you're inviting it. Not inviting, I said. Allowing. He raised his cane again, this time releasing more force. The ground shook, furniture rattled, glass cracked in the nearby windows. Husker swore quietly, ducking behind the bar. Angel Dust jumped to the side. Vaggie held the railing tightly, watching but not interfering. The energy surged forward again, thicker and louder this time. When it reached me, I opened my palm and released a fraction of my strength. Light filled the room. Not blinding, not destructive, simply pure. The flames of hell bent away from it instantly. The energy Lucifer had summoned stopped midair, frozen as if time itself halted. The entire hotel went silent. Lucifer's eyes widened. I closed my hand. The white fire vanished. The air returned to normal. Lucifer took one slow step back. His breathing was steady, but his expression betrayed unease. That wasn't defensive magic. No, I said. That was suppression. He stared at me for a long moment. You didn't even move your sword. I did not need to. Lucifer exhaled slowly, lowering his cane. You could erase this building without effort. Yes. And yet you stand still. Yes. His gaze hardened again. Why? Because you are not my enemy, I said. Your daughter's intent holds this place together. I do not interfere with that. He studied me closely, silent for several seconds. The faint red energy around him receded until the room looked normal again. Behind him, Angel Dust whispered under his breath, "Holy hell!" Lucifer straightened. You're not of my kingdom. You're not one of the exorcists either. You're something older. I am what I am, I said. His tone changed slightly lower, controlled. If you ever turn against her, I will destroy you. You cannot, I said plainly. Lucifer smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. We'll see. Charlie's voice echoed suddenly from upstairs. Dad? Is everything okay down there? Lucifer glanced toward the staircase. His expression softened immediately, voice lifting. Everything's fine, sweetheart. Just having a chat. Charlie came down the stairs, smiling brightly. Oh, you're both talking. That's great. I was worried you two might not get along. Lucifer smiled warmly at her. We were just testing boundaries. Charlie frowned slightly. Testing. Nothing serious, he said lightly. Just getting to know your guest better. She looked at me, tilting her head. Everything okay? Yes, I said. He wished to confirm my restraint. Lucifer chuckled quietly. Exactly. Charlie sighed in relief. Good. No fighting, please. This place doesn't need any more holes in the floor. Lucifer looked at the cracked tile beneath us, then smiled faintly. My apologies. Charlie waved her hands quickly. It's fine. We'll get it fixed. Vaggie crossed her arms. Next time, maybe warn us before shaking the entire lobby. Lucifer gave a small nod. Duly noted. He turned back toward me once more, his earlier humor replaced with calm control. You've proven your point. And so have I. I won't pry further. I nodded once. Accepted. Charlie stepped between us, smiling. See? You two can get along after all. Lucifer placed a hand gently on her shoulder. Of course, my dear. Angel Dust peeked over the bar. So, we're good? Nobody's vaporized. Not today, Lucifer said with a calm smile. Cool, Angel muttered, lighting another cigarette. Lucifer looked around the room again. Well, I must admit, this little hotel of yours is becoming more interesting by the day. Charlie beamed. I'm glad you think so. He turned to her. Just be careful who you let in, my dear. I will, she said. Lucifer gave one last look toward me, his expression unreadable. We'll speak again. I will be here, I said. He smiled faintly. I don't doubt it. He tipped his hat, then vanished in a flicker of red light. The air eased immediately, returning to its usual warmth. Charlie turned toward me. Sorry about that. My dad can be intense sometimes. He is consistent, I said. She blinked. That's one way to put it. Vaggie stepped closer, still cautious. Did he try to test you? Yes. Her tone sharpened. And? He learned, I said. Angel Dust laughed softly. Oh, he learned all right. That was the quietest I've ever seen him. Charlie frowned. Angel. Just sayin', he muttered, blowing out smoke. Husker wiped down the bar. At least the roof's still on. The rest of the evening passed in silence. Charlie went back upstairs to finish her notes. Vaggie checked the cracks in the floor. Husker poured another drink. Angel Dust left for another job. I stood where I always stood. The faint glow of the sword reflected in the broken tile. Chapter 4, The Radio's Curiosity. The day after Lucifer's visit, the atmosphere in the hotel shifted. Charlie's nervous energy filled the halls as she tried to keep everyone calm and busy, but the others were quieter. Vaggie stayed close to her, watching me more than usual. Husker grumbled about the cracked tile that Lucifer had left behind. Nifty tried to scrub the floor, even though it was beyond cleaning. I remained in the same place. The silence I carried with me stayed the same as before, though now it felt heavier to those nearby. The fire in my sword flickered at the same steady rhythm as always. I saw no need to move. I had learned what I wanted from Lucifer's presence. Alastair had not spoken to me since the encounter. He had watched from the edge of the room while Lucifer tested me. His smile had not faded, but his eyes had narrowed slightly, calculating. He was waiting. By midday, Charlie was upstairs rehearsing a song, her voice faint through the ceiling. Angel Dust was out. Husker and Vaggie handled supplies. The lobby was empty. The static came first. Soft, faint, then building like an old radio signal warming to life. The lights flickered once, and Alastair stepped out from the corner, smiling widely as always. Good afternoon, my radiant guest, he said cheerfully. It's such a quiet day. I thought I might liven it up with some conversation. I looked at him. Speak. He chuckled. So direct. I like that. You and I didn't really get the chance to know one another, did we? Between Charlie's optimism and Lucifer's grand entrances, I feel left out. You are not, I said. Oh, but I am, he replied, leaning lightly on his cane. I've been terribly curious about you. You don't act like anyone here. You don't even breathe like anyone here. You just stand there, glowing ever so politely, and everyone tiptoes around you. That is their choice, I said. He took a few slow steps toward me, the static hum following him like a pulse. Your kind of silence draws attention. I can't resist a good mystery. What exactly are you, my friend? I stared at him. You already asked that question in other words. He laughed softly. Ah, yes, but I ask again because your answers are so delightfully dull. A guardian, you said. Of what, you never specified. Boundaries, you said. Boring. His grin widened. I like details. I said nothing. He tilted his head. You're not much of a conversationalist, are you? I speak when necessary. He stepped closer. The space between us filled with faint static crackles. His cane tapped once against the floor. Lucifer tested you yesterday. Yes, I said. And he lost, Alastair said, his grin never fading. I could feel it from here. The entire city probably did. Power like that doesn't hide easily. Then you already know what you need to know. Oh, I disagree. His tone softened slightly, still cheerful but sharper underneath. I know he failed to move you. That much is obvious. But I don't know why you're here, and that bothers me. It should not, I said. You are not responsible for this place. He chuckled. Not yet. I met his gaze. Do not attempt it. The static grew louder. Oh, you do have a sense of humor. But tell me, how far does that confidence go? Surely even you have limits. I do, I said. And what happens if someone crosses them? They cease. Alastair's smile faltered just slightly before he recovered it. Such a simple answer. I can't tell if you're trying to intimidate me or if that's just how you talk. It is how I speak. Good. That makes it easier, he said brightly. He adjusted his tie and circled to the side, studying me as though I were an exhibit. You know, I pride myself on understanding power. I've seen overlords, sinners, even angels visit this place once or twice. But none of them have this presence. You stand there, and even the air refuses to touch you. I looked at him steadily. Do you plan to continue stating observations? He grinned wider. Oh no, no. Observation isn't enough. I prefer demonstration. The static around him condensed suddenly. The smile on his face sharpened. His cane rotated in his hand as a wave of dark red energy pulsed outward, slamming into the floor with a burst of distortion. The lights above us flickered wildly. The hotel trembled, furniture rattling in place. I did not move. The floor split beneath his feet. Energy shot forward, twisting in the air as if alive. It hit me like a storm noise, heat, vibration, but none of it reached my skin. The fire in my sword flared once, white light swallowing the red completely. Alastair stopped smiling for a second time in his existence. I lifted my hand slightly, and the air fell silent. The static vanished, his energy cut off mid-flow. He blinked, eyes wide, grin gone entirely for the first time. That, I said quietly, was unwise. He straightened, his grin slowly returning but not fully. Oh, impressive. You didn't even flinch. How fascinating. You were testing boundaries, I said. You have found them. His fingers tightened slightly on his cane. Perhaps I wanted to see what kind of guardian you truly are. You saw, I said. The floor under my feet glowed faintly with light. For a single breath, I released a fraction more, only enough for him to feel. The air thickened instantly. The walls creaked, and the sound of faint cracking glass echoed through the lobby. The firelight dimmed as if consumed by something greater. Alastair froze completely. His cane lowered slowly. His grin trembled at the edges. He felt it. The thin, invisible pressure of death, not pain, not destruction, but the weight of what would come after both. His voice came out lower, quieter. That is quite something. Do not try again, I said. The power faded. The light dimmed back to normal. The sound of the city returned faintly outside the windows. Alastair took a slow step back, regaining his smile, though it was smaller. My. You are a frightening one indeed. I do enjoy meeting strong individuals, but you, my dear guardian, are in a league all your own. I said nothing. He twirled his cane once, tone recovering its usual rhythm. Well. That certainly answered one question. You're strong. Perhaps stronger than anything I've met in centuries. But strength doesn't explain purpose. Everyone in hell has a reason. Even I have one. I am not from hell, I said. He grinned. No, you're not. But you're here now. Which means you're part of it, whether you like it or not. I do not belong to this realm, I said. I will not act as part of it. Then what keeps you here? I choose to remain. He laughed softly again. How boringly loyal to your own stillness. You could rule this city with that power, you know. I do not rule. You could, he insisted. I will not. Alastair stared at me for a few seconds, then sighed quietly through his teeth. You really are impossible to provoke. I am not here to fight. He smiled again, genuine this time. Well, that's a shame. You'd make an excellent rival. I turned my gaze toward the door. You would not survive it. The static rippled faintly around him. And yet you don't destroy me. Why? You are useful to her, I said. That is enough. His grin twitched slightly before he laughed again. Oh, you really have been paying attention to Charlie, haven't you? How charming. I suppose she's rubbed off on everyone in some way. She seeks redemption, I said. She seeks the impossible, Alastair replied. She still seeks it, I said. He chuckled quietly. That's true. And apparently, you're content to stand there and watch her do it. I am, I said. He looked at me for a long time, then relaxed slightly. The static in the air softened. You know, I was ready to try something more serious, but I think I've seen enough for one day. You pass, my radiant friend. You pass with flying colors. Do not call me friend, I said. He laughed. Fair enough. Then let's call it mutual awareness. You know what I can do. I know what you can do. And for now, that's balance enough. I nodded once. Then we are done. He twirled his cane again and stepped back toward the wall. The static built up for a second time, the faint hum of a radio tuning rising and fading as his form flickered. Indeed. I must say, this hotel has become far more interesting since you arrived. I did not come for interest. I know, he said. But I like a good audience. His smile returned to full strength, and with a faint crackle of energy, he vanished back into the shadows. The static faded until only silence remained. I turned my head slightly. The damage from his earlier display remained a small crack in the wall, scorch marks on the floor. I reached down, touched the ground, and the light from my hand passed over it. The marks disappeared. The tile sealed itself. Husker stepped out from behind the bar after a moment, glass in hand. He had been pretending to clean, but I had heard him stop moving when Alastair began. He looked around, then muttered, "He's gone." "Yes," I said. Husker shook his head. "That guy doesn't know when to quit." "He was curious," I said. "He's always curious," Husker replied, taking a sip from his drink. "Usually ends with something broken." "Nothing broke," I said. He looked at the repaired floor, then gave a small grunt. "Guess not." He walked back toward the bar. "You're something else, big guy." "I am what I am," I said. Husker poured another drink and mumbled, "Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of." The rest of the day went quietly. Charlie returned later, humming to herself, unaware of what had happened. She greeted me cheerfully, the same as every morning. I gave a small nod in return. She smiled and walked past. The fire in my sword remained steady. The lobby was calm again. Chapter 5, Warnings and Terms. The day continued without noise after Alastair's test. The lobby was empty except for me and the dull hum of the hotel's lights. The smell of smoke from the kitchen faded into the background. The polished bar reflected the dim red ceiling lamps. Dust settled slowly in the still air. I stood where I always stood, in the center of the lobby, sword at my side, its blade resting in the repaired tile. I waited. Time had no wait for me. Minutes and hours passed by at the same pace. I did not move. I did not blink. Then the air shifted. It tightened first, then pressed down, not with noise but with a simple presence. I felt the approach before sound touched the building. There was a familiar pattern in it, calm, proud, used to command. Lucifer. The front doors did not creak when they opened. They simply swung in smoothly, as though the hinges knew not to resist. Lucifer stepped through, cane in hand, hat tilted, coat neatly arranged along his shoulders. His expression was composed, pleasant, but his eyes were serious the moment he saw me. There was no smile in them this time. He closed the doors behind him with one hand. The sound was soft and final. "We need to talk," he said quietly. His tone was calm, not theatrical. I watched him. "Speak." His gaze stayed on me as he walked forward. His steps were slow, measured. When he reached the middle of the lobby, he stopped several paces away. "I felt what happened yesterday," he said. I said nothing. He continued, voice steady. "Alastair pushed you. You answered." The echo of that answer reached further than this building. "Stronger than when I tested you." "He increased his force," I said. I responded accordingly. Lucifer's fingers tightened slightly around his cane. "You could have removed him from existence." "Yes." "But you did not." "No." "Why?" "He is useful to your daughter," I said. "She relies on his power to maintain this place. His presence stabilizes the hotel in this city. Removing him would slow her work." Lucifer held my gaze. His voice softened slightly. "You care about her success." "I acknowledge her effort," I said. "She works towards something rare in this realm. That is worth watching." His shoulders relaxed a little. There was a faint hint of relief in his expression, quickly covered by control. "Then let us be clear with one another." "I prefer clarity," I said. He nodded once. "Alastair cannot resist testing strong things. It is his nature. He pushes. He pokes. He prods. He enjoys provoking. That pattern will not stop on its own." "I know his pattern," I said. I felt it when he first entered the lobby. His nature is restless. His curiosity is aggressive. Lucifer's lips twitched slightly at the corner. Accurate. He lifted his cane and rested both hands on the top of it. I am not concerned with him being harmed. He can face the consequences of his own actions. But if his recklessness leads to instability around Charlie, that is another matter. Then your issue is not with me, I said. His eyes sharpened. On the contrary. It is with both of you now. I stayed silent. I need to know something, he said. If Alastair pushes you again harder, what will you do? I will respond with the force required to stop him, I said. No more. No less. If containment requires his end, he will end. If it does not, he will live. Lucifer's jaw tightened briefly. You answer every question like that. Simple. Direct. No openings. There is no benefit in unnecessary words, I said. He took a breath, then exhaled slowly. Do you understand how rare it is for me to say this, Guardian? If you are going to stay near my daughter, then I need one thing from you. State it, I said. Do not start, he said. If someone provokes you, do not be the one to raise the first full attack. Respond, but do not initiate destruction inside this building. Your daughter already asked for peace in this place, I said. I agreed to stand here. I have not struck first. He studied me quietly. Is that a promise? Yes. His shoulders eased. His expression lost some of its tension. Good. He looked around at the walls and ceiling. If you unleashed your full strength, this building would vanish. The entire block might go with it. I built this city with my blood and spite, Guardian. I am attached to my work. I have no interest in removing what does not threaten the boundary, I said. The boundary, he repeated, voice flat. You keep coming back to that. It is what I am, I said. And yet here you are in a hotel, he replied. I am where I choose to be, until I am called elsewhere, I said. Lucifer absorbed that quietly. His gaze slid toward the front wall, where faint marks from past damage remained under Nifty's cleaning efforts. Alastair is going to come back, he said calmly. He always circles what confuses him. He will talk. Then he will test again in small ways. He will push the line. I know, I said. My question is not what he will do, Lucifer said. My question is what you will tolerate. I will tolerate what does not threaten her work, I said. If his actions remain within limits that do not endanger this place or its purpose, I will not intervene. And if they do, then I will. He nodded slowly. That is as close to reassurance as I am going to get from you, isn't it? Yes. He gave a short laugh under his breath. It was quiet and humorless. Fair enough. He looked up at the ceiling, where the faint outline of Charlie's shadow moved as she paced in her room. She likes you, you know. She says you make her feel safer. She does not need to feel safe, I said. She needs to remain determined. Lucifer smiled faintly. She has enough determination for 10 kingdoms. Then she will continue, I said. He looked back at me. His eyes were more relaxed now, though they still held caution. You are not on my side, are you? No. Are you on heaven's side? No, I said. Are you on hers? He asked quietly. I am not on sides, I said. I am present. That is all. He watched me for another long moment, then nodded. I can live with that. He turned and walked toward the door. His steps were light, but each one carried weight, familiar and practiced. When he reached the exit, he paused and looked over his shoulder. If Alastair oversteps, and you decide to act, he said, make sure my daughter is not in the room. I would do that without your request, I said. He smiled, real this time, small but clear. Then we understand each other. He opened the door and stepped out into the red light of the city. The sound of distant chaos brushed against the lobby for a moment before the door closed and shut it out. Silence returned. I stood in the middle of the room. Nothing moved. No one spoke. I considered Lucifer's words. He was careful, protective, proud. His warning to me had been real, but his warning to Alastair would be sharper. I could sense it already. Time went on. Charlie came downstairs an hour later, humming quietly, not sensing what had passed. She waved at me with a smile. I gave a slight nod in return. That was enough for her. She walked to the front desk and started checking her notes. The day moved forward. Guests came and went. Angel Dust returned, made jokes, complained, and then left again. Vaggie handled arguments. Husker poured drinks. Nifty cleaned edges that were already clean. I watched. By evening, the sky outside darkened to a thicker red. Neon signs flickered alive across the skyline. The hotel lights grew warmer as the outside deepened. Charlie and Vaggie went upstairs to talk. Husker closed some bottles and wiped the bar. Angel Dust went out again. The lobby emptied. I remained in place. The static returned. It started from the far corner, this time a quiet hum, then a familiar crackle, then a soft shift of colors as the air bent around a presence. Alastair stepped into view, cane in hand, smile fixed. His posture was relaxed. His eyes were alert. "Good evening," he said pleasantly. "I hope the day has treated you well, Guardian." I met his gaze. "It has not changed me." He chuckled. "Of course not. I doubt anything here could." He walked in a curve around me, keeping his distance but circling with the same practiced rhythm he always used when watching prey or subjects. His cane touched the floor every few steps with a gentle tap. "I had a very interesting conversation this afternoon," he said lightly. "With Lucifer," I said. His smile widened. "You know." "I felt his presence," I said. "He left through the doors." His energy was still in the air. Alastair's eyes narrowed faintly at the edges. He was not pleased with me. "No," I said. "He doesn't like it when someone toys with his daughter's surroundings," Alastair said. "He made that very clear. He told me to avoid starting destruction in this building," I said. "And did you agree?" "Yes." Alastair's grin relaxed slightly. "Good. That makes two of us who think reducing this place to rubble would be a shame. I've put effort into helping it stand, after all." "You enjoy the chaos it creates," I said. "Of course I do," he said, amused. "But that chaos is more fun when it has walls." He stopped circling and faced me fully. His eyes gleamed with interest. "Lucifer warned me to stop provoking you, you know." "I expected that," I said. "He does not scare easily," Alastair continued. "But he spoke of you with care. That intrigued me." I watched him. "You have not come here only to share this." "No," he said happily. "You really do cut through things, don't you?" "Very well, then. Let us talk plainly." "Talk," I said. He twirled his cane once and then planted it firmly on the floor. The static settled, no longer aggressive, only present. "You are powerful beyond what this city has seen in a long time. You could erase overlords. You could bring exorcists to their knees. You could silence most threats without effort." "Yes," I said. "And yet you do nothing," he said. "You stand, you watch, you speak only when prompted. You do not intervene. You have no ambition. That makes you both boring and dangerous. Danger comes from action, I said. I am not acting. Yet, he added quickly. I stayed quiet. He continued, voice light. Lucifer wanted to secure your restraint. That is his style. I want something different. I focused on him. What do you want? His grin grew. Mutual benefit. No, I said. He blinked, then laughed. You haven't even heard the terms. I do not need to, I said. I do not form alliances. Not an alliance, he said smoothly. A simple understanding. You are already neutral. I simply want to make that neutrality official, with a few extra details. Explain, I said. He smiled, satisfied. You know more than you show. You recognized Lucifer immediately. You knew his nature without being told. You knew what I am the second you saw me. And when he attacked, and when I attacked, you responded with exactly enough force to stop us and nothing more. That is not simple instinct. It is knowledge, I said. Yes, he said. You have knowledge of the higher structure. Of heaven. Of exterminations. Of rules that apply to this realm. You understand balance better than anyone down here. I did not respond. I want information, he said. Not all of it. Just some. In return, I offer something you will not get from Lucifer. What? He lifted his cane and pointed lightly toward the city through the window. I know hell. Every alley. Every district. Every overlord worth naming. Every large movement. I see patterns long before others do. I can tell you when something threatens this hotel. When something threatens its purpose. When something threatens your peace. I do not need your warnings, I said. Perhaps not, he answered calmly. But you want to continue standing here without being bothered, don't you? Yes. I can help with that, he said. If the other overlords know that you are not my enemy, they will hesitate to interfere. They already fear me. If I stand beside your neutrality, they will assume you are not up for grabs. I do not belong to anyone, I said. Exactly, he replied. That is what I want them to believe. That you are not a weapon to recruit, and that attacking this hotel risks crossing you and me at once. That benefits you. That benefits me. That benefits Charlie. He fell silent for a moment, watching my reaction. I gave him none. My body did not move. My face did not change. He sighed lightly, though his smile stayed. In return, I ask for very little. State it, I said. That you do not interfere directly in my personal hobbies, he said. My deals. My broadcasts. My entertainment. As long as my actions do not threaten Charlie's life, this hotel, or its purpose, you do not strike at me. I already have no interest in your games, I said. Then say it clearly, he replied. Make it explicit. I do not want to wake one day to find you have decided that my mere existence offends some higher rule and have removed me without warning. I am not here on a mission against you, I said. I will not seek you out to destroy you. If you avoid striking at this hotel's core purpose and its key people, I will not intervene in your acts. His eyes brightened. There. That is exactly what I wanted. That is not an alliance, I said. Agreed, he said easily. It is an understanding. I let a long silence fill the lobby. I listened to the faint creak of the building, the distant noise of the city, the quiet electrical buzz of the lamps. Finally, I spoke. What information do you seek? He smiled wider. Now we are having a proper conversation. His tone dropped a little. The static softened. He leaned forward, slightly more serious. I want a clearer outline of the exterminations. Heaven's policy. How strict it is. How often they come. What conditions trigger adjustments. I want to know how much room hell has before heaven tightens its leash. I had always known. From the moment I arrived, the knowledge was part of me. The exterminations were not random. They had rhythm, structure, tolerance thresholds. The exterminations occur yearly, I said. They target overpopulation in this realm. If the number of souls exceeds a certain limit, the strike intensifies. If your kind escalates violence beyond a tolerated level, the response adjusts. But there is a minimum. They do not stop entirely. He listened intently, the smile almost gone, replaced by focus. Can they be delayed? Yes, I said. If overall activity decreases. If chaos remains contained. If the kill count among demons remains mostly internal and controlled. But it is a shift in strength, not a full delay in schedule. Can they be prevented? No. He nodded slowly, thinking. Can someone like you be sent with them? No, I said. My role is separate. I am not an exorcist. I do not march with them. I am not bound to their orders. He relaxed slightly at that. Good. I have no desire to see you flying over the city with heaven's little army. I would not serve under them, I said. I believe you, he answered. He tapped his cane lightly against the tile. You said if population drops or internal control increases, the response lessens. Does that mean Charlie's project, if successful, could actually change the severity of the exterminations? Yes, I said. His eyes flicked upward, toward the ceiling where her room was. Interesting. I continued. If a measurable number of souls leave this realm through true change, the threshold shifts. The exterminations become smaller. They focus on other zones. This area might be hit with less force. Alastair hummed under his breath. So her dream is not entirely pointless after all. It was never pointless, I said. He gave me a sideways look. You say that with confidence. I know the rules, I said. He seemed actually pleased. Well, then this understanding benefits us both. I will use this knowledge to adjust how much noise I make. I do not want heaven overcorrecting and wiping half my entertainment off the map. Do as you wish, I said. And you, he replied cheerfully, can enjoy a quieter, more predictable extermination schedule. Less mess around your hotel. I do not mind the mess, I said. I mind pointless escalation. We share that, then, he said. He straightened fully, the full brightness of his grin returning. Very well, Guardian. I will spread the impression that you and I share a mutual respect. That you are not an asset to be touched, bought, or tested. That interfering with you is a mistake. I do not need your protection, I said. I know, he replied with a slight nod. But this way, I get to shape the narrative. And I do enjoy that. As long as you do not lie about my intent, I said. Of course not, he said. I will tell them the truth. That you are neutral. That you are dangerous. And that if they try to involve you in their schemes, they will regret it. That is accurate, I said. Alastair laughed quietly. Then we are in harmony, for once. He tapped his cane again and took a step back. Thank you for your honesty, Guardian. This has been enlightening. I did not do it for you, I said. He tilted his head. For who, then? For the stability of her work, I said. He smiled slowly. You are more involved than you think. I am standing still, I said. He chuckled. Sometimes standing in the right place is involvement enough. I did not respond. He turned and began to walk toward the wall. The static around him increased, rising to a mild crackle. The colors around his outline shifted. Until next time, he said politely. If you stay within the limits, there will be no conflict, I said. He paused, looked back, and nodded once. I remember limits very well, Guardian. I only ignore them when they bore me. Then do not be bored here, I said. He laughed again, genuinely amused, and then stepped into the static. His body dissolved into the distortion until he was gone. The lobby returned to quiet. The lights hummed. The bar sat still. The doors stayed shut. I stood in the center of the room, sword resting, eyes forward. I watched. Chapter 6, Plans and Warnings. Charlie called the meeting in the late afternoon. The hotel was busier than usual. There were a few new faces at tables, low-level sinners talking softly, keeping their distance from me. The lobby smelled like cheap alcohol and cleaning chemicals. Husker wiped the bar with slow, bored motions. Nifty darted across the floor with a rag in both hands, humming as she scrubbed spots that were already clean. I stood where I always stood, in the center of the lobby, sword resting with its tip in the tile. Charlie hurried down the stairs with a stack of papers clutched to her chest. Vaggie followed close behind, arms folded, brow furrowed. Charlie's eyes were bright and a little tense. She stopped where everyone could see her. Okay, she said, raising her voice slightly. Everyone, can I have your attention, please? Husker groaned under his breath but looked up. Angel Dust, who was sitting on a couch with his legs up on the armrest, glanced over and flicked ash into a tray. A few of the demons at the tables turned their heads slowly. Alastair stepped into view from the far side of the room, smile wide, hands resting on his cane. The faint static that followed him grew just enough to be noticeable. Charlie looked around until her eyes landed on me. You too, she said. I want you here for this. I am already here, I said. My voice came out deep and steady, filling the space without effort. She gave me a small, quick smile, then cleared her throat. So, I've been thinking. The extermination. The word made some of the demons flinch. One of the newer ones at a table swore quietly. Angel Dust looked away, face tightening for a brief second before he hit it with a forced smirk. Every year, heaven sends exterminators down here, Charlie continued. They wipe out a bunch of sinners. It keeps the population down, but, it's horrible. And I realized that if we're trying to redeem people, we need to plan around them. We need to be ready. Vaggie nodded, her tone serious. We can't just wait and hope they don't hit this area too hard. We need information, strategy, shelter, something. Charlie glanced at me, then at Alastair. And we now have 2 people here who know more than the rest of us about that stuff. Alastair chuckled softly. Flattering. I stayed silent. Charlie turned to face me fully. You told me before that you know a lot about everything, she said carefully. And I know you're not from here. Her voice softened a little. Can you help us understand how this works? Not to fight heaven. Just, to prepare. To protect whoever we can. Dozens of eyes were on me now. Some fearful. Some hopeful. Some suspicious. I lifted my head slightly. You want to know how the exterminations are structured, I said. Vaggie stepped forward a little. Yes, she said. We can't plan if we don't know anything. Alastair leaned on his cane, smiling, eyes focused. I would also be very interested in any clarifications. I looked at Charlie. She stared up at me, anxious but determined, fingers tightening on the papers in her hands. I could see the slight tremble in her shoulders. "This knowledge cannot stop the exterminations," I said. "It can only help you endure them." "I know," she said quietly. "But that's still something." I gave a single nod. "Then listen." The lobby quieted completely. Even the faint hum of the lights seemed distant. "The exterminations occur on a fixed schedule," I said. "Once per year. The time is not random. The pattern follows the growth of this realm. They strike after the population crosses a limit heaven tolerates." Angel Dust snorted. "Real generous of them." I ignored him. "The extermination force is sent to areas with high density and high activity. Sectors where violence and chaos are obvious. Overlords, gangs, public displays. The more visible the disorder, the heavier the strike." Vaggy's eyes narrowed. "So the worst places get hit hardest?" "Yes," I said. "Quiet zones, with fewer visible incidents, are sometimes swept over lightly or skipped." Charlie's expression shifted slightly, hope showing in her eyes. "So, if we keep the area around the hotel calmer, it might not be hit as badly." "Yes," I said. "It will not guarantee safety, but it will reduce focus on this location." Alastair's smile grew. "So containment and presentation matters." "That aligns with what I have observed." "Overlords draw attention," I continued. "Their power is loud. Their influence shapes violence in their territories. If they are active and visible, the exterminators mark their holdings with priority." One of the demons at a table muttered, "So we're screwed either way." I turned my head toward him. "Not completely." He stiffened in his chair. "If this building becomes known as a low-conflict zone," I said, "and if it maintains a record of reduced violence among its residents, it will be less likely to be targeted as a primary strike point." Charlie absorbed that with visible focus. Her shoulders straightened. "So the hotel can make a difference?" I nodded once. "It can." Vaggy looked up at me. "What about the number of people? If we have too many here, does that make it worse?" "Yes," I said. "A large cluster of unredeemed souls in one building is a beacon. If you grow, you must also show proof of change." "Proof?" she asked. "Heaven watches," I said. "They expect this realm to rot. If something different happens, they notice. If enough souls show genuine change, it shifts how they measure this sector." Charlie's eyes widened. "So successful redemption changes their calculations?" "Yes," I said. Alastair smiled faintly, eyes half-lidded with interest. "That gives your little project more weight than simple idealism, my dear Charlie. You are tampering with heaven's numbers." She looked both nervous and excited. "Good," I continued. "But understand this. Even if this hotel lowers the impact here, exterminations will still happen somewhere. Heaven will not stop. They will only adjust where they strike hardest." Charlie's face tightened briefly, but she did not look away. "I know I can't save everyone," she said. "But I can try to save the ones who come here." I watched her. Her conviction did not flicker. There was strain in her eyes, but no hesitation. "Then your plan should focus on 3 things," I said. "Order inside this building. Reduced public violence near it. And real change in the ones who stay." Husker snorted. "Real change in this dump? Good luck." Charlie looked back at him. "If I didn't believe it was possible, I wouldn't have opened the hotel." He grumbled, but he looked away. Vaggy turned to me again. "Can you sense when an extermination is close?" "Yes," I said. "Not the exact hour. But I will feel when the force begins to descend. Their presence is distinct." Her grip on her spear tightened. Would you warn us? Yes, I said. If I am still here, I will tell you when they are near. Charlie let out a breath she had been holding. Thank you, she said softly. You do not need to thank me, I said. I am stating facts. The tension in the room eased a little. Some of the demons looked less panicked. Angel Dust rolled the cigarette between his fingers, visibly thinking. Alastair tilted his head. And what of their strength? I would hate to underestimate our visitors. They are not overlords, I said. They move with structure, not ego. They follow orders. They are confident. They are not invincible. Alastair's smile sharpened. Can they be destroyed? Yes, I said. With enough power, and the right timing. But heaven can send more. Vaggie frowned. So even if individuals fall, the system stays. Yes, I said. Charlie's shoulders sagged for a moment, then straightened again. We're not planning to fight them head-on, she said firmly. We're planning to protect people and reduce the damage. I looked at her. That is the correct focus. She smiled faintly. Then at least we're thinking right. Alastair tapped his cane lightly. I must admit, this gives our little enterprise a more structured frame. We can work with this. I can make sure certain indulgences happen away from this building. Vaggie eyed him suspiciously. As long as you don't drag trouble straight to us. Alastair put a hand dramatically over his chest, grin wide. Perish the thought. I want this hotel standing, dear Vaggie. It is far too entertaining to let it fall to simple negligence. Charlie looked between them quickly. So we keep the hotel calm, keep fights away from here, work on real change, and wait for warnings. Yes, I said. Husker poured himself another drink. Great. We survive by being boring. Angel Dust flicked ash into the tray. That's tough for this crowd. Some of the demons chuckled softly. The tension loosened further. Charlie looked at me, eyes warm with gratitude. I really appreciate your help, she said gently. You didn't have to tell us all that. I chose to, I said. Her smile widened. That means a lot. I gave a small nod. I felt a faint stir inside my chest, something like approval. I did not dwell on it. The meeting began to break apart. Vaggie pulled Charlie aside to talk about next steps. Husker went back to the bar. Angel Dust stretched and wandered toward the door, mumbling something about a gig. The other demons resumed their quiet conversations. I stayed in the middle of the lobby. Alastair remained where he was for a moment, watching me. His smile was thoughtful now, not as exaggerated. The static around him was low, like a background hum. He stepped closer, keeping his tone mild. You are very generous today, Guardian. I gave only what was necessary, I said. And that necessary information shifts the board, he said. Overlords will not like that, if they ever find out. They do not matter to me, I said. His grin widened slightly. They matter to the balance here. But then, that is my arena. He dipped his head in a small, almost polite gesture. Thank you for indulging my curiosity yesterday. And for indulging hers today. I stayed silent. He turned and walked toward the hallway, humming faintly. The static faded as he left the room. The hotel settled into its usual rhythm again. It did not last long. The disturbance appeared about an hour later. I felt it before I heard it, a surge of demonic power pushing through the streets outside. It was not subtle. It was sharp, bright, and arrogant, like a flare thrown into a dark field. It moved directly toward the hotel. Voices outside rose in surprise and fear. Footsteps scattered. Someone screamed. The front doors flew open. A tall demon stepped through, flanked by 3 lesser ones. His form was sharp and angular, coat long and trimmed with gold. Horns swept back from his head in an elaborate curve. His eyes glowed a steady, confident red. Energy clung to him like a heavy cloak, thick and aggressive. Not one of the major overlords I knew by name. A smaller one. Ambitious. Hungry. Strong enough to control a district, weak enough to want more. He stepped into the lobby as if he owned it. His gaze swept the room, then stopped on me. The moment he saw me, his expression twitched, just a little. He felt it. He hid it quickly, lifting his chin. "So this is the hotel everyone's whispering about," he said. His voice was smooth but loud. "The little peace project in the middle of my city." Husker muttered under his breath, "Shit." Vaggie appeared in the hallway entrance, eyes sharp, hand ready on her spear. Charlie came up behind her, startled, then forced a smile. "Hi," she said, stepping forward. "Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel. I'm Charlie." "I know who you are," the Overlord said, cutting her off. "Princess of Hell. Little rebel. I've heard about your experiment." The demons at the tables watched quietly, nervous. He smiled, but it was cold. "Word is, there's something special here now. Something strong. Something new. I came to see it." His eyes returned to me. I did not move. I did not speak. He took a few steps closer, his aura pressing forward, trying to push against mine. It slid off and went nowhere. His jaw tightened. "So," he said, staring up at me, "you're the shiny statue everyone's scared of." "I am not a statue," I said. My voice filled the space, deep and level. His aura flickered for a brief second. He smirked. "You talk. Good. That makes this easier. I want to know what you are and who you belong to." "I belong to no one," I said. "Everything in this city belongs to someone," he replied. "Territory, assets, power. If you're standing in my sector, you answer to me, or you answer to someone stronger." His energy flared as he said it, pushing outward in a show of dominance. The floor vibrated slightly. One of the lesser demons at his back smirked. I did not react. "You are not stronger." His eyes narrowed. "You got a mouth, big guy." Vaggie stepped in quickly, anger in her voice. "This hotel isn't your toy. Charlie got permission to build it. If you have a problem, you can take it up with Lucifer." He glanced at her with mild annoyance. "I'm not here to argue over papers. I'm here to see the new piece on the board." He refocused on me. "So here's my offer. You join my side. You act under my orders. I give you territory, resources, protection. Or you stand alone and end up crushed when someone bigger than me decides you're worth hunting." I felt a small irritation rise inside me. I let none of it reach my face. "Your offer has no value." His aura snapped. "You think you're above us?" "Yes," I said. A few of the watching demons choked back nervous laughs. Angel Dust, who had slipped back in through the door without being noticed, stood near the wall and watched with wide eyes. Charlie raised her hands carefully. "Let's all calm down," she said quickly. "We don't need any conflict here. This is a peaceful place. We're trying to help people." "This is hell," the Overlord said sharply. "Peace has a price. And I want to know who pays it." Alastair appeared. He did not walk in from outside. He simply stepped through a ripple of static near the far corner, voice calm and cheerful. Now. I do hate to miss the opening arguments of a performance. The overlord stiffened as he saw him. His eyes widened with clear recognition. Radio demon. Alastair bowed his head with polite exaggeration. In the flesh. The overlord's aura changed. The aggression stayed, but the confidence dimmed. You didn't say you were involved in this place. You did not ask, Alastair replied pleasantly. But if we're distributing ownership claims, allow me to clarify something. He walked forward slowly, cane tapping lightly against the tile. He stopped beside me, just within the edge of my presence. The static around him clashed quietly with my stillness. He smiled at the overlord. This hotel is under my protection, by my own choice. Alongside our dear princess, of course. Charlie blinked. Alastair. He continued smoothly. And as for our tall, luminous guest here, he is under no one's command. He does not serve you. He does not serve me. He does not serve anyone in this city. The overlord's eyes flicked between us. So he's just free. As free as something like him can be, Alastair said. But we have reached an understanding. You see, I have decided that trying to claim him is unhealthy. The overlord scoffed. You're saying you're scared of him? Alastair's smile did not change. I am saying I am not stupid. The static around him thickened just a little. His eyes hardened. You came into this hotel, into a place I've invested in, and tried to put a leash on someone who stands very close to me and to the Morningstar family. That is rude. The overlord's jaw clenched. Are you threatening me? Yes, Alastair said calmly. The word hung in the air. Simple and direct. Alastair continued, tone light again. Walk away. Leave this hotel out of your plans. Let our guest stand where he chooses. You do not want to make him prove a point. The overlord glared at me. He hasn't done anything yet. I met his stare. You are close to making me start. I let a fragment of my strength show. The air pressed down. The lights dimmed to a low glow. A white sheen spread slowly from where my sword touched the floor. The overlord's aura broke against it like water against stone and scattered in all directions. His power recoiled back into him, unsteady. His knees bent slightly under the sudden pressure. Sweat appeared along his brow. His followers fell to one knee without meaning to. Their eyes filled with panic. He gasped once, then forced himself upright again, shaking. What are you? I am the guardian, I said. I do not belong to you. Do not attempt to claim me again. I closed my hand. The pressure vanished. The air returned to normal. The lights brightened. The overlord staggered. His eyes were wide and full of fear now. He looked at me, then at Alastair, then at Charlie, then back at me. Alastair smiled pleasantly. Do you understand now? The overlord swallowed. Fine, he said hoarsely. Keep your statue. Keep your hotel. But don't bring him into my territory. I have no interest in your territory, I said. He stepped back toward the door, movements stiff. Come on, he snapped to his followers. We're leaving. They hurried after him. He paused at the threshold, glancing back one last time. His face twisted with a mix of anger and fear. Then he left. The doors shut behind him with a loud click. Silence settled again. Angel Dust let out a long breath. Okay, he said shakily, remind me never to piss you off. Husker took a deep drink from his glass. That guy's not coming back soon. Nifty peeked out from behind a pillar, eyes wide and shining. He almost messed up the floor again. Vaggie lowered her spear slowly, still tense, eyes on me and Alastair. That could have gone bad fast. Charlie turned to me, expression full of worry and relief. Are you okay? Yes, I said. She let out a nervous laugh at herself. Right. Sorry. Dumb question. Alastair twirled his cane once and looked up at me with his full grin. You handled that very efficiently, Guardian. I am relieved you remembered our understanding. You enforced it, I said. You stopped him from escalating. Of course I did, Alastair said. I am invested in this place. I do not enjoy uninvited territorial claims. Especially not on resources I find interesting. I am not your resource, I said. I know, he replied cheerfully. That's why it's fun. Charlie looked between us, confused but grateful. Thank you, she said to both of us. Really? He could have wrecked everything. I nodded once. He will warn others about this place now. Alastair's smile sharpened. Yes. And that warning will serve us nicely. He gave me a small, almost respectful inclination of his head. I returned it. The hotel slowly returned to motion. Voices resumed. Breath loosened. Life in the lobby continued. I stood where I always stood, sword in the tile, eyes forward, watching. Chapter 7, Shelter and Noise. The hotel stayed quiet after the Overlord left. Voices returned slowly. Chairs scraped. Glasses clinked. The demons scattered through the lobby avoided looking at me for a while. When their eyes did drift my way, they pulled them back quickly, shoulders tight. I stayed where I always stood, sword still sunk into the tile, hand resting loosely on the hilt. My body did not need to relax. It did not tense. It remained steady. Inside, I felt a small trace of satisfaction. The intruder had left without forcing more destruction. That was enough. Time moved. The red light outside shifted as the day continued. Charlie disappeared with Vaggie for about an hour after the confrontation. I heard muted voices from upstairs. Her tone rose and fell, emotional and quick. Vaggie's stayed sharper, calmer, more controlled. When they came back down, Charlie was carrying a notebook and several sheets of loose paper. Her steps were fast, and her face was serious, her usual smile held down by thought. Vaggie trailed close behind her, arms folded, eyes already searching the room for threats. Charlie stopped near me and looked up. Her fingers tightened slightly on the notebook. Can we talk? She asked. Yes, I said. My voice came out low and even. She glanced at Vaggie, then took a breath. In front of everyone, she added. I think they need to hear it too. I looked around. Angel Dust was leaning on the back of a couch, still watching the door with faint unease. Husker stood behind the bar, wiping a glass with more force than needed. Nifty peered from behind a pillar, half hiding and half curious. A few guests lingered at their tables, pretending to mind their own business while their eyes stayed on me and on Charlie. I will speak, I said. Charlie nodded quickly. She moved to the center of the lobby and stood near me, close enough that she almost brushed against the edge of my presence. She shivered once, a small, involuntary reaction, but held her ground. Everyone, she said, raising her voice, can you come here for a minute? Please. Husker groaned quietly but left the bar, glass still in hand. Angel Dust walked closer, arms crossed, expression guarded and curious. Nifty scurried over and stopped next to Charlie with a sharp grin. Vaggie stayed just behind her, focused and stiff. The guests shuffled nearer, forming a loose half-circle at a distance they thought was safe from me. Charlie looked around at them, then back up at me. I want to make a plan, she said. You said before that the exterminations are regular, organized, and focused on certain areas. Yes, I said. I don't want to wait until they're right on top of us to figure out what to do, she said firmly. Her tone carried a faint tremble, but her eyes were steady. I want to have a clear protocol. Somewhere safe. Steps everyone knows. Vaggie nodded. We've had vague ideas before, but nothing concrete. We need something solid, something we can drill into people. Charlie lifted her notebook slightly. Can you help us design it? I watched her for a moment. She was anxious. Her wings, hidden from the others, shifted restlessly under her skin. But she stayed in place. She did not back away. Yes, I said. I can. Her shoulders relaxed a little. Thank you. I raised my head slightly and addressed the room. If you want to survive the extermination, you must accept that you cannot fight the entire force. You can only reduce their reason to focus on you, and you can endure what cannot be avoided. Angel Dust shifted uneasily. You're making this sound real cheerful. I do not deal in comfort, I said. Only in truth. Husker muttered, at least he's honest. Charlie waited, pen ready above the notebook. What do we need first? She asked. A safe zone, I said. Inside this building. A place with no windows. Thick walls. Limited entrances. Somewhere that can be defended and shielded. Vaggie frowned in thought. The basement. Husker grimaced. It's cramped down there. Cramped is fine, I said. You do not need comfort. You need protection. The exterminators will focus on open streets, rooftops, and places they can see from the air. The deeper you are inside solid structure, the less likely you are to be targeted by the first wave. Charlie scribbled notes quickly. So the basement is our main shelter, she said. We can clear it out, add extra food, water, maybe some mattresses. Supplies are useful, I said. But the most important part is that the entry to the shelter stays controlled. One door. One clear route. No crowding at the stairwell. No pushing. Vaggie nodded. I can handle that. We can mark the route. We can assign positions. I'll keep them in line. I continued. When I sense the exterminators approaching, I will tell you. That is your signal. From that moment, there will not be time for argument. How much warning? Vaggie asked. An hour, I said. Sometimes less. Sometimes more, if they slow before they descend. You must act immediately when I speak. Charlie wrote that down carefully. Her mouth pressed into a thin line. Okay, she said softly. Everyone goes to the shelter when you say. Not everyone, I corrected. Her head snapped up. What? You need 3 groups, I said. Non-combatants. Support. And a minimal outer layer. Angel Dust's eyes narrowed. Outer layer. People who can move fast, observe, and pull stragglers inside, I said. They do not fight the exterminators. They only gather anyone left in the open and bring them in. Vaggie nodded reluctantly. Makes sense. Charlie looked unhappy. That puts some people in more danger than others. Yes, I said. But if everyone runs at once, you will trip. You will be disorganized. You will leave people behind. A small, trained outer group can reduce that. Angel Dust blew smoke out slowly. Guess that's my job, hey. You are fast, I said. You know the streets. You can move across the front of the building and pull fools inside. He sighed and gave a crooked smirk. Lucky me. Do not do it alone, I added. 2 or 3 with you. No more. I can coordinate it, Vaggie said. We'll pick ones who can move and follow directions. The non-combatants go to the shelter first, I said. Anyone who cannot fight, anyone who panics easily, anyone hurt. The support group goes second. They distribute supplies, treat injuries, and keep order below. Husker raised a hand halfway. Let me guess. That's me. You have experience with crowds, I said. You understand panic. You know how to keep them from doing something stupid. He frowned at his drink, then snorted. Fine. Charlie wrote quickly, lips moving soundlessly as she repeated the structure under her breath. Shelter. Route. Non-combatants first. Support second. Outer group last. She looked up. What about you? I will stand at the boundary, I said. Their eyes shifted to me. The room went quieter. The boundary? Vaggie asked. The point where this building meets the outside, I said. I will stay near the entrance. When the exterminators come into range, I will restrict their movement near this door. I will not hunt them across the city. I will keep them away from this space. Charlie drew in a breath. You can block them. Yes, I said. That is what I am. Alastair's static rose quietly from a corner. He had appeared at some point during the talk and was now leaning on his cane, smiling with sharp interest. That is a very reassuring detail, he said pleasantly. Do not rely only on me, I said. I will not fail. But this plan must not assume I will solve everything. Some may still die. Charlie flinched. Her hand shook once over the page, then steadied. I understand, she said slowly. But if we can save more than before, that matters. It does, I said. I studied the room. Some demons looked less afraid now. They had instructions. Fear without direction was wild. Fear with a plan had shape. Drills, I said. Vaggie tilted her head. What? You must practice this, I said. When there is no threat. You gather everyone. You signal. You run the process. You bring them to the shelter. You see where it breaks. Then you fix it. If you wait until the extermination to use it the first time, you will fail. Charlie nodded fast. Okay. We can do that. We'll schedule practice runs. We'll explain the steps. We'll make sure everyone knows their role. Alastair chuckled lightly. This place is turning into a little fortress. How charming. This place is still a hotel, Charlie said firmly. We're just making sure it doesn't get wiped out the first time something falls from the sky. I felt that same faint stir in my chest again. Approval. Respect. She did not let the fear silence her. She moved with it. Angel Dust stretched his arms above his head. So we get to run evacuation drills now, he said, amused and a little resigned. This joint is starting to feel organized. I don't know how I feel about that. You'll live, Vaggie said dryly. He smirked. That's the idea, right? Nifty bounced slightly in place. Can I help mark the path? I can paint arrows. And signs. And I can scrub the basement. Charlie smiled, some of the heaviness lifting from her face. Yes, Nifty. That would be great. Husker finished his drink and set the glass down with a small clack. If this keeps the exterminator's beam out of my face, I'll do whatever. Charlie looked back at me. Is there anything else? Yes, I said. I raised my hand and extended one finger toward the ceiling. When I say it is time, you do not argue. You do not ask why. You do not ask how close they are. You move. You go to the positions we set. If anyone hesitates, you drag them. Vaggie nodded. I can work with that. Charlie swallowed once and met my eyes. You have my word, she said quietly. If you say run, we run. I believed her. I gave a short nod. Then your chances increase. She smiled a little, though her eyes shone with restrained worry. Thank you, she said again. This really helps. Prepare well, I said. The group began to scatter, now talking with more energy. Vaggie and Charlie moved toward the hallway, already discussing the basement. Nifty darted after them, listing cleaning supplies. Husker went back to the bar but with less weight in his shoulders. Angel Dust headed toward the door, muttering about needing air. Alastair stayed. He watched the others go, his smile relaxed. The static around him was quiet. You are very good at this, he said conversationally. At what? I asked. Turning disaster into a series of instructions, he said. You put everything into steps. It is almost comforting. I am giving them structure, I said. They will still bleed. But not as much. He tilted his head slightly. You say that as though you have watched many fall. I have watched enough, I said. His eyes lingered on me for a moment. Then he chuckled lightly. Well, I will enjoy seeing how your plan plays out, when the time comes. I suspect it will be educational. You already know the principles, I said. You do not need more. I always want more, he replied with an easy grin. But for now, I am satisfied. He faded into static and was gone. The lobby calmed. Voices moved further into the building as everyone went about the new tasks. I stood in the middle of the room, listening to their steps, their plans, their low conversations. The city outside did not stay still. Over the next few days, I felt a change in the way eyes turned toward the hotel. Demons lingered longer on the sidewalk, staring up at the sign. Some walked closer, peered through the window at me, then left quickly, whispering to their companions. Angel Dust came back one evening later than usual, shoulders stiff, expression sour. He dropped himself onto the couch with more force than needed and rubbed his forehead. Vaggie noticed from the hall and walked over. What happened? He snorted. Words traveling. That idiot overlord's been running his mouth. I looked at him. Explain. Angel glanced up at me, then away. He's telling everyone there's some kind of weapon in here. Some kind of walking light bomb. Says you're either Heaven's dog or Lucifer's secret nuke. Husker groaned behind the bar. Of course he is. Angel continued, voice mocking as he imitated the overlord's tone. Stay away from the hotel, he says. The freak inside crushes power signatures. It's cursed. It's a trap. That kind of garbage. He is trying to regain control, I said. Vaggie's face tightened with anger. By making everyone afraid of us. Charlie came down the stairs in time to hear the last sentence. She stopped, eyes wide. People are talking about the hotel like that already. Yes, Angel said. Some are scared. Some are curious. Some overlords think Lucifer dropped a chain dog in your lobby. Charlie swallowed. He didn't. I answered calmly. They would not believe him if he denied it. She paced a small circle, anxious. This is bad. We need people to come here for help, not run away because they're scared of you. I watched her movement. Fear can be managed. It depends on how others respond to the rumor. As if in answer, the air shifted. I felt a familiar, solid presence approach. It was sharper than the wandering minds outside. Strong. Controlled. Lucifer appeared a few breaths later, stepping through the front doors without hurry. His coat sat straight on his shoulders, his hat at a casual angle. His smile was calm, but his eyes were hard. Good evening, he said smoothly. I see the gossip has picked up speed. Charlie turned toward him immediately. Dad. He walked over and kissed her forehead, his touch gentle. My dear, he said kindly, you are doing well. But your little project has made the cowards panic. Vaggie crossed her arms. You heard about the rumors. Of course I did, he said. Overlords came to me complaining. Some begged me to leash my new asset. Some asked if I was planning a war. Some suggested alliances. Charlie grimaced. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to drag you into this kind of mess so soon. He smiled down at her. You are not dragging me anywhere. I chose to look. His gaze shifted to me. The smile faded from his eyes. He was right about one thing, Lucifer said. You are causing a shift in how they move. Yes, I said. He walked a few steps closer to me, cane tapping lightly. You handled him well. You did not erase him. You did not escalate. But now he is running around telling everyone you are an unpredictable bomb. That irritates me. It is not my concern, I said. As long as they do not interfere with this place. It becomes your concern when it affects my daughter's plan, Lucifer said evenly. I looked at Charlie. She was tense, chewing her bottom lip. Her hands twisted the edge of her jacket nervously. Then how do you intend to respond? I asked. Lucifer's smile returned, sharper now. Directly. He snapped his fingers once. The air in front of the door rippled. Heat rose. A shape formed, pulled from somewhere deeper in the city. The overlord who had come earlier appeared in the middle of the lobby, stumbling as his feet found the tile. His eyes flashed with shock and anger before he recognized where he was. When he saw Lucifer, his face drained of color. Lord Morningstar, he said quickly, voice strained. He straightened himself and forced a smile. I did not expect. Lucifer's tone stayed calm. You have been busy. The overlord swallowed. I only spoke the truth. There is a dangerous thing in your daughter's hotel. I thought you would want others to know. You thought you could use my daughter's work to sharpen your reputation, Lucifer said. You thought if you painted this building as a trap, you could keep potential followers away from her and closer to you. The overlord opened his mouth, then closed it again. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Lucifer took a slow step forward. You walked into my daughter's hotel. You tried to claim someone standing beside her and beside the radio demon. You left humiliated. Instead of accepting your place, you decided to spread panic. The overlord tried to bow his head. I was only warning. You were only serving yourself, Lucifer said, still calm. You always have. That is fine. That is how you survive. But you do not do it through my house. He lifted his cane and rested it on his shoulder, relaxed but deliberate. His eyes gleamed with control. Look at him, he said, gesturing toward me. Do you think I control him? The overlord's gaze flicked to me, then back quickly. Everyone says. I do not need a leash on him, Lucifer continued. He chose to stand here. He chose not to erase you. He chose not to erase Alastair. He chose not to erase me. That is enough. The overlord stared at the floor. Yes, my lord. Here is what you will tell them now, Lucifer said. His tone sharpened slightly. You will say that this hotel is under my watch. You will say that anyone who attempts to drag it into power games will answer to me before they ever reach him. The overlord's eyes widened. You want me to spread that? Yes, Lucifer said. If you are going to talk, then talk usefully. He leaned in just a little. And if I hear you say one more word suggesting that my daughter's guest is a weapon I unleashed, I will personally make an example of you during the next extermination. I will pin your body to a tower and leave it there when the angels sweep past." The Overlord trembled. "Understood," he whispered. "Good," Lucifer said lightly again. "You are not important enough to be worth more time than this." He snapped his fingers a second time. The Overlord vanished, pulled back to wherever Lucifer had taken him from. The lobby fell silent again. Charlie stared at her father with wide eyes. "You didn't have to go that far," she said softly, though there was relief in her face. "Yes," Vaggie said dryly. "He did." Lucifer adjusted his coat. "Your project may be peaceful, my dear, but the ones around you are not. If I do not set the line clearly, they will not respect it." He looked at me again. "Does this arrangement suit you?" "Yes," I said. "I do not care what they say, only what they do. But if your response keeps them away from her work, it is acceptable." He smiled faintly. "Then we are still in balance." Charlie stepped closer to me, expression earnest. "I'm sorry you got dragged into all this politics so fast," she said. "I just wanted you to have a place to stay." "I chose to stand here," I said. "I do not mind the noise." She gave a small, tired laugh. "I mind it a little. But I think we can handle it." "You can," I said. She brightened at that, even if only slightly. Lucifer rested his cane beside him. "I heard you have been planning for the extermination with them," he said to me. "Yes," I said. "They now have steps. A shelter. A structure for movement." He looked almost impressed. "Organizing my daughter's dream into a tactical plan. I did not expect you to invest that much effort." "It is simple work," I said. "And it increases survival." He nodded. "Then I will not interfere with your plan. When the time comes, I will watch from a distance. I am curious to see the outcome." Charlie frowned up at him. "You're not leaving us completely alone, are you?" He smiled gently. "I will not let them take you, sweetie. But you also need room to prove your idea works." She stared at him for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Okay." He patted her head once and turned toward the door. "I will continue addressing the rumors," he said. "You will still get strange glances. But they will think twice before turning this place into a target." "That is enough," I said. He paused at the door and looked back one last time. His eyes met mine. There was caution there, but also a faint respect. "Do not destroy my city," he said calmly. "I will not," I said. He smiled slightly. "Good." He stepped out into the red light and closed the door behind him. The lobby loosened again. Charlie let out a breath and leaned briefly against the front desk, shoulders slumping. "That was a lot," she said weakly. Vaggie put a hand on her back. "You did fine." He did what needed to be done. Angel Dust whistled quietly. "Remind me never to get on the wrong side of your dad," he said. Husker grunted. "You were already on the wrong side." "Yeah, but now I'm motivated not to stay there," Angel replied, giving a crooked grin. Charlie straightened and looked at me. "Thank you for standing with us," she said. "For the plan. For earlier. For everything." "I am standing where I choose to stand," I said. "It is enough." She smiled. This time, it reached her eyes more. The hotel went back to its rhythm. Plans were made. Drills began to form. Rumors shifted outside. Fear remained, but now it moved differently. I stayed in the center of the lobby, sword resting in the tile, eyes open, listening for the next change in the air. Chapter 8, Eyes Above and Terms Below. The city felt heavier that morning. I stood in the lobby as always, sword resting in the repaired tile, hand loose on the hilt. The lights hummed. The air smelled faintly of old alcohol, cleaning chemicals, and the cheap smoke clinging to Angel Dust's favorite couch. Charlie and Vaggie were downstairs early. They spoke near the front desk, heads bent over a rough sketch of the basement. Nifty darted between them and the stairs with bundles of cloth and buckets. Husker wiped the same spot on the bar 3 times, half watching the room. I was still. Then I felt it. Far above Pentagram City, beyond the red clouds and the choking air, something bright moved. It was distant, but its nature was clear. It was not the full weight of an extermination force. It was one point of light. One presence. Focused. Controlled. An angel. A scout. My eyes lifted slowly toward the ceiling, though I did not need to look to sense it. The difference between that presence and the souls below was absolute. There was no hesitation in it. No confusion. Only duty. So they are checking early. The extermination was not today. Not tomorrow. The rhythm said weeks. But heaven had turned its gaze toward this sector now. The lone angel traced slow arcs high above the city, measuring activity, counting signatures, testing reaction. Charlie noticed my gaze first. She broke off mid-sentence with Vaggie and looked over, following the line of my eyes toward the ceiling. Her brows furrowed. "What is it?" she asked quietly. I lowered my head to look at her. "Heaven is watching this city directly," I said. "There is a scout above." Her face went pale. Her fingers clenched on the edge of the desk. "Already?" "Yes," I said. Vaggie stepped closer, tension in her posture. "Are you sure?" "Yes," I repeated. "I feel them. One angel. High altitude. Not an attack wing. A survey." Charlie swallowed. "Does that mean the extermination is soon?" "Yes," I said. "The presence confirms the schedule. You have weeks at most. Not months." Her eyes flickered with worry. She pressed the notebook against her chest, holding it tightly. "Okay," she said softly. "Okay. We can work with that." Vaggie exhaled through her teeth. "We need to accelerate the drills." "Yes," I said. "And tighten your rules." Angel Dust sauntered into the lobby then, rolling his shoulders and stretching his neck. He froze when he saw the look on Charlie's face. "What's with the funeral vibe?" Charlie turned, trying to smile and failing. "He senses an angel above the city," she said. "They're scouting." Angel's face fell for a heartbeat. His mouth tightened, jaw clenching. Then he forced a smirk. "Already? Don't they ever take a vacation?" "No," I said. He snorted weakly. "Figures." The presence above moved steadily in slow sweeping arcs. It was not searching for anything specific. It was taking in the whole region. We were one small point in that field. But I knew how this worked. Scouting at this level meant decisions were being finalized. Charlie took a deep breath and looked at me again. "Can they see us specifically?" "The hotel." "Not yet," I said. "They feel the clusters. The loudest zones. The most violent territories. They will focus on those. If your surroundings remain controlled, this area will not draw their direct eye at once." She nodded quickly. "Then we have to be even more careful." Vaggie glanced at the door. "Should we tell your dad?" "He already knows," I said. "He will have felt the shift when they entered this realm's air." As if answering the statement, the air in the lobby shifted again, this time from below. A calm, steady pressure washed through the building. Lucifer appeared a few seconds later, stepping through the front doors with easy confidence. His coat hung neatly. His cane tapped lightly as he walked. His smile was faint but real when he saw Charlie. "There you are," he said warmly. "I felt the first brush earlier. I thought I might check in." Charlie's eyes softened with relief. "Dad." He reached her and placed a hand gently on her shoulder. "They sent a scout," he said calmly. "Just one. That is our first clock." "We felt it too," she said. She glanced at me. "He told us." Lucifer's gaze slid to me. There was caution in his eyes, but also a quiet acceptance. "Of course he did." He moved a few steps closer to me, looking up. "How far?" "Above the main air layer," I said. "Close enough to map, far enough to avoid interference. Their focus is wide, not narrow. They are setting parameters." Lucifer nodded slowly. "Then the date is close." "Yes," I said. "You have a window, but not a long one." Charlie hugged the notebook tighter. Can we do anything about the scout?" "Yes," I said. "But you should not." She blinked. "What do you mean?" "You could attempt to hide your signatures," I said. "You could create noise in other districts to draw attention away. You could even destroy the scout. But each of those responses carries risk." Lucifer tilted his head. "Killing the scout would confirm something is worth watching more closely." "Yes," I said. "If a lone angel disappears without signal, they will assume this sector holds an unknown threat. They will increase force. They may advance the schedule." Vaggie frowned, shoulders tense. "So if we do nothing, they still come. If we act against the scout, they come harder." "Yes," I said. Charlie bit her lip. "Then the only thing we can do is stick to the plan. Keep this area calm. Keep working. Keep training." "That is the correct path," I said. She nodded, more firmly this time. "Then that's what we'll do." Lucifer watched her with a measured gaze. There was pride in his expression, mixed with worry. "You are handling this well," he said quietly. She managed a small, determined smile. "I have help." She looked between him and me. "I'm not alone in this." My chest stirred faintly at that, a small internal shift I did not show. Lucifer turned back to me. "Can you keep a lock on that scout's position?" "Yes," I said. "They are moving in slow circles. If they drop lower, I will know. If more arrive, I will feel it faster than you." He nodded. "Inform me if the pattern changes." "I will," I said. Vaggie stepped in, eyes sharp. "Should we stop accepting new guests until this is over?" Lucifer thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No. Word has already spread. Closing your doors now would make you look weak. Overlords respond to weakness with pressure." "But more guests means more signatures," Vaggie said. Charlie looked at her. "But more guests is the whole point. I can't start turning people away just because it's scary now." Her voice trembled for a second, then steadied. I spoke. "You do not need to stop. You only need to be strict. No public displays of power outside. No large fights. No street wars near this building. Keep your guests' impulses contained." Lucifer smiled faintly, amused. "You sound like me on a busy day." "I am stating what is required," I said. He chuckled under his breath. Then his face hardened slightly. "The overlords are already restless. Your presence here has made them nervous. Now that Heaven's gaze brushes their neighborhoods, they will look for someone to blame and someone to use." Vaggie frowned. "We're already dealing with your friend from earlier." "Not friend," Lucifer corrected mildly. "Bother. And he has already been addressed." "He is not the only one," I said. The scout above made it clear, the pressure on this sector would increase. Others will send representatives. They will pretend to negotiate. They will want assurances. Of course they will, Lucifer said. They can smell change like smoke. Charlie's shoulders tensed. What do we do when they come? Lucifer looked at her with steady eyes. You stand your ground. You make it clear this hotel is neutral ground. Not a weapon. Not a base. Not a bargaining chip. And if they push? Vaggie asked. Then you let him and Alastair remind them why that is a poor idea, Lucifer said calmly, nodding toward me. A faint smile touched my lips for one moment before fading. I will not let them fold this building into their games, I said. Charlie relaxed a little at that. Thank you. Lucifer checked an invisible point in the air, feeling the scout the same way I did. The angel will finish its pattern and leave the upper air for a while, he said. But they have marked this sector. They will be back with others. Yes, I said. He looked between us all once more. Continue your drills. Keep your guests in line. I will handle the outer noise. Charlie nodded. We will. He kissed her forehead again, then left as quietly as he had arrived. The rest of the day passed under the slow, distant movement of the scout above. I tracked its path without effort. It made 6 wide circles across the city, then narrowed briefly toward another district heavy with overlapping overlord power. It never dipped toward our exact block. Then it pulled away, rising further, and faded from my immediate sense. Gone, but not forgotten. Their mark now sat over the region. 2 days passed. In those 2 days, Charlie and Vaggie pushed hard. They ran the first rough drill in the afternoon. Demons stumbled and complained their way down into the basement, confused by orders, arguing about placement. Husker shouted over the noise. Angel Dust cursed when someone stepped on his foot. Nifty tried to direct traffic and ended up climbing on a crate to shout instructions. I watched it all without moving. Every misstep went into my memory. Every jam at the stairwell. Every point where panic made someone argue instead of obey. After the drill, I listed the failures in a calm tone. Charlie wrote them down with a tight jaw. Vaggie rearranged assignments. The second drill went better. Not good, but better. Between drills, rumors continued to spread outside. The hotel became a topic in the streets, whispered, mocked, worried over. Some sinners started showing up just to stand across the road and stare up at the sign. Others avoided the block entirely. On the 3rd day after the scout, the envoys arrived. I sensed them before they reached the door. 5 signatures. All demon. Stronger than average sinners. Not as heavy as true overlords. Servants. Messengers. The power behind them sat farther out in the city like a weight. They walked through the front doors without knocking. 3 were dressed in tailored suits, clean and sharp. 1 had a long coat with a crest stitched into the back. 1 carried a briefcase that buzzed faintly with contained energy. Their expressions were controlled, carefully neutral, but I could see the tightness in their shoulders and the small stiffness in their steps. They saw me first. The lead envoy, a tall demon with narrow eyes and neatly combed black hair, paused mid-step. His gaze went from my feet to the top of my head, then flicked to the sword anchored in the floor. His aura wavered for half a breath before he steadied it. So it is true, he said quietly. You do exist. Yes, I said. Charlie came out from the hallway as soon as she heard the door. Her smile was polite, guarded. Vaggie walked right behind her, one hand close to her weapon. Husker looked up from the bar. Angel Dust lounged on the arm of a nearby chair, watching with narrow eyes. Alastair appeared near the far wall with his usual faint static, grin wide, hands resting on his cane. Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel, Charlie said, I'm Charlie. How can we help you? The lead envoy gave her a shallow bow. Princess Morningstar, he said. My employers send their regards and their curiosity. This hotel has gained attention. Vaggy's eyes narrowed. Which employers? He smiled slightly. Several. Some from the east districts. Some from the tower sectors. Overlords who prefer not to walk directly into new variables. So cowards, Husker muttered. The envoy ignored him. His gaze settled on Charlie again. We have heard about your project. We have heard about your unusual guest. His eyes flicked briefly toward me, then away. We are here to discuss terms. There are no terms, Vaggy said coldly. This hotel doesn't belong to any overlord. On the contrary, he replied smoothly, everything in this city falls under someone's influence. If not by direct claim, then by quiet agreement. A new force appears, and the balance shifts. It is natural to want clarity. Charlie straightened. Her smile faded into a firm expression. This place is neutral, she said. It's a hotel for redemption. It's under my name, and my dad is aware of everything. That is the clarity. The envoy gave a small, polite nod. We understand Lucifer's involvement. His tone cooled by a degree. We also understand that some things move in this building that are not purely his. Alastair chuckled lightly. You mean me? And him, the envoy said, gesturing carefully in my direction. An entity that suppresses overlord-level energy without effort. Overlords do not enjoy unknown weapons on their doorstep. They want reassurance. There is no weapon, Charlie said, a little too quickly. I spoke. You are afraid I will interfere in your master's games. The envoy turned to me fully, facing me now with a controlled look. They are concerned, he said carefully, that your presence here may be used against them. Or turned on them without warning. They would like to avoid misunderstandings. Then they should stay away from this building, I said. If they do not push themselves into its affairs, they will not encounter me at all. His jaw tightened. They want more than distance. They want assurance that you will not side against them during an extermination. They want to know that you will not choose targets among them. I choose no targets, I said. I am not hunting them. If they do not threaten this hotel, its purpose, or its key people, I will not act against them. And if they do, he asked. They will end, I said. A faint shiver went through the envoys behind him. One of them swallowed audibly. The lead envoy's eyes narrowed. That is a very absolute statement, Guardian. Yes, I said. Alastair stepped in closer, smiling. You see, my friends, you are looking at this the wrong way, he said pleasantly. You came here afraid that he is a weapon pointed at you. You should be relieved that he is not pointed anywhere at all. The envoy glanced at him with visible respect and caution. Your involvement surprised many, he admitted. I enjoy surprises, Alastair replied. And I enjoy this hotel. Our guest here is not my blade. He is not Lucifer's blade. He is not a blade you can purchase or aim. He is a wall. Pointless to attack, pointless to move, inconvenient to break yourself upon. I did not react to his comparison. It was accurate enough. Charlie stepped closer to the envoy, stopping just inside the edge of my presence. She shivered faintly again but stayed. We are not here to start a war with overlords, she said. We are not here to undercut them. We just want to give sinners a chance to change. That's all. The envoy studied her. For a moment, his expression shifted, uncertain. Some overlords see your project as an attempt to cut into their labor, he said honestly. If enough souls leave their control, they lose numbers. That makes them nervous. Charlie's eyes hardened. I am not stopping them from doing anything. I am just giving people an option. If someone chooses to come here and work on themselves, that is their decision. And if overlords wish to observe this process, he asked. Or send a representative as a guest. Vaggie stepped forward, bristling. We are not going to be a training camp for overlords' errand boys. The envoy's lips twitched faintly. You may find some peace if you allow at least token involvement. It gives them a sense of participation. Less reason to sabotage. Alastair's smile widened. You suggest they buy a stake in the show? Something like that, the envoy said. I spoke, my voice firm. If they send someone here as a genuine guest seeking change, they may stay. If they send a spy, a saboteur, or an agent to cause conflict, I will remove them. The envoy flinched slightly at the word. Remove. Yes, I said. From this place and from this realm's count. Permanently. He stared at me, trying to gauge whether I exaggerated. He found no sign of that. Alastair chuckled softly. He tends not to bluff. Charlie's jaw tightened. We aren't interested in overlords using us for leverage, she said. If someone wants help, they come as a person, not as a piece of someone's board. The envoy looked between all of us, me, Charlie, Vaggie, Alastair. His nostrils flared as he drew in a slow breath. Then let me present the proposal as clearly as I can, he said. Our employers wish to establish that, 1. You will not allow this hotel to be used as a launching point for attacks on their holdings, 2. You will not offer sanctuary to their active enemies without neutral terms, and 3. Your guardian will not hunt them outside this building. I accept the first and third, I said at once. I have no interest in being a base of attack or a roaming executioner. The second is incomplete. He looked at me cautiously. Incomplete how? Charlie stayed quiet, letting me answer. If their enemies come here seeking genuine change, they may stay, I said. I will not allow overlords to drag them out by force from inside these walls. If someone uses this hotel to hide between attacks, they are not a guest. They are a liar. I will not protect that. Vaggie nodded sharply. That works for me. The envoy waited. His expression changed several times, small shifts as he ran through consequences in his head. So the hotel becomes a neutral shelter, he said slowly. Not a fort. Not an armory. A place where even enemies can rest, if they truly commit to your program. Yes, Charlie said firmly. That's exactly right. And if they fake it? He asked. I answered. Then I will know. And I will act. His gaze flicked to my sword. You sound very confident in that. Yes, I said. He finally gave a small sigh and lowered his shoulders a fraction. I will relay this, he said. Some will not be pleased. Some will accept. But they all understand one thing, they cannot afford to trigger both Lucifer and the radio demon and whatever you are at once. Alastair smiled pleasantly. Smart overlords. Overlords are not always smart, the envoy said dryly. But they are good at survival. Vaggie smirked faintly at that. The envoy offered Charlie another shallow bow. Princess. We will be watching this hotel. Not to crush it. To see if it works. Charlie straightened, a calm fire in her eyes. Then I hope you pay attention. He turned toward the door. His followers moved with him, still tense but less brittle than when they arrived. Before he stepped out, he looked back at me one last time. Guardian, he said carefully. If an overlord decides to test your limits directly after this, will you hold back? No, I said. He held my gaze for 2 full breaths, then nodded slowly. Then I will strongly recommend they do not. He opened the door and left with his group. The noise of the street flowed in for a brief moment, then cut off as the doors closed. Silence settled. Angel Dust slid off the arm of the chair and whistled softly. "Well, that was fun," he said. "Whole lot of talking for don't mess with us." "That is often how they operate," Alastair said cheerfully. "Layers of ceremony around very simple truths." Husker poured himself another drink. "At least they didn't try to start anything." Vaggie looked at me. "You okay with what we agreed to?" "Yes," I said. "It matches what I already intended. I did not come here to walk into Overlord turf wars. I only care about what crosses this threshold." Charlie let out a long breath and leaned against the front desk. Her hands trembled slightly, then steadied. "That could have gone worse," she said honestly. "Yes," I said. "You handled it well." She looked up at me with a small smile. "Thank you." Her smile deepened for a brief second when she heard it. Alastair twirled his cane. "Now we have spoken to Heaven's patterns, Hell's overlords, and our dear princess. I would say the hotel is becoming very proper." "It is becoming prepared," I said. He laughed lightly. "That too." The scout above the city was gone for now, but its path remained in my memory. The extermination drew closer with every passing hour. The overlords had made their first move through envoys and warnings. Lucifer had answered. Charlie had set her stance. I stood in the center of the lobby, hand resting on the sword, and listened to the hotel breathe. Chapter 9, An Overlord Brought Low. The day after the envoys left, the city changed around the hotel. I stood in the lobby, as always. My sword's tip stayed buried in the tile. My hand rested on the hilt. My eyes stayed forward. I did not need to move to read the world. Outside, Hellborn and sinners slowed when they passed the front steps. Some stared at the sign and then walked faster. Some crossed to the other side of the street. Some stopped and looked through the windows at me, then turned away with tight faces. Inside, the hotel worked. Charlie moved between the front desk and the stairs with her notebook open, checking lists for the drills. Vaggie shadowed her, correcting names and rearranging groups. Husker wiped down the bar in a bored rhythm, pretending not to care but watching everyone. Nifty cleaned the already clean corners of the lobby, humming to herself and checking the staircase railings. Angel Dust lay half-sprawled on a couch, flipping through a magazine with his legs crossed and one heel bouncing. Every so often, his eyes drifted to the door. I sensed the scout above the city again once, briefly. It passed high, then moved away. Nothing else from heaven pressed closer. That part of the pattern remained steady. Hell was the problem today. Mid-afternoon, the air changed. I felt it first. A heavy presence moved through the district. It was not subtle. It carried power, confidence, old arrogance. The signature was sharp and electric. It trailed interference and control. Vox. I knew the name from my memory of the story. One of the central overlords. Owner of a network web that stretched across the city. Linked to Valentino and Velvet. Locked in rivalry with Alastair. Loud. Petty. Dangerous to sinners, not to me. He moved straight toward the hotel. Screens on the outside buildings flickered. A grid of static rolled across the nearby billboards and neon signs. Logos stuttered. Faces broke apart on the displays and reformed into a stylized television mask with a wide, lit grin. Demons in the street felt the approach and scattered away from the path in front of the hotel. I heard curses, surprised shouts, and the quick shuffle of feet. Charlie looked up from her notebook, alert. "Something's happening," she said quietly. Vaggie stiffened. "I feel it," she said. "Overlord." Husker put his rag down. "Great. Angel dropped his magazine and sat up, eyes narrowing. Oh, that prick. Nifty peered over the back of a couch, watching the door with bright, nervous eyes. I did not move. The main doors opened. Vox stepped in with 3 attendants behind him. He was tall and angular, dressed in a crisp suit with glowing edges and shifting screen patches along the fabric. His head was a smooth television monitor with a simple, stylized face rendered on it. The eyes glowed cyan with moving lines. Noise hummed around him, thin and sharp. His attendants wore similar suits, less ornate. Their eyes glowed from behind tinted visors. Their bodies were tense. Vox let the doors swing shut behind him and stopped in the center of the entrance. His gaze swept the lobby, taking in the bar, the couches, the cracked but repaired tile, the staircase, the odd residence. Then his eyes landed on me. The noise around him grew slightly. His gaze scanned up and down, pausing where my sword entered the floor. Well, he said. His voice came through the speaker of his head, clear and smug. There it is. Charlie stepped forward quickly, smile polite but strained. Welcome to Hazbin Hotel, she said. I'm Charlie Morningstar, Vox cut in. Yes. I know who you are. Whole city knows. The little show. The little song. The interviews. You're hard to miss. Charlie's smile faltered. I'm trying to help people, she said. He ignored that and pointed one hand slightly toward me. But I did not come for your speech, he said. I came for him. Vaggie moved closer to Charlie, posture defensive. You can turn around and leave, she said. We're not signing anything. We're not under you. Vox chuckled. The screen face grinned wider. You're not under anyone yet, he said. That's the problem. This is my broadcast sector. My infrastructure. My grid. A foreign power shows up in the middle of it, and nobody sends me a memo. I watched him. He pressed his presence outward. His power sank into the walls and the wiring. The lights flickered once. He was trying to test how far into the building his influence could go. I spoke. You will withdraw your reach from this structure, I said. My voice was steady and low. It filled the room without effort. You have no claim here. Vox's gaze snapped fully to me. The static around him sharpened. The cyan lines on his face display pulsed once. You talk, he said. Good. I don't like mute weapons. I am not your weapon, I said. He walked closer, his steps deliberate. Do you know whose network you're standing in? He asked. Every signal in this part of the city runs through me. Every screen. Every feed. Every broadcast. Every sinner with a cheap little device plugged into my system. That's my field. He gestured around with a quick motion. And then I pick up a power spike on my grid. Something that burns out the meters. Something that walked straight into my sector and made an overlord drag himself to Lucifer in a panic. That gets my attention. I stayed still. Your grid stops at the walls of this place, I said. He laughed. You think walls stop signal? They stop you, I said. His smile tightened. Noise built around him again. You don't know who you're talking to. I do, I said. You are Vox. Overlord. Network controller. You sit in your tower and stare at screens. You play with lives for figures and ratings. You are loud. You are not important to me. Angel gave a short, sharp laugh from the couch, unable to hold it in. Husk coughed to hide a grin. Nifty covered her mouth. Static around Vox snapped. His suit displays glitched for a moment. Charlie flinched slightly but did not step back. All right, Vox said. His tone dropped. So you've got a mouth and a spine. That's new down here. He looked at Charlie without taking his attention off me. Here's how this works, princess. You have a little hotel in my sector. You're drawing noise. Heaven is looking down. Lucifer is playing parent. That already puts pressure on my world. Then this thing appears. He jabbed a finger toward me. Power enough to fry my readings. I am not going to sit back and wait to see where it points. You do not control where I point, I said. You're standing inside my grid, he repeated slowly, as if I had not heard him the first time. That means you're in my world. Now we find out what you are. Alastair's static brushed through the air. He appeared beside the wall near the bar, smile wide, cane in hand. My, he said in a calm, amused tone. The television finally found his way off the tower. The noise in the room shifted. Vox's static clashed with Alastair's radio hum for a moment. Both energies pulsed against each other without touching. Vox's screen face turned toward him. The grin flattened into a sharp line. You, he said. Alastair tipped his head, smile bright. Me. You knew, Vox said. You knew this thing was in my sector and you said nothing. I am not your secretary, Alastair replied lightly. And you did not ask. You enjoy this, Vox said. His tone was accusing. I enjoy many things, Alastair answered. His eyes flicked toward me with clear interest. This included. Vox turned back to me, pushing Alastair out of his focus. Here's the deal, he said flatly. You're standing on my lines. You carry power that distorts my signals. I don't like that. You have two options. You sign on with me and work under my authority. Or you leave my sector and find another corner to glow in. No, I said. He paused. No to which? No to both, I said. His aura thickened. You think you're beyond us? I am beyond you, I said. The room went silent for a heartbeat. Charlie watched, tense. Vaggy's grip on her spear widened her knuckles. Husker's ears pressed down, his body angled slightly behind the bar. Angel sat forward on the couch, legs off the armrest now. Nifty froze beside a pillar, eyes wide. Vox's attendants spread out a half-step behind him, ready to spring. Their suits glowed faintly around their arms. Vox held out his hand, palm up. Energy gathered above it. Then we test it, he said. Static condensed into a bright field. Screen squares formed in the air, spinning, scanning. He was not attacking yet. He was probing. The energy reached for me, trying to read my nature, map my boundaries, tag my signature for his grid. I let it touch the surface of my presence. His skin hit the edge of what I was and stopped. The readings inside his systems would return nothing useful. No structure they could categorize. No hierarchy they understood. His screen face flickered. The noise around him cracked, sharp and distorted. What? He muttered. He pushed more power into the scan. The floating screens brightened, lines trying to force their way deeper. Inside, I felt a small amount of irritation. This was needless. I spoke. Stop. He did not stop. Fine. I lifted my left hand from the sword and opened my palm slightly. I did not raise it high. I did not take a stance. I just allowed a fragment of my strength to surface. White light flooded the air around my body. It did not spread far. It did not lash out. It simply occupied the space I already filled. Every screen in the room went black. The floating panels above Vox's hand shattered into harmless pixels and vanished. The static snapped off in a sharp break that made the air feel clean for a second. The glow in his attendants' suits cut off. Their visors blanked. Vox flinched as his own head display glitched. The cyan eyes on his screen scrambled into scrambled bars for an instant before he forced them back into shape. I spoke again, calm and final. You do not scan me. You do not claim me. You do not measure me. Your reach ends at this floor. Pressure rolled out from me in a tight, controlled wave. The tile under my feet did not crack, but the lines etched into it deepened. The walls shook once. The windows rattled in their frames. Vox's body bent forward. His feet slid slightly on the tile as his knees started to give. One of his attendants dropped outright, hands hitting the floor. Another grabbed the wall for support and failed to stay upright. The third gritted his teeth and collapsed to one knee. Vox fought to stay standing. His hands rose a few inches, as if he was pushing against a weight he could not see. The cyan eyes on his screen eyes flared, then dimmed. He trembled. Stop, he forced out. His voice broke through distortion. I did not. Not yet. He needed to understand. His legs bent further until one knee slammed into the tile. He dropped one hand to the floor, fingers scraping against stone. The sound was harsh and sharp. Charlie's breath hitched. She did not speak. She did not move in between. She watched with fear and a flicker of something else behind her eyes. Relief, maybe, or gratitude that she did not need to beg here. Alastair's grin had lost some of its curve. His eyes were sharp and focused. He did not move to stop anything. He only watched. Vaggie held her spear in a ready position but did not step forward. Her gaze stayed locked on Vox. Husker whispered a quiet curse. Angel Dust stared, mouth half open, cigarette forgotten between his fingers. Nifty hid a flinch behind her tiny hands but peeked through her fingers. I spoke, still calm. This building is not yours. This sector, inside these walls, is not yours. You have no authority here. You will not send envoys here to claim me again. You will not test me again. Each sentence pressed the air down a little harder. Vox's free hand balled into a fist. His voice came through thick static. You can't just carve out a dead zone in my grid. I already have, I said. His head dipped lower. His suit lights flickered, fighting to stay on. His attendants were fully down now, faces pressed to the floor, unable to rise. I let the silence hold for a few more seconds. Then I closed my hand. The pressure vanished. The air returned to normal. The hotel breathed again. The lights recovered their regular hum. Vox sucked in a breath. His screen face regained stable lines. A faint trace of fear passed across the simple drawn expression before he covered it with a crooked grin. He pushed himself up slowly until he was standing again. His movements were stiff, controlled. His attendants rose behind him in unsteady motions. One of them swayed. Vox stood in front of me and looked up. He did not step closer. You think this is over? He asked. His tone was quieter now. The noise around him stayed low. Yes, I said. He stared. The cyan lines of his eyes thinned. You have no idea what you've just done to my network. You will adapt, I said. Or you will break. I do not care which. You will keep your games outside this door. His hands flexed by his sides. You've cut a blind spot into my city. Yes, I said. He gave a rough, short laugh. Do you have any idea how much that bothers me? Yes, I said. That is why I did it. Alastair let out a soft chuckle at that, unable to hold it back. Vox's head snapped toward him for an instant, then back to me. He took in a slow breath and let it out. Fine, he said. You want your little dead area, keep it. You stand here, and you don't move into my world. You don't touch my lines. You stay in this building. You don't go hunting my assets. You don't walk into my towers. I did not ask for your permission, I said. I stated a fact. I am here. I am not joining you. You will not push this place. He gave a long look at the sword, at the floor, at the walls. Then at Charlie. You are making things complicated, princess, he said flatly. Charlie met his gaze. She was pale but steady. I'm not forcing you to come here, she said. If you don't like it, stay away. His screen face twitched. You think this stays neatly in your lobby? Heaven is already looking down. Overlords are already shuffling. Every move you make ripples through my numbers. Every bright little hope you hold up twists some sinner's choices and messes with projections. I'm okay with that, she said. He stared at her for a few seconds. There was confusion in the pause, mixed with annoyance. You're just like him, he said finally. You stand there and ignore the system. She blinked. I'm just trying to help people, she said. He looked at me one last time. His voice dropped to a cold tone. You stay out of my grid. I stay out of your hotel. If you step onto my lines and start doing that, he jerked his head toward the spot where he had been forced to his knee, we will be at war. And I will drag every overlord I can into it, just to see what you do. I will not step into your towers without cause, I said. But if you bring war to this door, you and yours will fall first. The air stayed flat. There was no threat display in my voice. It was a plain statement. He held my gaze and saw no give in it. Then he turned away. Come on, he snapped to his attendants. His tone was sharp again, but the tremor in it did not hide from my senses. We're done here. He walked to the door in quick, controlled strides. The attendants followed, still unsteady. He grabbed the handle, stopped, and looked back over his shoulder. Enjoy your blind spot, Morningstar, he said to Charlie. When the extermination hits, we'll see if your pet wall actually keeps the beams off your roof. Charlie's jaw clenched. He isn't my pet, she said. I spoke before Vox could respond. You will not call me that again. His hand tightened on the handle. The screen face glitched at the edges. He opened the door without a word and stepped out into the street. The static outside thickened for a few seconds as he moved away, bleeding into the nearby signs and screens. Then it settled back to the usual background. The doors shut. Silence filled the lobby. No one spoke for a moment. The memory of the pressure still lingered in the air. Angel Dust let out a low whistle. Holy shit, he said. His voice shook a little. You made Vox kneel. Husker poured himself a drink with a small, rough laugh. I'm keeping that image in my head for a while. Nifty bounced on her feet, nervous energy shaking through her small frame. He looked so mad, she said. I thought he was going to explode. Then he just went down. Vaggie lowered her spear, exhaling hard. She still watched the door as if expecting it to open again. Alastair turned his head slowly toward me. His smile was smaller now, but his eyes were bright. That was very satisfying, he said quietly. You made a very loud statement today. I spoke once, I said. Charlie moved closer to me, stopping at the same distance she always held. Close enough to feel my presence clearly, far enough that it did not overwhelm her. She looked up with a mix of fear, tension, and gratitude. Thank you, she said. Her voice was soft, slightly shaky. I didn't know how to handle him if he really tried something. He already did, I said. He tried to claim this place. He failed. She stared at the empty section of floor where Vox's knee had hit. Do you think he'll come back? No, I said. Not soon. He will talk from a distance. He will complain to others. But he will not cross this threshold again easily. Her shoulders lowered. She let out a long breath, some of the weight leaving her posture. Good, she said quietly. Vaggie looked at me, eyes still sharp. You didn't hold back much, she said. There was no accusation in it. Only observation. I did not need to, I said. He was warned. He ignored it. That was my answer. Alastair chuckled under his breath. You do not enjoy half measures, do you? I use only what is required, I said. That was still nothing close to full. That made them all go quiet again. Angel ran a hand through his hair, visibly unsettled. Remind me never to test full, he said. You will not, I said. He held up his hands in surrender. No argument here. Charlie took a step back, still watching me, expression full. The other overlords will hear about this, she said. This will spread fast, won't it? Yes, I said. Today, the story begins that an overlord walked into this hotel and left on one knee. Vaggie's mouth twitched into a brief, satisfied smile. Good, she said. Alastair turned toward the door, amusement back in his tone. The board will shift, he said. Some will be afraid. Some will be interested. Very few will be stupid enough to repeat his mistake. They can watch from outside, I said. I do not care. Charlie smiled a little at that. I just want them to leave the hotel alone, she said. If this keeps them from trying to use us, then I'm okay with it. I nodded once. It will. The lobby slowly returned to motion. Husker served himself another drink and then started wiping the bar again, more relaxed now. Nifty rushed off to check for cracks in the walls that did not appear. Angel fell back onto the couch with a heavy exhale and lit a fresh cigarette. Vaggie and Charlie walked toward the hallway, already quietly discussing how this encounter would affect future visitors. Alastair stayed where he was for a moment longer. He watched me with a thoughtful look. You know, he said, tone casual, you may have just done more for this hotel's safety than any contract Lucifer could write. I am not his contract, I said. I know, Alastair replied. That is what makes it effective. He grinned again, full and sharp, spun his cane once, and stepped into a ripple of static, leaving the lobby empty except for the usual staff and guests. I stood alone in the center again. Outside, the city reacted. Voices rose in the distance. Screens flickered with static that had nothing to do with my presence. Rumors began to form. They would settle into one simple truth: the hotel was a place where even an overlord could be forced down without a weapon being drawn. That was enough. I did not move. I kept my hand on the sword and watched the door. Chapter 10, Rules inside these walls. The hotel stayed quiet for a long time after Vox left. Noise returned slowly. Footsteps. Low conversation. Glasses touching the bar. The regular rhythm of this building came back piece by piece, but there was a new tension inside it. People kept glancing at the door. Then at me. Then away. I stood in the same place as always. My sword stayed in the tile, half buried, the hilt under my right hand. The light under my skin burned at the same steady strength. Inside, I felt something small. Approval. Not for the kneeling. For the silence that followed. No one argued. No one tried to justify Vox. No one asked me to be kinder. Charlie disappeared into the hallway with Vaggie after that encounter. Their voices carried faintly from one of the back rooms. The tone was tight. Serious. No shouting. Just fast, focused words. Husker poured himself 3 drinks across half an hour and said very little. Nifty cleaned the floor again in a jittery loop, even though there was no dirt. Angel Dust shifted positions on the couch and smoked in uneasy quiet. He watched the door without making many jokes. Time passed. I remained. After a while, the door to the back office opened. Charlie came out first, notebook hugged to her chest. Her hair was slightly messy from her fingers running through it. Vaggie walked behind her, arms folded, expression sharp and steady. Charlie's expression was serious. Not her usual bright mask. Something firmer. She walked straight toward me and stopped at the same point she always respected, close to the edge of my presence. She took a breath, looked up, and held my gaze. "I want rules," she said. Her voice was clear, with a faint tremor under it that she kept under control. "Firm rules. For inside this hotel." I nodded once. "State them." She glanced briefly at Vaggie, who gave a small, wordless nod of support, then looked back at me. "No overlord business in here," she said. "No deals. No contracts. No gang operations. No recruitment. No planning hits on people. No meetings that are actually threats. This place cannot become a side office for every power game out there." Her grip on the notebook tightened. "If anyone tries to use this building for that, I want them stopped. Immediately." Vaggie stepped up beside her. "That includes guests," she said. "If someone checks in and starts running jobs from their room for some asshole overlord, I want them kicked out. If they try to drag others into it, I want that cut off." "That matches what I already intend," I said. Charlie's shoulders loosened a little when she heard that. "I want it said out loud," she said. "So everyone hears it. So there is no confusion later." "Then gather them," I said. "I will speak." She gave a short nod, turned, and raised her voice toward the rest of the lobby. "Everyone." Husker looked up from the bar. Angel Dust lifted his head. Nifty stopped scrubbing mid-motion. The scattered demons at the tables turned. "Can you come here for a second?" she called. "This is important." There was some shuffling, a groan from Husker, a curse under Angel's breath, but they all moved closer. The little group formed again in front of me, not as tight as before, still keeping distance from the full weight of my presence. Alastair arrived without ceremony, stepping in from a corner with his usual faint static. His smile was relaxed, eyes bright. He joined the group as if he had been there the whole time. Charlie took a step forward so everyone could see her. "I'm putting some official rules in place for the hotel," she said. "We've already talked about behavior and basic expectations, but this is specific." She looked at me then. "Can you say it?" she asked quietly. "So they know this isn't negotiable." I shifted my focus to the gathered demons. "This building is not an extension of any overlord's territory," I said. My voice filled the lobby in an even tone. "No deals are made in these walls. No contracts are written, signed, or enforced here. No gang business is arranged here. No hits are planned here. No extortion is set up here." Angel Dust blew out smoke slowly, watching me with a wry tilt of his mouth. "If you are in this hotel," I continued, "you are not operating for another master. You are here as a guest or as staff. Not as an agent." One of the low-level demons near the back, a lanky sinner with a cheap jacket and shaking hands, raised his voice nervously. "What if I already owe someone?" he asked. "They expect me to keep doing runs. They don't care where I'm staying." "You can owe them outside," I said. "You cannot conduct their business inside. If they push you to ignore this rule, and you bring their work in here anyway, you will not be allowed to stay." His throat bobbed. "And if I don't do what they want outside, they'll kill me. I held his gaze. Then you will choose. You either stand under them or pursue what she offers here. Charlie winced slightly at the harshness but did not interrupt. Vaggie spoke, voice firm. We can't save everyone from every overboss and gang in this dump, she said. We can't escort you through every block. But we can control what happens inside. This has to be clean. Angel Dust raised his hand, expression mixed. Let me get this straight, he said. Say I'm on a contract. I come back here, I take a call, I talk business in the lobby. That breaks the rule. Yes, I said. What if I just check in with a client so they don't freak out, he asked. 5 minutes. No big plan. That is still business, I said. You do it outside. He clicked his tongue, annoyed, but he did not argue further. His eyes flicked briefly toward Charlie, then away. There was a trace of respect behind the irritation. Husker leaned on the bar. What about if some big shot tries to use a room to meet someone, he asked. They wave money or favors around. You know it'll happen. It will not succeed, I said. If an overlord or their representative attempts to arrange deals inside this building, they will leave. If they refuse, I will remove them. The lanky sinner near the back swallowed again. Remove how? Completely, I said. The answer settled over the room with clear weight. Charlie looked around at their faces and then back up at me. I want this enforced, she said. Even if they argue. Even if they throw a tantrum. Even if they say they'll take their money elsewhere. Even if they blame me. I don't want this place to turn into just another front for what's already out there. Her voice shook slightly on the last sentence. She forced it steady and kept her chin lifted. I will enforce it, I said. Without exception. Angel Dust sighed, exhaling smoke upward. Guess that means I gotta take my nasty calls outside, he muttered. Yes, I said. Nifty raised one hand eagerly. What about contracts on paper, she asked. If I see someone writing creepy scribbles with blood and weird pens, can I smack it out of their hands? Yes, I said. You will also tell me. I will destroy it. She smiled, sharp and excited. Okay. Vaggie lowered her voice slightly. And deals through screens? Vox types love remote tricks. We do not want that spreading inside. I glanced at the nearest mounted television. Its surface stayed dark. He will not reach in here again, I said. If any overlord attempts to run contracts or influence through devices in this building, I will cut the connection. If they persist, I will remove the device. Husker grunted. Try not to rip out my bar TV while you're at it. If it becomes a weapon, it will go, I said. He nodded once. Fair enough. Charlie hugged her notebook closer. I know these rules might make things harder for some of you, she said, looking at the group. A lot of you are tied up in bad situations already. I'm not blind to that. But if this place becomes just another branch office for the same people hurting you, then there's no point in it. The lanky sinner stared at the floor, jaw tight. Angel looked away with a slight frown. Some of the others shifted uneasily. I am not forcing you to stay, she continued, voice steady now. If this doesn't work for you, you can leave. I won't stop you. But if you stay, if you live here or work here, these rules matter. They keep things clear. They keep this place from turning into something else. Her words were simple. Not grand. Not dressed up. Straight. They landed. One demon at the edge of the group raised a hand halfway. If someone comes after us from outside because we cut business inside, he asked, will this place still be safe? I answered before she could. Yes. If they bring a fight to this door, they will not get past it. The demon looked at me, eyes wide. Even if it's an overlord? Yes, I said. Charlie smiled weakly at that. You already saw what happens when they try, she said. That brought a few uneasy nods. Alastair clapped his hands together once, tone light. There you have it, friends. No more deals in the dining area. No contracts on the couches. If you absolutely must sell your soul again, do it somewhere else. Nifty giggled. Husker snorted. Angel rolled his eyes. Vaggie exhaled and relaxed her arms a little. Meeting over, she said. You heard the rules. If I see you break them, I will drag you to him myself. The group began to disperse. Some muttered among themselves in low tones. Some went back to their seats. Some lingered, still processing. Charlie stayed in front of me. She lowered her voice once the others were out of immediate earshot. I know I'm asking a lot, she said quietly. You've already scared off 2 overlords just by existing here. Now I'm making you the enforcer for my rules on top of that. You are not making me, I said. I chose to stand here. I will keep this place clear. It aligns with your purpose and mine. She gave a small, tired smile. I'm glad you see it that way. Inside, I felt a faint warmth in response to that. I did not show it outwardly. Vaggie stepped beside her. You sure you're okay with what this means? She asked me, serious. There will be pushback. Not from the big ones at first. From smaller sharks. Gang captains. Contract runners. They will test the line. They can test it once, I said. Not twice. Something in her posture eased at that. Good, she said. They moved away then to continue their planning. The rules had been spoken. Now they would be tested. It did not take long. The first test came that same evening. The lobby had settled into a late-day rhythm. Some guests sat at tables with drinks. Angel leaned over the bar, talking at Husker, who grunted responses when he felt forced. Nifty cleaned the baseboards again. Charlie and Vaggie were in the back, checking basement supplies. I sensed a thread of intent in one of the guests. He was a short, broad-shouldered sinner with a heavy jacket and a cracked horn. He had been quiet for days, sitting in corners, listening more than speaking. Outwardly, he looked tame enough. His eyes gave him away. They kept drifting to the doors and the windows, counting exits. He left the lobby and went up the stairs. A few minutes later, I felt a shift in the upper hall wiring. A ripple of outside influence tried to slip through a thin channel. Not full overlord power. A small contract line. Very narrow. Very specific. He was in one of the rooms with the door shut. He had taken out a compact device he had hidden in his sleeve. It buzzed at a frequency others would have missed. Its power signature carried the imprint of an outside boss. Not one of the major overlords. A mid-tier gang lord, but still leaning on Vox's network underlayer. The device was opening a direct connection. Negotiation. Deal building. Inside the hotel. I pulled my sword from the tile. The sound was clean. Metal against stone, a clear, firm slide. Heads turned in the lobby. Husker paused mid-wipe. Angel's smirk faded. Nifty looked up, eyes wide. I stepped toward the stairs. Each footfall was solid and steady. The air shifted around me. The conversations in the lobby cut off one by one. I walked up to the second floor. The room was 3 doors down from the landing. The closed door pulsed faintly with the stolen network current. I reached it and stopped. Inside, the sinner's voice came in a low murmur. Yeah, I'm here. place is protected as hell. Nobody looks twice at a room door. We can run meetings out of here easy if we... I raised my hand and pressed my palm flat to the wood. The current inside cut off. The device sparked once, overloaded by the sudden wall. The connection burned out. The trace of the outside boss flickered and vanished. There was a yelp from inside the room. A muttered curse. A thud of something dropped. I dropped my hand, then lifted it and struck the door once with my knuckles. The wood rattled. "Open," I said. My voice carried through the hallway and the room both. There was a scramble. Feet. A drawer closing. Something slid under a mattress in a rush. Then the knob turned slowly. The sinner opened the door a crack. His eyes were wide, pupils small. He said. "Everything okay?" I looked down at him. "No." I pushed the door open the rest of the way with one hand. "Not hard. Just enough." He stumbled back a step. The room was simple. Bed. Small closet. Nightstand. There was a faint smell of burnt plastic. The compact device lay half under the bed, still smoking at the edges. I walked in. The air around the device bent away from my presence. The sinner put his hands up quickly. "I wasn't doing anything crazy," he said fast. "Just checking in. I swear. Just a quick update." "You attempted to open a line to your boss," I said. "You plan to use this room for his work." He swallowed hard. "He expects reports. If I go dark too long, he sends people." I was just reassuring him I'm alive. "That's it." "You did it here," I said. "After the rules were spoken." "I can't just disappear," he said. His voice pitched up in fear. "He'll think I jumped ship and he'll put a price on my head." I thought if I kept him calm, he'd leave this place alone. I stepped past him and reached down. I picked up the device between two fingers. It sparked faintly, then went dead as my light passed through it. I closed my hand. The plastic casing crumbled. The metal folded in on itself, compressed into a dense, blackened shard. I let that fall to the floor. The sinner watched, face pale. "This building is not a shield you can use to work for him safely," I said. "If you want his protection, you go back to him and accept his demands. If you come here, you do not bring his tasks inside." He shook his head repeatedly. "He's not going to just let me walk away. You don't understand. I owe him. I owe a list. I walk and he'll send people to carve interest into me." "I understand," I said. "You still choose." Tears threatened at the edges of his eyes. "You're just going to make me pick and then leave me to get torn apart." "If he comes here," I said, "and tries to drag you out or hurt this place, I will end him. If you meet him outside and he kills you when you refuse, that is between you and him." The sinner stared at me like I had struck him. "That's not much of a choice." "It is more than you had," I said. He looked at the destroyed device. Then at my sword. Then at me. Slight anger mixed into his fear now. "You talk big because you're impossible to touch," he said. "You're not the one down there dodging knives and beams in the street." "Correct," I said. "I am the one at this boundary. That is what I guard." He laughed once, bitter. "Figures." I did not move. "You will not try this again in any room here," I said. "If you do, you will leave. You will not return. Do you understand?" His shoulders slumped. "Yeah," he muttered. "I get it." I stepped back toward the door. "You can stay," I said. "If you obey the rule." He hesitated. "And if he comes?" "I already answered," I said. I left the room. When I stepped out into the hallway, I saw Charlie and Vaggie at the top of the stairs, watching. They had come up quietly during the exchange. Charlie's eyes were damp at the corners. She wiped them quickly before I reached them. "That was rough," she said softly. "It was necessary," I said. Vaggie exhaled, some tension leaving her face. "He did try to open the line," she said. "I felt the shift too. If you let that slide once, everyone would have taken it as permission." "Yes," I said. Charlie bit her lip. "Do you think he'll stay?" "I do not know," I said. "That is his decision." She nodded slowly. "At least he knows the line is real now." "Yes," I said. We went back downstairs. Word spread fast among the residents. Later, I heard fragments of conversation. "He crushed the device right in his hand," someone said. "He told him to pick a side," someone else whispered. "He said if the boss comes here, he dies." The meaning was clear to them. So were the consequences. Over the next 2 days, I sensed 3 more attempts at small deals starting inside the hotel. One was a card game that turned into a debt structure. One was a whispered plan at a table for a robbery route, something they wanted to set up and then flee back here to hide. One was an actual scrap of contract paper pulled from a coat pocket by a nervous demon near the hallway. Each time, I stepped in. Each time, I spoke once. Each time, I either destroyed the link or tore the contract. No one kept arguing after the second sentence. The hotel's atmosphere shifted. Slowly, but it shifted. Conversations inside became more about schedules, chores, drills, and small personal complaints instead of plans to move contraband, hit rival bars, or pull in more addicts. Outside, those same plans still grew in alleys and hidden basements. But they stopped at the door. In the evenings, Charlie walked the lobby with calmer shoulders. She still worried. I could see it in the way she twisted the corner of her jacket when she thought no one was looking. She still doubted her own reach sometimes. But she did not doubt the rules now. One night, near closing, she came to stand beside me. The lobby was mostly empty. Angel had gone out. Husker was cleaning glasses. Nifty was turned toward the hallway, folding cloth. Vaggie sat near the stairs, reviewing a list. Charlie stared ahead at the door and spoke without looking up. "You haven't complained once," she said quietly. "There is nothing to complain about," I said. "I'm asking you to be a wall for something I decided," she said. "Over and over. Every time someone tries to test it." "That is what I am," I said. She glanced up at me with a small, tired smile. "You really are, hey?" "Yes," I said. Her smile grew a little. "Thank you," she said. "For not bending." Inside, something warm moved again. I let it settle without changing my stance. "You are welcome," I said. She laughed under her breath, then straightened and went back to work. The rules were simple. No overlord business inside. No deals. No contracts. No exceptions. I enforced them. The hotel held. Chapter 11, Street Without Kings. The hotel felt heavier, but calmer. The rules were in place. No overlord business. No deals. No contracts. No one had forgotten them. The small attempts had stopped after I crushed the last device and ripped the last scrap of paper. I stood in the lobby with my sword resting tip down in the tile. My hand lay on the hilt. The light under my skin stayed steady. Charlie moved between the front desk and the staircase, checking lists for the next drill. Her expression was focused. The nervous edge from before had softened into simple tension. Vaggie walked with her, pointing at names, editing groups, muttering about which idiots would panic if placed near the stairs. Angel Dust lay stretched along a couch, one arm thrown over the back, a cigarette in his hand. He complained about boredom to Husker every few minutes. Husker grumbled back without putting much effort into his words. Nifty scrubbed small invisible marks off the walls. The city outside muttered in the distance. Voices carried through the windows now and then. Engines. Distant shouting. The usual sound. Then the pattern changed. Power gathered in one direction. Not just one source. 3 Overlord-level signatures moved through the district together. Each one heavy. Each one distinct. They were not hiding themselves. Their auras pushed ahead of them and down into the ground. I felt Vox first. His static was sharper than before, more focused. It wrapped around signal lines in a tight grip. He was angry and precise now, not just loud. With him came another weight. Velvet. Her presence was bright and restless, full of irritation and cruel curiosity. She moved in short, punching bursts. The third was thick, warm, filthy. Valentino. His aura crawled. It rolled through the streets in lazy coils. It carried the imprint of drugs, chains, and forced obedience. They came together. My grip on the sword tightened slightly. Inside, that crawling signature stirred something cold in me. I remembered Angel's future with him. I remembered the scenes that would never be shown fully but were clear enough in implication. I looked at the couch. Angel did not sense it yet. He was still talking about some club. Charlie stiffened in the middle of a sentence. Her head turned toward the door. "Did you feel that?" she asked quickly. "Yes," I said. My voice was low but clear. Vaggy's wings tensed. "More overlords," she muttered. "Plural. Great." Husker froze halfway through drying a glass. He looked up at the door with open frustration. "What now?" Alastair's static appeared in the air near the wall before the door even opened. He stepped out from a shadowed corner, smile wide and eyes bright. "Ah," he said lightly, "it seems the main cast decided to visit in person." Angel sat up suddenly. "Main cast," he repeated. "What do you?" The power signatures reached the street in front of the building. Angel's words cut off. His eyes widened. The cigarette slipped from his fingers and fell to the floor. His usual smirk vanished. His voice dropped to a near whisper, full of shock and anger. "No. No, no, no. You have got to be kidding me." He knew that aura. He knew it too well. I turned toward the doors. "Stay away from the entrance," I said. The sentence came out flat, firm. It left no room for question. Angel flinched, snapped out of the first freeze, and scrambled off the couch. His hands shook. He wiped them on his thighs and backed away from the doors without a joke. He moved to the side, half behind a pillar. His expression was tight and ugly. Charlie's eyes flicked between him and the entrance. Worry rose in her expression, but she obeyed. She moved back from the door and stood near the front desk. Vaggy came with her, spear already in her hand. Husker stayed behind the bar. Nifty hid behind a chair back, peeking over the top with wide eyes. Alastair stayed where he was, near the wall, amused and alert. I pulled my sword from the tile. The steel slid free with a clean sound. I rested it against my shoulder. The front doors did not open yet. The overlords stopped outside. I felt them standing close together, their auras pressing against each other without mixing. They were facing the building. They wanted me to come out. I stepped forward. Each step landed with a small, solid sound. When I reached the door, I did not open it at once. I paused, then pushed both doors outward at the same time and walked through. Heat and red light washed over me. The street lay open. The hotel's steps dropped down to cracked pavement. Across from us, the opposite buildings stood under flickering neon. Demons lined the sidewalks in both directions, pressed back against walls and doorways, watching. They had cleared space. No one stood in the middle of the street. That space was held by 3 figures. Vox stood on the left. His suit was sharper than before. The lines on his screen face were tight and focused. Static buzzed around him in a narrow field. Several floating camera drones hovered near his shoulders, lenses pointed toward the hotel. Velvet stood just to his right, chewing gum, hands on her hips. She wore a fashionable jacket full of hard edges and glowing stripes. Her eyes were bright and annoyed. A small cube-shaped device floated near her, projecting faint icons. Valentino stood on the other side, coat open, chest marked with harsh designs. Cigarette smoke curled around his face. His eyes glowed a deep pink. Chains hung from his outfit, moving with each easy step he took. Behind him clustered a few of his workers and goons, all dressed in flashy, cheap outfits, faces nervous. When I stepped out and stopped at the top of the stairs, all 3 looked at me. Vox's screen face tilted slightly. "There he is," he said. The sound came out through his speakers with a slight distortion under it. Velvet's lip curled. "So that's the glowing statue everyone keeps whining about." Valentino's gaze ran from my feet to my head. He smirked. "Big, shiny, and rude to the locals," he said. "Someone needed to say hello." I stayed still. The hotel entrance and the entire front wall remained at my back. "You came together," I said. My voice spread across the street and into the gathered crowd. "You bring your noise to this door." Vox gave a sharp little laugh. "You kneecap my signal footprint, humiliate one of my overlords in front of his own minions, and carve a blind spot into the city in the middle of my network. That tends to get attention. You stepped on my empire, sugar," Valentino added with an easy tone. "You stepped on Vox's empire. You shook the board. You think that's small?" Velvet blew a bubble and popped it with her teeth. "You screwed with the metrics. Syndication feeds. Fear indexes. The fun stuff. Do you know how many anxious calls I've had to block?" "Good," I said. Vox's screen glitched at the edges. "You think this is a joke?" "No," I said. "I think this is simple. You are here to pressure this building and its ruler. I am here to stop you." At my back, I felt Charlie's presence just inside the doors. She had not stepped out. Her aura trembled slightly, but she held herself there. Vaggie stood with her, spear ready, body between Charlie and the street. Alastair's static hummed from inside, amused and sharp. The crowd on the sidewalks whispered. My hearing caught fragments. "That's Vox. Valentino. Velvet. All 3. He made Vox kneel last time. Is this an overlord war?" Vox stepped forward to the very edge of the clear street. His drones floated closer, pointing at me. "Here's how this is going to go," he said. "You're sitting in one of my primary sectors. You've crushed my readings. You've forced me to reroute whole streams around a dead block. Overlords can't see what happens in that building on any of our feeds. That is not acceptable." I watched him. "I do not care what you accept." He continued anyway. "We're not leaving a blind spot in the middle of the grid. You will either retract that suppression and let the flow resume, or you will answer to all of us." His hand swept toward Valentino and Velvet. Valentino flicked ash toward the street. "You scared one fool on one day," he said. "Cute. You push your weight around once. Now you're facing more. You keep pushing, you make enemies who actually plan ahead." Velvet stepped forward, Her eyes glowed brighter. "You're sitting in my content lane," she said. "Overlords are talking about this hotel more than my own drops. That pisses me off. I'm not sharing the city's attention with some faceless lump and a princess with a charity complex." I let them finish. Then I spoke. "This street," I said, "and this building behind me, are no longer your hunting ground. Your grid does not cross this doorway. Your chains do not cross this doorway. Your cameras do not cross this doorway. No overlord steps into this hotel again." The crowd murmured, louder now. Vox's drones blinked rapidly. "You're cutting us out of an entire block." "Yes," I said. "You will not operate here." Valentino laughed. The sound was low and unpleasant. "You think you can drag an entire district out of our hands because you glow?" "Yes," I said. He gave me a long, assessing look. "You've got a voice on you, big guy. I'll give you that." Behind him, Angel shifted behind the pillar. His breathing changed. It sped up. He watched Valentino with hate and fear mixed in his gaze. His hands shook. He pressed his lips together hard, forcing himself not to make a sound. I saw it. I kept my focus on the street. Vox lifted both hands. Static rippled outward. The screens on the surrounding buildings all lit at once. His face appeared on them, along with images of the street, the hotel, and me. The cameras near his shoulders adjusted to frame me straight on. He began to broadcast. "This is a public matter now," he said. His voice boomed from multiple directions. "Unknown entity. Unknown power. Disrupting overlord systems. Altering territory lines without pact or war." He looked straight at me. "Last chance. You release the block on my lines, pull in your aura, and accept oversight. Or we escalate." I answered. "No." I opened my hand. Power moved. The white light from under my skin rose, slow and controlled. It did not flare. It did not burst. It simply filled the space around my body and spread a short distance into the street. The screens on every building within sight went dark at the same moment. Vox's own broadcast froze. His face vanished from the walls. His drones crashed out of the air, falling to the pavement with dead lenses. The static around him broke off in a flat cut. The only sound left was the low wind and the breaths of the demons watching. Vox stared at me. His screen face glitched again, worse this time. For a second, his usual composed eyes warped into jagged shapes before he forced them back. He started. "You will not use this block for your show," I said. "Your system ends here." Valentino's aura swelled. The air grew warmer around him. He took a few slow steps closer, the tip of his shoe hitting the first crack in the center of the street. "You act like a king," he said. "Throwing rules down. Closing streets. Telling overlords where they can and can't walk. That makes you a contender whether you want it or not." "I am not your king," I said. "I am your wall." Velvet scoffed. "You talk like this is just some hobby for you." "It is not," I said. "It is my nature. I stand at boundaries. You have reached this one." Valentino smiled wider. "I want to see how far that nature goes." He pushed his aura outward. It rolled toward me in a thick wave. It tried to seep into the steps, the door behind me, the windows. It carried the urge to sink hooks into the weak. It smelled of smoke, sweat, and chemicals. I let it reach the base of the stairs. Then I pressed down. I did not swing my sword. I did not raise my hand. I did not step forward. I just allowed more of my strength to settle into the ground in front of the hotel. The pavement between us brightened. No flame. No cracking. Only a visible glow under the stone, a white line spreading from one side of the street to the other. Valentino's aura hit that line and stopped. It did not cross. It pressed and slid but did not pass. His smile shrank. He pushed harder. The glow in his eyes intensified. His followers behind him flinched as the pressure in the air increased. Nothing changed at the line. I spoke again. This is the boundary. You will not cross it in force. If you try, you will fall. Valentino's teeth showed. Big words. I let the weight increase. The light under the pavement grew brighter. The air pressed down across the entire open street. Only the sidewalk edges and the hotel behind me stayed stable. Valentino's workers dropped to their knees first. Their bodies could not resist. They grabbed at collars and chains, gasping. Velvet staggered back a step. She caught herself but her eyes went wide. The cube near her shoulder sparked and blinked out. She nearly bit her tongue, then cursed under her breath. Vox's feet slid an inch. His posture tightened. The edges of his screen blurred. Valentino's knees buckled next. He took one more step out of pride, then one leg folded and hit the pavement. He caught himself on one hand, growling low. The crowd on the sidewalks trembled. Those closest to the street backed away until their backs hit walls. I watched the three overlords. Their auras flared and fought the pressure. I did not let them win. I did not collapse them fully. I just held them there. This block, I said, my voice carrying over the strain and breathing, is no longer yours. You do not claim it. You do not run operations here. You do not send collectors here. You do not use it for content. You do not use it for deals. You stay out. Vox's fingers curled. His arms shook slightly. You're making enemies you can't track, he said, strained. I do not need to track you, I said. You will stay away, or you will come here and break against this line until you do. Velvet spat onto the ground, face twisted. You're insane. No, I said. I am clear. Valentino lifted his head. His smile was gone now. His eyes burned with rage and calculation. You're really not giving an inch, hey? Yes, I said. He stared at me. Then his arms loosened a fraction. He laughed once, short and humorless. Fine. He let his aura withdraw from the line. The air eased slightly around him. Vox stayed tense. You think we're just going to walk off and pretend this place isn't a problem? Yes, I said. You will talk. You will complain. You will plan. But you will not stand here again in force. You felt what that costs you. I let the pressure remain for 3 more breaths, then released it. The glow under the pavement faded. The heaviness thinned. The air returned to its normal weight. Valentino pushed himself to his feet in one rough motion. He dusted off his coat as if that would erase what happened. He did not look back at his kneeling workers. Velvet straightened, rolling her shoulders. She avoided looking directly at the ground where her own knees had almost hit. Vox rose fully, but the edges of his screen face still trembled. He stared at me. You have turned a central street into a dead zone, he said slowly. No signal. No influence. No overlords. Just you and a princess with a dream. Yes, I said. His hands clenched once at his sides. Then he pointed at me. You are a walking error, he said. They will see it from above. They already do, I said. His screen face twisted with a static snarl for a second, then reset to a narrow-eyed glare. He turned sharply on his heel. Move, he snapped to his attendants. They scrambled up and followed him, limping slightly. Velvet gave me a long, angry stare, then shoved her hands into her pockets. "Whatever," she said. "Rot in your little dark patch." She walked away after Vox. Valentino lingered one more moment. He looked past me, toward the doors, toward the shadow of the lobby behind the glass. His eyes paused where Angel hid by the pillar. Angel's hands clenched. His teeth bared. Valentino smirked, tried to send a silent message with his eyes, then turned his head back to me. "Enjoy the quiet while it lasts," he said. "Yes," I said. He chuckled, low, and walked off after the others, coat swaying. His workers followed, heads low. The three overlords moved down the street together. Their auras retreated with them, still strong, still dangerous, but no longer pressing here. The demons on the sidewalk stared at their backs, then at me, then at the hotel. I turned and walked back up the stairs. The doors swung inward as I approached. I stepped through and stopped just inside. The lobby was silent. Charlie stood a few paces back, hands gripping the front of her jacket. Her face was pale, but her eyes were set. Vaggie held her spear in a relaxed grip now. Husker leaned on the bar, staring. Nifty clung to the back of a chair, pupils large. Angel Dust was still near the pillar. His breathing was uneven. His eyes were furious and shaken. I slid my sword back into the floor. The tip sank into the tile with a soft, final sound. I removed my hand from the hilt and returned it to my side. Charlie took a small step closer. "You just told three overlords this whole street is off limits," she said. Her voice was steady, but her fingers trembled. "Yes," I said. Her mouth tugged into a small, disbelieving smile. "And they left?" "Yes," I said. Vaggie let out a harsh breath and lowered her spear. "They didn't challenge it," she said. "They pushed, they tested, and then they backed off." "They felt the cost," I said. "They will not pay it twice for one block." Husker poured himself a drink with a shaky hand. "You've just made this the safest, most dangerous address in the city," he said. "All at the same time." "That was already true," I said. Nifty bounced once, nervous and excited. "They all looked so mad," she said. "I thought they were going to start blowing things up, but then they just bent." "They did not bend," I said. "They retreated." "That is different." Alastair walked forward from the wall, cane tapping lightly on the floor. His smile was wide, his eyes full of sharp interest. "You truly have no intention of playing their game," he said. "I already said I do not," I said. He laughed softly. "Yes. And you proved it." Charlie's shoulders eased slowly. "This block belongs to no one now," she said. "Except us." "It belongs to no overlord," I said. "You run your hotel. That is all." She smiled at that, small but real. "That's enough for me." Behind the pillar, Angel swallowed hard. He finally stepped out into view. His usual sway was gone. His posture was stiff. He did not look at me at first. He looked at the doors. At the street beyond them. At the place where Valentino had stood. Then he looked at me. His voice came out rough. "You're not going to let him walk in here, ever." "No," I said. "He comes to the door," Angel said, "you'll knock him down again." "Yes," I said. Something in his face eased. The anger stayed. The fear stayed. But a tight line in his brow loosened. His shoulders dropped a fraction. "Good," he said quietly. He walked away toward the bar without another word. Charlie watched him go with sad eyes, then looked back at me. "You did more than just protect the hotel," she said softly. "I protected the boundary," I said. Her mouth twitched at that. She gave a small nod. We'll keep the rules inside, she said. You keep the street clear outside. Yes, I said. The hotel's residents went back to motion slowly. The world outside had changed. The overlords would talk. They would scheme. They would attack other places. They would not stand together on this street again. This block now hung outside their web. No feed. No deals. No kings. Only a hotel, its strange staff, its nervous residents, and the guardian at the door. I stood in the center of the lobby, hand resting on the sword, and waited for the next move from above. Chapter 12, Street Without Kings. I stood in the lobby. My sword was in the floor, the tip buried in the tile. My hand rested on the hilt. My light stayed steady. The hotel moved in its usual pattern. Charlie sat at the front desk, a pencil in her hand and her notebook open. She tapped the pencil against the paper as she read through names and notes. Her brow was furrowed. She mumbled under her breath when she found something she did not like and erased it. Vaggie leaned against the side of the desk with her arms folded, reading the list from over Charlie's shoulder. She pointed at a line. He panicked last time, she said flatly. Put him closer to the stairs. If he freezes again, I can kick him down them. Charlie sighed and corrected the names. We're not kicking anyone, she said. We're helping them move faster. If they stall, I'm kicking them, Vaggie answered. Husker wiped down the bar, moving slower than needed. He looked tired but awake. He muttered curses at a glass that did nothing to him. Nifty hung from the side of a pillar, stretching to dust a corner of the ceiling with a rag in one hand. These drills are good, she said cheerfully. Nobody bumped into me last time. They almost did, but they didn't. Angel Dust lay across a couch, one leg over the back, arms behind his head. He balanced a cigarette between his lips and stared at the ceiling. I'm telling you, we're gonna drill so much the exterminators are gonna get bored and go somewhere else, he said lazily. That is not how it works, I said. He glanced over at me, smirk weak. Yeah, I know. Just saying. Outside, the street was quiet. No overlord aura touched this block now. Their presence moved around it, not through it. Their underlings walked the edges and then turned away, choosing other routes. Their eyes went to the hotel sign, then down to the pavement. They had learned. The rumor had spread. A block where 3 overlords had been forced to kneel. A building where an unknown power stood at the door. They would not forget. The city still roared beyond that invisible circle, but here, there was space. I felt the change in that space during the late hours of the day, when the sky outside was a deeper red and the lights of the signs had already turned on. A new presence entered the district. It moved differently from Vox, Valentino, and Velvet. It did not pulse or flash. It slid. Calm. Controlled. Old. Its weight was heavy but even. It did not throw power around for show. It carried it like something normal. An overlord. Not one I had met here yet. But I knew the signature. Carmilla Carmine. Cold and direct. Her influence did not trail cheap noise. It sat deep. She had her own networks, separate from Vox. Her reach fell over gangs and supply chains. She was not here when the show began, but she existed in the world. Her presence now fit what I remembered of her. She did not walk alone. Her followers marched with her. I felt rows of bodies. Dozens. Maybe more. Their power signatures were organized. They kept formation. Their weapons carried charge. She did not move at the edges. She headed straight toward the hotel. Charlie's pencil stopped tapping. She lifted her head, sensing enough to know something serious was coming, even if she could not identify who. You feel that too, right? She asked. Yes, I said. Vaggie pushed off the desk and gripped her spear. Another overlord. Yes, I said. With an army. Husker swore under his breath and set the glass down. For fuck's sake. Angel's posture changed. He sat up on the couch, hand dropping from behind his head. Which one now? He asked. We doing Overlord of the Day events. Carmilla Carmine, I said. Angel's face shifted. Surprise, then unease. She doesn't move without a reason, he muttered. She's not a loud type. This is bad. Nifty slid down the pillar and hid half her body behind it, peeking out toward the door. I pulled my sword from the floor. The steel came free in an easy motion. The sound carried through the lobby. The demons present went quiet. Stay away from the entrance, I said. My tone did not rise. It did not need to. Charlie nodded at once. Okay, she said. She stepped back from the lobby center and moved behind the desk without arguing. Her hands shook when she picked up her notebook again, but she set it down and stood straight. Vaggie moved with her and stopped between Charlie and the door, spear pointed downward, ready. Angel stood and moved to stand off to the side, behind one of the thicker pillars where he could see but not be seen easily from the street. He looked tense but not frozen. Husker stayed behind the bar, reaching for a bottle more out of habit than intent. Nifty stayed behind her pillar, eyes wide. Alastair's static tingled at the edge of the room. He stepped out from the wall again, as though it had never been solid. His smile was wide, his eyes sharp. We seem to be popular this week, he said lightly. I walked to the door and pushed it open. Heat and street noise moved in. I stepped outside and let the doors swing partly shut behind me. The street was not empty this time. Carmilla stood in the center of it, several paces away from the base of the hotel stairs. She wore a long coat and high collar, dark and clean. Her hair was neat, her eyes cold and steady. Her aura sat around her like a dense field, quiet but strong. Behind and to the sides of her, rows of demons stood in formation. Their outfits were uniform. Many carried guns charged with hell's energy, blades with infernal edges, or chained weapons that pulsed with power. Their lines extended down the street, a block in each direction. They had not stepped into the bright zone I had marked under the pavement. They stood just outside it. Carmilla's gaze fixed on me as soon as I emerged. She did not look up at the sign. She did not look at the building. She looked only at me. She spoke in a level tone. So you are the one who cut a street out of Hell's order. I removed overlords from this block, I said. She took one step forward, staying outside the invisible line. You forced Vox, Valentino, and Velvet to retreat together, she said. That shook the city. You did it without a war. No siege. No army. Just yourself. That is unusual. Yes, I said. I do not care about their pride, she said. I care about the structure around them. You rip a piece out of that. You change how things flow. That affects my work. Your work does not concern me, I said. Only what you bring here. Her eyes narrowed slightly. I am not a child overlord, she said. I do not throw tantrums because one street is hard to touch. I came to see the limit of what you think you can declare. My limit is the boundary I stand at, I said. You reached it. You will not cross it. Her gaze flicked briefly toward the hotel doors, then back to me. You stand in front of a small structure run by a hopeful princess, she said. You are not a local. You are not tied to our systems. You have no seat. No tenure. No history. And yet you draw lines that cut through Overlord sectors. Yes, I said. She tilted her head. You are not interested in territory for its own sake, she said. You are interested in the space behind you. Yes, I said. She watched me silently for a few seconds. Then she turned her head slightly. Advance 10 paces, she ordered. Her army obeyed without question. 10 steps forward. 10 measured, controlled paces from each row. They moved as one. No gaps. No shouts. Only the heavy sound of boots and feet. The front line hit the edge of my boundary. The pavement under them glowed at once. Their steps stopped as if the stone under their soles had turned into something solid beyond hard. Their bodies froze mid-motion. Carmela's eyes flicked down. She frowned. You did not move, she said. I do not need to move to stop them, I said. She nodded once. That is what I came to measure. She lifted her hand. Power gathered in her palm, dark and dense. It did not flare outward. It sharpened into a focused spear of energy and shot toward my chest. I did not raise my sword. I did not lift my hand. The spear reached the edge of my aura and unraveled into dust. The fragments fell away and vanished before they hit the ground. Her expression did not change much. Her eyes only narrowed another fraction. Again, she said. She raised both hands this time. A ring of energy appeared around her, then condensed into a wide blast aimed at the stairs, the door, and the wall behind me. I let it come. It hit my presence and flattened, then folded inward until it was a tight sphere the size of my fist. I turned my wrist, and the sphere broke apart without sound. Her soldiers shifted uneasily. Some grips tightened on weapons. One swallowed hard. Carmilla watched. She spoke calmly. So. You are not bluffing. No, I said. You declared this street free of us, she said. No overlord, no show, no deal. That is a heavy statement. Yes, I said. You did it without asking, she said. Yes, I said. She looked at me in silence for a full 10 seconds. Her army waited behind her. The watchers along the sidewalks waited too, pressed back into shadows and doorways. Then she moved her hand again. Advance, she said to her soldiers. Full line. Cross the block. They did not hesitate. Training overrode fear. The front line tried to step into the bright patch of pavement. The second line followed. The third prepared to move. They expected some resistance, but not complete failure. I let them put their will into it. I let them push their weight into the attempt. Then I imposed mine. The light under their feet grew stronger. My presence dropped fully into the street. Every soldier on the block went to the ground at once. No blast. No sound. No broken bones. Their legs lost strength. Their weapons slipped from their fingers. Some fell forward. Some fell to their knees. Some hit back first. Every one of them dropped. Their power signatures flickered and collapsed into a stunned, locked state. They were alive. They were conscious. They could see. They could not move anything below their necks. The street went still. Carmela's jaw tightened a fraction. Her aura flared, but she did not fall. She was stronger than any of them. She stayed on her feet. Her eyes focused on me, cold and sharp. You disabled an entire formation without taking a step, she said. Yes, I said. She looked at the fallen troops, then back at me. If I order them to keep trying, will anything change? No, I said. If I keep attacking, will you escalate? Yes, I said. You will not enjoy the result. She held my gaze. Her aura tested the line once more. The light under the pavement stayed where it was, firm. She clicked her tongue once in irritation. It was a small sound. Her voice stayed level. You are not bluffing. You are not posturing. You have no intention of compromise. Yes, I said. She lowered her hand. Enough, she said quietly. I released a fraction of the weight on the street. Her soldiers sucked in collective breaths. Movement slowly returned to their limbs. They pushed themselves up on shaking arms, legs unsteady. Carmilla turned halfway toward them. Stand, she ordered. They struggled to obey. None of them moved forward this time. She returned her attention to me. You are not interested in ruling hell, she said. You are not building a faction. You are not hunting us. You are only cutting off this block. Yes, I said. She exhaled once through her nose. Then this is a bad investment. Her tone stayed cool. There was anger under it, but it did not control her. You will not extend this line again, she said. Not into my districts. I answered without pause. If you bring your force or your chains to this door again, I will. She stared at me. The air around her grew colder. You do not threaten me. I am not threatening you, I said. I am describing what will happen. The watching demons on the sidewalks held their breaths. She did not argue for long. She was not stupid. She had tested. She had seen. Her shoulders relaxed a fraction. Her chin lifted. Then we have clarity, she said. You stand here. You cut this block from our reach. You respond to force with force. But you do not leave your post to hunt us. Yes, I said. Then you are a problem, she said. But a contained one. I did not answer that. She turned to her troops. We are done here, she said. They pulled themselves fully to their feet, still unsteady, and began to fall back in formation. Some limped. Some clutched at their weapons with trembling hands. Not one looked eager to repeat the attempt. The crowd at the edges parted for them. No one jeered. No one laughed aloud. The fear in the air was too heavy for that. Carmilla looked at me one last time. You have cost me time and effort, she said. I will not waste more on this block. She did not ask for a truce. She did not offer warning. She did not try to save face with extra words. She simply turned and walked away. Her aura withdrew with each step. Her soldiers followed, rows slowly tightening as they recovered. When they left the district, their weight faded from my immediate sense. The street in front of the hotel went quiet again. I turned and walked back inside. The doors closed behind me. The lobby was still. Charlie stood near the desk, hands flat on the surface. Her knuckles were white. Her face was tense. When she saw me, she let out a breath she had held too long. Vaggie lowered her spear slowly. Husker stared at me and then at the doors. So that's 4, he said. 4 overlords who walked up and then backed off. Yes, I said. Nifty's eyes sparkled with nervous energy. They all went down in a row, she said quickly. Like she stopped herself, caught the rule in time, and corrected. They all went down at the same time. Yes, I said. Alastair stepped forward a little, his smile unchanged. Carmilla is not one to embarrass herself willingly, he said. She will spread a very specific story about today. Yes, I said. She will tell others this block is not worth the cost. Angel stepped out from behind the pillar, arms crossed tight across his chest. So that's it, he asked. They send a whole squad, you drop them, she taps out, and this place just stays, cut off. Yes, I said. He stared at me for a second, then huffed out a breath and looked away. His shoulders were stiff, but his jaw was slightly less tight. Charlie pulled her hands back from the desk and turned to face me fully. She isn't coming back, is she? She asked. No, I said. Not with force. She tested. She saw. She will spend her energy elsewhere. Charlie nodded once. Good, she said. There was no smile on her face this time. Just relief and focus. Vaggie leaned on her spear. So now it's official, she said. None of the major ones will touch this block. Not directly. Yes, I said. Alastair chuckled softly. You have created an island in the center of hell, he said. It is a street, I said. Nothing more. For them, it is an island, he said anyway. I did not respond. Charlie picked up her notebook again. Then we use it, she said. Her tone had a hard edge now. No overlords. No deals. No contracts. No external business. A street they avoid. A hotel they can't touch. We keep working. Yes, I said. I set the sword back into the floor. The tip slid into the tile. The vibrations ran out in a small circle and stopped. My hand rested on the hilt again. Outside, the block was now more than rumor. It was a fact. 4 overlords had tried in different ways. All had left. None had broken through. This place stood under no king of hell. That was correct. I remained where I belonged. I watched the door. Chapter 13, Screens against a wall. The block stayed quiet. Overlords no longer stepped into it. Their signatures moved at the edges and then turned away. Their underlings crossed through on errands, but their eyes stayed down and their pace quickened near the hotel. Inside, the Hazbin Hotel kept its own rhythm. I stood in the center of the lobby with my sword's tip sunk into the tile. My hand rested on the hilt. My eyes stayed forward. Charlie stood at the front desk, sorting papers into neat piles. Her notebook lay open beside her. She flipped pages, checked names, and scratched small corrections with a pencil. Her mouth was pressed into a thin line, her brow furrowed. Vaggie leaned on the front of the desk with one elbow, staring at a printed schedule. If we put him in the first basement group again, he'll shove people, she said. He got jumpy last time. Charlie sighed. We can move him into the second group, she said quietly. Put him between Husk and Angel. They'll keep him in line. Vaggie snorted. Angel's going to complain, but he'll do it. Husker stood behind the bar, drying a glass. He looked tired. His ears were low. Every few minutes he glanced toward the window without meaning to. Angel Dust lay stretched on his stomach over a couch, ankles crossed in the air. He scrolled lazily on a small device in one hand, cigarette in the other. Nifty clung to the underside of a table, wiping it from below for no reason except habit. The hotel's television screens were off. They had been off since Vox's last attempt to push his signal across the block. He could not reach inside, but he had tried anyway. The devices had died for an hour before recovering. Now they waited. The first sign of change came from Angel. His device pinged and the screen jumped. The icon layout twisted. Some lines of static cut across the display. His smirk faded. What the, he muttered. He sat up, leaning forward. Husker looked over. What is it? Angel tapped the side of his device. Vox, he said flatly. He just forced a push. Charlie lifted her head sharply. He can't get in here, she said. Right. He can't send full power in, I said. He can still reach anything that carries his base feed that is not under my direct suppression. Angel scrolled. His face twisted with disgust. Oh, that bitch, he said. You gotta see this. He got up from the couch and walked toward the bar, holding the device out so Husker could see. Husker squinted at the screen, then his eyes narrowed. Nifty scrambled out from under the table and dashed over, pressing herself against the bar to look too. Charlie left the front desk and hurried closer, with Vaggie at her side. They stopped near the group, keeping a little distance from my aura. Angel turned the device so everyone but me could see easily. I did not move. I did not need to. I could hear, and I did not need the picture for meaning. Vox's voice came out of the tiny speaker, too loud for the size of it. The tone was bright and smooth, with a mocking edge. Welcome back to the grid, he said. We have a special report today on a new anomaly right in the heart of Pentagram City. Music played in the background. The device screen flickered as Angel adjusted his grip. Anomaly. Charlie repeated quietly. Angel nodded grimly. He's running a segment. Vox continued, his voice sharp. In one sector, Overlord readings have dropped to 0. All at once. Not because we left. Not because we lost. Because something else erased the field right under our feet. Husker muttered a curse. Nifty's eyes bounced across the screen. He's talking about us, she said. Vox's tone darkened. What do we see instead? A dead patch in the network. No signal. No feed. No visual. A black square sitting in the middle of my city. Controlled by one unknown presence, sitting in a shabby little hotel run by a princess with bad survival instincts. Charlie flinched as if someone had slapped her. Her shoulders raised slightly. Vaggie's wings tensed. That asshole, she said. Vox did not stop. We have testimonies, he said. Footage. Recordings. Overlords forced to their knees by a thing that will not give its name or allegiance. A thing that refuses pact, refuses seat, refuses explanation. A thing that cuts our systems at the edge of its street. Angel's jaw muscles tightened. He got someone to send him clips, he said. From outside the block. I could hear faint crowd noise and overlapping voices under the broadcast, mixed and edited. He had taken bits of reality and stretched them. Vox laughed in the recording. Is this a friendly guardian? He asked. Is it a heaven dog on a long, invisible leash? Is it a dead weapon, left to rust in a hotel? Or is it a glitch in Hell's order that could go off on anyone, anytime? Nifty's face scrunched. He's making you sound crazy, she said, looking at me. I did not react. Charlie's hands curled into fists at her sides. Her eyes moved quickly, following the images. He's turning everyone against this place, she said quietly. Vaggie's voice dropped. He's trying. Vox's tone sharpened. We reached out, he said. We sent envoys. We asked for clarity. The thing at the hotel refused. It cut our lines and declared the street outside its own personal void. That is not neutral. That is not safe. That is a threat. Husker snorted. He forgot to mention he got flattened. Angel's mouth twisted. He's leaving that part out. Vox continued, smooth again. So here is the question for all of you watching at home. Do you trust a random unknown, standing between hell and heaven with no flag and no rules? Do you walk into a hotel that hides behind him? The broadcast cut to a still shot of the hotel's sign, framed wrong so it looked cracked and crooked. The audio layered in faint ominous tones. There was a blurred figure at the door. They had made my shape into a smear. Or, Vox said, do you stay in the parts of the city that still operate under overlords you know, systems you understand, and rules you can see. The segment ended with a burst of static and a logo. Angel shut the device off with more force than needed. He set it down on the bar. He's running that on loop, he said. Every main channel. Every major grid. Outside this block, anyway. Charlie's gaze was still locked on the bar, even though the screen was dark. Her shoulders shook once. She took a breath and tried to steady herself. He's scaring people away, she said. Painting us as unstable. Painting you as something dangerous to everyone. He is correct about me being dangerous, I said. She looked at me with a pained expression. Not the way he means it, she said quietly. Vaggie stepped in. He doesn't care if it's accurate, she said. He cares about control. He lost this street. He lost the feed. He's trying to turn the rest of hell against this place. Let him, I said. Words outside do not cross this floor. Angel ran a hand down his face. You say that, he muttered, but everywhere else, people are going to see that and flinch. They'll think coming here is suicide. Or worse, treason. Yes, I said. Charlie swallowed. That could ruin everything, she said. If no one comes, I can't help anyone. Her voice tightened on the last words. I watched her. The ones who are only looking for comfort will stay away, I said. The ones who are desperate enough for change will come anyway. They will come because his warning proves this place is separate from them. Vaggie blinked. That's one way to look at it, she said slowly. I am not looking, I said. I am stating what will happen. Before they could answer, the lights in the lobby flickered once. Not from Vox. From something else. A calm pressure moved into the building, pushing the air gently aside. It was familiar. It belonged to someone who did not obey Overlord systems. Lucifer appeared a moment later, stepping through the front doors without knocking. His coat was neat, his hat straight. His smile was small. His eyes were not. Afternoon, he said easily. I trust you've seen the latest broadcast. Charlie turned immediately. Her face softened with a mix of relief and frustration. Dad, she said. Yeah. We saw it. He walked to her with an even pace and placed a light hand on her shoulder. He is loud, Lucifer said. Always has been. Noise is his weapon. He uses it whenever he cannot control something directly. Charlie's jaw tightened. He's turning everyone away from the hotel, she said. He's making them think you put a bomb in front of me. Lucifer's smile thinned. He is implying many things, he said. Most of them are more dangerous for him than for you. Vaggie's eyes narrowed. How bad is it outside? Lucifer looked at her calmly. Every major screen Vox owns is pushing that segment. Smaller ones are repeating it. Overlords are pretending not to react in public while asking questions in private. Husker scoffed. So business as usual. Lucifer's gaze slid to me next. And you, he said, voice lighter but with weight under it. You have drawn a great deal of attention, Guardian. From above and below. Yes, I said. He walked a few steps closer, stopping at a distance where my aura pressed slightly against his but did not push him. He met my eyes. Vox is trying to control the story, he said. He cannot touch this block, so he tries to poison everything around it. He cannot break you, so he calls you unstable. Yes, I said. Lucifer's fingers tightened on the top of his cane. I have come to ask something very specific, he said. How far are you willing to go in erasing his voice? Charlie looked between us quickly. Dad. Lucifer did not take his eyes off me. Vox controls a wide part of the network, he said evenly. He is using it against my daughter's project. Against your presence. Wherever your influence touches, his signal goes dead. You have already cut him out of one entire block. I need to know whether you intend to spread that further. No, I said. He raised an eyebrow slightly. You are certain? Yes, I said. I do not care about his feeds outside this line. I will not hunt his signal across the city. I only remove what touches this boundary. Lucifer studied me in silence for several seconds. Then he nodded slowly. Good, he said. That answer is useful. Charlie frowned. Why? She asked. He looked at her, softer. Because if he suddenly lost half his network to an unknown force, Heaven would pay much closer attention, he said. Interference of that scale would look like rebellion. They would adjust the extermination schedule on principle. And right now, they only see a small dead patch, Vaggie said. Lucifer nodded. Yes. One strange sector. Enough to mark. Not enough to trigger an immediate purge. I spoke. If he attempts to send his full signal into this block again, I will erase it again. Lucifer smiled faintly. I would expect nothing less. He looked around the lobby. I did not come here to ask you to stop protecting this place, he said. I know better than that now. Yes, I said. He let out a short laugh through his nose, acknowledging it. I came here to make sure you would not extend your suppression outward, he said. I have no interest in explaining to Heaven why the network data for half of Pentagram City went dark overnight. I am not interested in his empire, I said. It is beneath my concern. He can talk everywhere else. He will not talk here. Charlie's shoulders eased a little at that. She still looked upset, but less frantic. So the smear stays, she said. The city keeps seeing his lies. Lucifer's tone changed slightly. Yes, he said. But lies can also reveal truth. He has told everyone there is a place where no overlord holds power. That is not in your disadvantage. Vaggie crossed her arms. He also told them you put a weapon on the front steps, she said. Lucifer shrugged one shoulder. Most of hell already assumes I am doing something questionable, he said. This changes little. He turned back to me. I need clear limits from you, he said. He will try more tricks. He will, eventually, attempt to slip a trace into this building through some minor device, some hidden line, some agent. When that happens, I expect you to remove it, as you have. But I need to know if you intend to take the fight further than this block. Up the lines. Into his towers. I do not, I said. If he stays out, I will ignore his structures. Lucifer nodded. Then he is the one who must adjust, not you. Angel moved a little closer, eyes narrowed at the memory of the broadcast. You gonna do something about him? He asked Lucifer. Because he's making us all look like idiots. Lucifer smiled at him with mild amusement. I will speak to him, he said. In my own time, in my own way. Angel made an irritated sound but did not push. Charlie's voice shook slightly. People are going to be afraid to come here, she said again, quieter. All they'll see is his version. They won't see you helping. They won't see the drills. They'll just see a scary hotel with a monster at the door. I looked at her. The ones who turn away because of his words were never going to endure the work this place requires, I said. They are not your focus. The ones who come despite him will be the ones who matter. She swallowed. I want to help as many as I can, she said. You will not help any if you weaken your rules to chase numbers, I said. Vaggie glanced at me, then at Charlie. He's right, she said reluctantly. If you start changing everything to look good on Vox's feed, we're done. Charlie nodded slowly. I won't, she said. Lucifer watched her with a small, approving look. Then his eyes went back to me one more time. Heaven is watching, he said calmly. Not just you. Not just this hotel. But the effect of this block on the extermination pattern. The more chaos Vox creates around you, the more souls panic, the more their numbers rise. His smear may cost lives far from here. Yes, I said. Will you act outside this block if his influence pushes the city into greater chaos? He asked. No, I said. My post is here. I do not leave it for their noise. Lucifer breathed out slowly. There was faint tension in his face, but he accepted the answer. That is what I expected, he said. Then I will address the chaos in my own manner. You handle this threshold. I will handle the outer storms. Yes, I said. He stepped back a little, giving me space again. He looked at Charlie. Keep your drills, he said. Keep your rules. Let him stand. Do not try to soften his presence to make people feel better. It will save more of you this way. Charlie nodded once. I understand, she said. Lucifer smiled faintly. Good. He tipped his hat, turned, and walked toward the door. Before he reached it, he paused and looked at me over his shoulder. If Vox somehow finds a way to send his voice in here again, he said, do what you must. I will not stop you. I already intended to, I said. He gave a small nod and left. The doors closed behind him. The lobby felt heavier for a few seconds, then settled. Charlie returned to the front desk with slower steps. She picked up her notebook, stared at it, then set it aside and leaned on the counter with both hands. Her head bowed slightly. Vaggie stood beside her in silence for a moment. Then she spoke in a low tone. You okay? No, Charlie said honestly. Her voice was tight. But I'm not quitting. Vaggie's mouth twitched. Good. Angel picked up his device again, looked at the dark screen, then locked it completely and shoved it into his pocket. I'm done watching his trash for today, he said. Husker poured a small drink and downed it in one go. If anyone comes in here quoting that segment, I'm tossing them back out, he grumbled. Nifty hopped over to the front of the bar. I'll scrub their shoes first, she said. Charlie took a breath, straightened, and picked the notebook back up. We keep going, she said. Yes, I said. She looked at me for a moment. There was fear in her eyes still. There was also something harder. Determination. She nodded, more to herself than anyone else, and returned to her notes. Vox's voice continued to echo across the rest of the city. I could feel the vibration of his broad broadcast pattern at the edges of my awareness. It did not touch this block. He spoke. I stood. My sword remained in the floor. No feed would cross this threshold. Chapter 14, Heaven Looks Down. I stand in the lobby. My sword is in the floor. The tip is buried in the tile. My hand rests on the hilt. My light stays steady. The hotel moves around me as it always does now. Charlie is at the front desk again, notebook open, pencil in hand. She has already worn a slight groove into the edge of the page with her thumb. She reads, erases, and writes in short, quick bursts. We need to run one more drill this week, she says. Her voice is tight but not breaking. Just one more. I want them to move smoother. Vaggie stands close by, arms folded, leaning lightly against the desk. If we do it too often, they'll start slacking, she says. They'll think it's just some routine and they'll stop taking it seriously. Charlie bites her lip. I know, she replies. I want to be sure. Vaggie softens her tone a little. Then make the next one sharp, she says. No warnings. No extra breaks. If they mess up, we call it out in front of everyone. Charlie nods. Okay. Husker is behind the bar, pouring a drink and not pretending it is for anyone but himself. He looks at the empty glass like it owes him money, then throws it back and refills it halfway. Angel Dust lies sideways on the couch again, legs crossed at the ankles. He flips a card between his fingers and then flicks it into the air and catches it. His phone is face down on the table. He does not touch it. Vox's broadcast has turned the device into an annoyance. Nifty is halfway up the wall, hanging practically horizontal as she scrubs a high spot with a rag. Lots of dust, she says. Always dust. Why is there always dust? No one answers her. Outside, the block is quiet. The overlords are gone from this street. Their auras flow around the edges like a slow current avoiding a stone. Gangs cut through side alleys instead of passing the front of the hotel. The pressure from Hell's rulers is away from the door, not against it. The weight that moves now does not come from below. I feel it as a sharp line dropping from far above Hell's sky. It is clean, hard, and direct. It does not spread in all directions like demonic presence. It presses from above and cuts through the air in a single column. Heaven. Not the vague distant pressure of a high scout scheming edges. This descends lower. It focuses on one point. On this block. On this building. I lift my head and look at the ceiling. The presence is still far above the tower line, but it is getting closer. Charlie sees my face tilt. You feel something? She asks quickly. Yes, I say. My voice is even. Vaggie straightens. Her fingers tighten on her spear. Exterminators. No, I say. Not yet. One scout. Higher rank. They are coming down to look at this street. Angel shifts on the couch and slowly sits up. Heaven's doing a special visit now, he says, frowning. Because of the block. Yes, I say. Husker swears under his breath. Of course they are, he mutters. Can't leave anything alone. Charlie's hands grip the edge of the desk. Are we in danger? She asks. Yes, I say. Always, while they exist. But this one is not an extermination wing. They are here to observe, not to cleanse. If they wanted you dead today, you would not get warning. The sky would open. She takes that in, lips pressed together. So they're checking the anomaly, she says quietly. Yes, I say. They have marked this block as an exception. Now they want to see why. Alastair's static hums lightly against the far wall. He steps out of the shadow with his usual smile and cane. Well now, he says pleasantly. Our guest list keeps getting more interesting. Angel gives him a look. You call an angel interesting like they're a snack menu, he says. I call any disturbance interesting, Alastair replies, amused. The pressure from above drops lower. It is within the upper air of hell now, not just grazing it. I can feel the exact location with no effort. It is heading straight toward the center of the block, right above the hotel. I pull my sword from the floor. The blade slides out with a clear, smooth sound. The lobby stills. Stay inside, I say. Charlie does not argue. She nods immediately and steps back from the desk. Her legs look unsteady for a moment, but she holds herself upright. Vaggie moves closer to her and positions herself between Charlie and the door with open intent. Angel walks behind one of the larger pillars with quick, sharp steps. He is not hiding out of cowardice. He is staying out of sight in case Heaven looks through windows. Husker lowers himself behind the bar with a hand still on a bottle. Nifty drops from the wall and darts behind a table leg, peeking out. Alastair stays half in the corner, eyes bright, grin controlled. He knows better than to step into the center right now. I walk to the door. The presence from above slows when it reaches just above rooftop level. It hangs there for a moment, measuring. Then it drops lower. I push open the doors and step outside. The sky is a flat red plain. There are no clouds here, only faint bands of darker color. Above the cut-out block, the light dims slightly as something forms out of the air. The angel appears in a slow descent. They are tall, armored in bright material with straight lines and plain surfaces. No decoration. Their wings are large, white, and held tight at their back for now. A helmet covers the upper half of their face, leaving only the mouth and jaw visible. The weapon in their hand is a long spear with a simple, clean design. They float down until their feet are level with the tops of the nearby buildings, then lower a little more, stopping just above the middle of the street. They do not land yet. They want the height advantage. Their gaze turns down and locks onto me. They speak with a clear, formal voice. There is no warmth or hate in it. Only duty. Identify. I am the Guardian, I say. My voice carries up easily. You are within my awareness. You have descended into my field. They tilt their head. You are not part of current Heaven command structure, they say. You are not one of the Exorcist divisions. You are not listed as stationed in this realm. Explain your presence in hell. I do not answer to you, I say. They pause at that. I can feel the slight flicker of confusion ripple through their focus. They are not used to being denied. They try again. This block shows sudden removal of Overlord-level demonic signatures. It shows suppressive fields and static zones. It shows a large, non-classified entity at the center. You are that entity. You are interfering in the balance of this realm. On whose authority? On mine, I say. They frown faintly. You do not have standing authority over hell, they say. That belongs to other structures. Your structures do not reach here, I say. Not in the way you think. You see numbers. You see power maps. You do not see the boundary I stand at. They lift the spear slightly, not in attack, but in measure. You are obstructing Overlord activity, they say. This has changed the soul flow. Heaven needs accurate records for extermination calculations. You are creating a blind point. That is not acceptable. I am not here to make your extermination easier, I say. The angel's jaw tightens. You speak without respect, they say. Yes, I say. The angel extends a hand. A field of soft, pale light spreads out from their palm, a wide disk that tries to scan the block. It sweeps across the street, the buildings, the hotel front, the windows. It is not an attack. It is an information sweep. When it touches the boundary of my presence, it stops. The light piles there, unable to pass. The disk distorts around me. Their readings will show a shape with a single, clear void at its center. They narrow their eyes. You are preventing heavenly analysis, they say. Yes, I say. That is obstruction, they say. Their voice grows harder. You are interfering with Heaven's mandate. This cannot continue. They tighten their grip on the spear and direct the tip downward. Energy gathers along its length. I raise my hand slightly, palm open. I do not draw back my arm. I do not brace. You will not point your weapon at this building, I say. They stare down at me from their hovering position. You do not command me, they say. You are not my superior. You are not in the chain of. I am above your chain, I say. There is no pride in the words. Only fact. They thrust the spear halfway toward the ground. A beam of bright force shoots down from it, aimed at the street just in front of the hotel stairs. The beam reaches the point where my boundary begins and stops like it has hit a solid wall. It does not spread. It does not explode. It simply stays there, a straight pillar that goes nowhere. I close my hand. The beam compresses into a thin thread and snaps out of existence. The spear in the angel's hand flickers. The edge dims. The internal energy stutters. They grip it tighter, shocked. What did you do? I refused you, I say. Their wings flare out slightly behind them. You cannot deny heaven's strike, they say. That is not given to you. It was not given, I say. It is what I am. They try to move higher. I do not let them yet. I push upward with my will. The air above the block becomes a fixed plane to them. Not visible. Not physical. But absolute. Their wings flap once. They feel no lift. They try again, pushing more power into their ascent. Their body does not move. A line of confusion becomes sharper. For the first time, fear touches their presence. Release, they say. Their voice drops an inch. You are not permitted to restrain heaven's messenger. You descended into my boundary, I say. You scanned without consent. You attempted a test strike on this ground. You will not leave until you accept my terms. Behind me, through the open doorway, I can hear the faint sound of Charlie's breath catch. She does not speak. The angel points the spear directly at me now. Their aura flares. You are overstepping, they say. This realm is designated for extermination balances. Heaven's orders stand above your post. No, I say. They do not. The spear glows full this time. They attempt a direct attack, not a test shot. The energy compresses to a sharp point and they throw it down at me. I do not step aside. I do not raise my sword. I look at the attack and deny its right to exist here. The energy unravels before it gets halfway to me. It breaks into harmless particles and dissolves into the air. The weapon in their hand cracks down the middle with a sharp sound. It does not shatter yet, but the light along its length turns unsteady. The angel stares at it, then at me. What are you? They demand. I guard the boundary, I say. I am not your weapon. I am not their weapon. I do not answer to your orders or to their rules. I am here by a higher command than either side. Their jaw clenches. If you continue to block our readings and suppress our strikes, you will be marked as a threat to heaven, they say. We will allocate more force to handle you. You cannot, I say. They freeze. They are not used to hearing those words as reality. You are a scout, I say. Your role is to observe and report. You are not here to start a war. If you die here, the confusion will break your chain. That will draw more force and muddle your numbers further. Your superiors do not want that. They want information. The angel glares down at me. I do not need you to tell me my role. You needed me to stop you from breaking it, I say. Silence hangs for a few seconds. They exhale once, controlled, but with strain. You will allow limited survey of this block, they say finally. Or we will classify it as hostile and prioritize it during extermination. You will not classify this block as anything without my approval, I say. You will report an exception. You will mark this street and this building as outside standard extermination pattern. You will record that heaven does not control what happens here. That is all. That is not acceptable, they say. It is what will happen, I say. They push upward again. This time, I move my will enough for them to rise a short distance. They manage to lift a few meters before the invisible plane stops them once more. They realize I am letting them go only as much as I choose. Their hands shake slightly on the broken spear. You cannot dictate heaven's reports, they say. I can dictate what you see here, I say. Your records will show what I allow. Nothing more. They stare down at me, then at the hotel, then at the empty street. Their eyes sweep left and right, seeing the absence of overlord energy, the lack of static, the quiet. This block is an anomaly, they say. Yes, I say. It is not under formal heaven control or informal hell control, they say. Yes, I say. It disrupts expected extermination balance, they say. But it may reduce some of the casualties that would have occurred in overlord sectors. Yes, I say. They close their eyes briefly, calculating. When they open them again, their voice is cooler. I will report it as an irregular zone, they say. Limited access. Non-standard presence. Avoid direct large-scale action until reviewed. That is accurate, I say. They add one more line. But I will also report you as an unaligned high-tier entity, they say. Not demon. Not registered angel. Not bound. That will draw attention. It already has, I say. They look at me for a long second, then press their lips together and lower the damaged spear. Release me, they say. Yes, I say. I withdraw my pressure from the air above the block. The invisible plane dissolves. The space opens. Their wings move once. This time, they rise. They ascend quickly, not in a rush, but with firm intent to leave. They do not turn their back to me until they have reached the top of the tower line. Only then do they rotate and fly upward into the red sky, their presence shrinking as they go. Within a brief span, they are gone from my senses. The block is quiet again. I turn and walk back into the hotel. The doors swing shut behind me. Everyone inside is where I left them. Charlie stands near the desk, hands pressed flat on the wood. Her shoulders are high. When I enter, they drop a little. Vaggy's grip on her spear loosens. Angel leans his back against the pillar with his arms crossed. His eyes are wide, and his mouth is slightly open. You just back-talked an angel, he says. To their face. Yes, I say. And broke their stick, he adds. Yes, I say. Husker lets out a low whistle. Heaven's gonna have a lot to say about that, he mutters. They already do, I say. Alastair's smile is broad and sharp. You forced Heaven to file paperwork, he says cheerfully. That is impressive in its own way. Charlie's voice is soft. Are they going to hit us harder now, she asks. No, I say. Not because of this. They will mark this block as irregular. They will avoid using standard extermination strikes here until they have decided what to do with me. Their focus will go to the rest of the city instead. Her brow furrows. So we're safer. Less exposed, I say. Not safe. Never safe. But this building will not be their first target. Vaggy exhales, part relief, part frustration. Everyone else still gets hit, she says. Yes, I say. Charlie looks down at the desk and then back up at me. We'll still do the drills, she says. We'll still prepare. Even if we're not the main focus, we can't rely on that. Correct, I say. Angel pushes away from the pillar and walks back toward the couch. Heaven, hell, overlords, angels, demons, he mutters. You're just telling all of them no and it's actually working. Yes, I say. He shakes his head and lets himself fall back into his seat. Kinda like it, he admits. Charlie looks at me again, holding my gaze steadily. There is lingering fear in her eyes, but there is also something else. Trust. Thank you, she says quietly. For not stepping aside. For not letting them see everything. For keeping this place in your own way. I am keeping the boundary, I say. Her lips twitch into a small, tired smile. And we're behind it, she says. Yes, I say. The lobby shifts back into motion. Husker returns to his bottles. Nifty scurries up the wall again. Angel stares at the ceiling with a frown that is not as deep as before. Vaggie and Charlie return to their notes, speaking more calmly now. Alastair fades back toward his corner, humming softly in his own static. Outside, heaven moves higher again. Its attention is still on this realm, still on this city, but the immediate pressure on this block has lessened. The Angel will file their report. This block will sit in their records with a mark, irregular. Limited engagement. Unknown entity. That is fine. I stand with my sword in the floor, hand on the hilt, and wait. Chapter 15, Terms of Heaven's War. The lobby is quiet. My sword stands in the floor, the tip buried in the tile. My hand rests on the hilt. My light stays steady. 2 days have passed since the scout descended. Heaven has not sent another. The pressure above the city is still present, but it stays high. It moves along its usual pattern now, not focused entirely on this block. The hotel keeps working. Charlie is at the front desk again, notebook open in front of her. She flips through pages and makes small notes in the margins. Her shoulders are tense, but her hands do not shake as much as before. She has adapted to the pressure. Vaggie stands beside her with her spear leaned against the counter, scanning the notes with narrowed eyes. Group 3 still clogs the stairs, she says. We either split them or put someone stronger at the front to drag them when they stall. Charlie nods. Angel can handle front on that run, she says. He moves fast enough. From a nearby couch, Angel Dust raises a hand. Excuse me, he says. I heard my name and the word handle in the same sentence. Should I start charging more? You already live here for free, Vaggie replies. He clicks his tongue and leans back, but he does not argue. Husker wipes a glass at the bar. He has not turned a screen on in days. Vox's voice stays outside. Nifty is on her knees near the baseboards, scrubbing at a faint stain that only she can see. Alastair is not visible, but I sense his static humming faintly in the walls. He is near. He is listening. The air shifts. A familiar presence moves toward the block. Calm, firm, practiced. It does not flare or push. It simply arrives. Lucifer. He does not knock. The doors open and he steps into the lobby with his usual easy stride. His coat is neat. His hat is angled just right. His cane taps once against the floor as he closes the door behind him. Charlie looks up at the sound, her expression loosening for a second. Dad, she says. He smiles at her, but his eyes are serious. Hello, my dear, he says. How is the hotel? She glances around. We're still standing, she answers. Drills are improving. People are listening more. Vox is still talking trash, but nobody's died, so that's something. Lucifer chuckles softly. That is more than some places can say. Then he looks at me. The warmth in his face fades from his eyes. He walks forward until he stands a few paces away from where I stand in the center of the lobby. His posture is relaxed, but his fingers hold the cane with a bit more force. Guardian, he says. We need to talk. Yes, I say. Charlie looks between us and steps aside, moving out of the line between us. She does not leave. She stays close, but she gives space. Vaggie moves with her and leans on her spear again, watching carefully. Lucifer's gaze stays locked on mine. The angel you held here reported exactly what happened, he says. They did not lie. They did not soften it. Their report went straight to higher command. Yes, I say. They wrote, Lucifer continues, that you refused their strike, bound their movement, and dictated the wording of their classification for this block. Yes, I say. He exhales slowly. Higher command was not pleased, he says. I do not care about their feelings, I say. A small twitch appears at the corner of his mouth. He hides whatever he feels quickly. Nor do I, he says. I care about their response. I wait. Lucifer taps his cane lightly against the floor. They have not changed this year's extermination schedule yet, he says. But they have added a note. An irregularity. A sector with an unaligned high-tier entity. They are discussing whether to send a reinforced exorcist squad to test you when the next extermination begins. That fits their pattern, I say. He nods once. Yes, he says. They do not like unknowns. They prefer clear targets and predictable resistance. You are neither. I already know this. His words match what I expected. Heaven dislikes anything that does not fit its charts. He continues. The one leading the conversation is an exorcist captain, he says. Someone who trains extermination wings. Someone who thinks in terms of purity, lines, and target zones. They see you as interference. They want to know whether you will allow their work to continue around you. I will not, I say. Lucifer's eyes narrow slightly. I know that, he says. That is why I am here. Charlie stiffens. Her hands grip the edge of the front desk. They're already planning how to deal with him, she asks. Lucifer looks at her. They are planning where to send bodies, he says. They do that all the time. They are simply deciding whether this block needs special attention or not. Vaggy's jaw clenches. If they send more exorcists here, that puts all of us in more immediate danger, she says. Yes, Lucifer replies. I speak. If they land here and attack this building, I will stop them. That is not negotiable. Lucifer turns back to me fully. That is what I expected, he says. What I want to understand is how far you will go when you stop them. As far as necessary, I say. He tilts his head. Your definition of necessary and theirs are not the same, he says. My definition is the only one that matters here, I say. His grip tightens on the cane again. Heaven is not just one captain and a handful of scouts, he says. If you wipe an entire exorcist squad in one strike, they will see that. They will react. They will call this block a hostile fortress. If they land here and try to kill them, I say, jerking my chin toward the interior of the lobby, they will not leave alive. My voice comes out harder. That small shift is intentional. Charlie's eyes flick to me with a brief spark. It is not exactly gratitude. It is something close. Lucifer takes that in, then lets out a slow breath. Let us be clear, he says. I am not asking you to let them slaughter my daughter's project. I will never ask that. Good, I say. I am asking, he continues, whether you can restrain your response enough that we are not plunged into a direct Heaven versus Guardian war centered on this building. I look at him. I already restrain myself, I say. Everything you have seen so far has been restrained. He studies my face. He believes that. He also dislikes what it implies. I keep going. When Vox attacked, I did not erase him. I knocked him down. When the overlords combined, I did not burn them from existence. I forced them to retreat. When Carmilla deployed her army, I did not kill her soldiers. I disabled them. They all lived. Lucifer nods slowly. Yes, he says. You made that choice. You did not choose full destruction. I will do the same with heaven, I say. If they come in small groups, I will break their attacks and send them back. If they send a full extermination wing to this block with intent to purge everyone inside, their survival will be second in line to this boundary. Second, he repeats. Yes, I say. He looks toward the door. His eyes linger on the frame, then the street beyond. You have the power to erase a wing, he says. Yes, I say. And if you do, he says, they will send more. Not because they think they can win easily, but because they will not tolerate an open defeat without response. That is how they think. That is how they justify their own violence. I know how they think, I say. They think in terms of purity and order and charts. None of that changes my role. I will not chase them. I will not fly into their realm and attack them on their ground. I will only stop what crosses this line. He looks back at me again. If they focus their extermination on other districts and avoid this block because of you, more will die elsewhere, he says. You know that too. Yes, I say. And you will still stand here, he says. Yes, I say. Charlie closes her eyes briefly. She opens them again, set now. I can't be everywhere, she says quietly. I can only help people who come here. I hate it. But I know that's true. Her voice shakes, but her words do not. Lucifer's expression softens for a brief moment when he looks at her. Then he looks back at me. The exorcist captain wants to send a test squad down ahead of the main extermination, he says. Not to purge. To measure you. To take readings more directly than the scout could. To see whether their weapons can pierce your field. They cannot, I say. They do not know that yet, he says. They will not accept it until they see it fail themselves. Then they will see it fail, I say. He closes his eyes briefly and opens them again. I knew you would say that, he says. Angel speaks up from the couch. So, let me get this straight, he says. Heaven sends their little squad. They drop down. They poke him. He tells them no. They freak out. Then what? They retreat, I say. And then the big guy up there gets angry, Husker adds from the bar. You know. The one I used to work for. Lucifer glances at him, then returns to me. If they decide to send a full squad down on extermination day and they land near this hotel, he says, I need to know what will happen. I will stand here, I say. I will not go out to hunt them in the city. I will not pursue them through other districts. But if they step onto this block and aim at this building, I will stop their weapons, and if they continue to press, I will stop them. Stop them how? He presses. The others in the lobby go quiet. I do not change my tone. If they stop when their weapons fail, I will let them withdraw. If they keep trying to strike through me to get to them, I say, pointing toward the interior of the hotel with a small movement of my head, I will remove them from this realm. Charlie inhales sharply. Vaggie lowers her gaze briefly and then lifts it again. Lucifer's jaw tightens for a second. You will kill exorcists, he says. If they insist on attacking this building after they learn they cannot pierce my presence, yes, I say. That will have consequences, he says. I know, I say. He steps closer by one pace. He stands almost at the edge of my physical reach now, though he does not enter my immediate aura fully. How many exorcists are you able to destroy before it begins to affect Heaven's ability to send extermination wings? He asks. Enough that they notice, I say. Not enough to stop them entirely. They will adapt. They always adapt. And you do not care about their adjustment, he says. No, I say. He gives a small, humorless smile. At least you are consistent. Charlie moves from the desk and comes closer. She stops near Vaggie, within hearing range, but does not interrupt. Her eyes are on me. Can I ask something? She says. Yes, I say. If they send a test squad before the extermination, she says, and you stop them without killing them, will that change how bad the extermination is? Yes, I say. She waits. They will be more cautious around this block, I say. They will adjust their pattern. They will hit other sectors harder to compensate for uncertainty here. They will also bring more powerful units next time they come near you. Charlie's throat moves as she swallows. So it helps the hotel, she says, but it hurts others. Yes, I say. She does not break eye contact. Can we warn people? She asks. Before it happens. Yes, I say. Vaggie speaks. Warn who? She asks. Overlords won't listen. Gangs don't care. Anyone who is not completely stuck, Charlie says quietly. Anyone who listens. Anyone who believes we know something. Some will not believe you, I say. Some will try to storm this block when they see it avoided. Some will think you are hoarding safety. That is their choice. Lucifer taps his cane again. The problem, he says, is not your honesty. It is their refusal to accept their own reality. He looks at me. So, let me boil this down, he says. Heaven may send a test squad. You will not allow them to read this block freely. You will not allow their weapons to function here. You will send them away if they have sense. You will erase them if they do not. When extermination day comes, you will remain at your post. You will not chase them elsewhere. You will destroy any that insist on stepping into this block with hostile intent. You will not go farther than that. Yes, I say. And there is nothing I can say to make you choose a softer answer, he says. No, I say. He nods once, accepting it. He does not like it, but he accepts it. Then I adjust to you, he says. He turns to Charlie. You cannot base your plans on heaven's goodwill, he says. You cannot base them on his either. You can only base them on what you know they will do. He will hold here. They will attack where he is not. That is the truth. Charlie's face is tight. Then I have to work harder, she says. Faster. Yes, he says. I speak again. The extermination is not far, I say. You have weeks, not months. She nods, breathing a little faster. Then we keep drilling, she says. We keep the rules. We keep the basement stocked. We make sure nobody argues when you say it is time. Yes, I say. Lucifer rests both hands on the head of his cane. If the captain decides to send that first test squad, he says to me, I want to be here when they arrive. You cannot change what I will do, I say. I know, he replies. I want to watch. That is your choice, I say. He smiles faintly. It always is. He looks over the lobby once more, at the residents, the walls, the cracked and patched floor, the bar, the staff. You have built something real here, Charlie, he says. Most people do not understand what that means. Heaven and hell both despise things they cannot categorize. Charlie smiles weakly. I've noticed, she says. He squeezes her shoulder. Keep working, he says. Let him handle the line. She nods. I will, she says. Lucifer turns to leave. Before he reaches the door, he glances back at me one last time. If you ever decide to leave this block, he says, tell me first. I will not leave, I say, He studies my face, then nods once and walks out. The door closes behind him. The lobby returns to motion. Charlie goes back to the front desk, more focused now. Vaggie starts adjusting the drill schedule again with sharper decisions. Husker pours another drink and mutters that he will need it. Nifty scuttles back to her cleaning with renewed speed. Angel lies back on the couch and stares at the ceiling, frowning, but not joking as much. Alastair's static hums softly from the wall. He does not appear, but I sense a small rise in his interest. I stand in the center of the lobby with my sword in the floor. My hand stays on the hilt. My light stays steady. Heaven is adjusting its plans. Hell is adjusting around me. The hotel moves forward inside the line I hold. That is correct. I remain. Chapter 16, Line inside, line outside. I stand in the lobby. My sword is in the floor, the tip buried in the tile. My hand rests on the hilt. My light stays steady. The hotel works around me. Charlie is at the front desk, notebook open, pencil moving. She has added extra pages since the last time. New names. New arrows. New shapes for the drill groups. We run the next drill at full speed, she says. Her tone is firm. No warning. No gentle ramp up. Just the signal and move. Vaggie stands beside her, one hand on her spear, the other flat on the desk. Good, she says. If they freeze when it's fake, they'll die when it's real. Charlie winces at the words but does not argue. She knows it is true. She presses the tip of her pencil harder into the paper and underlines one of the group names. Angel Dust is on the couch, sitting instead of lounging, elbows on his knees. His phone is off and shoved under a cushion. He taps his fingers together, restless. You're really going to throw them into it without a countdown? He asks. Yes, Charlie says. About time, he mutters. He does not sound amused. Husker is at the bar, drying a glass, eyes on the door more often than the counter. The bottle next to him is already open. Nifty moves from table to table, checking chairs and wiping surfaces that do not need it. The block outside is quiet the way it has been since I forced the overlords away. Overlord aura does not touch the street. Their lines wrap around the edges and move on. The lower noise has changed. There are more small signatures. Gang level, but unorganized. They linger near the mouths of alleys and then move away. I feel them. They cluster. They whisper. Vox's smear has done its work. It did not bring overlords to the door again. It brought smaller things. It starts near noon. I feel a cluster of demons approaching together. They are not overlords. They are not scouts. They are local gangs and independents, pulled in by greed and fear. Their power is weak compared to what I have seen, but enough to harm the hotel staff if left unchecked. They stop at the edge of the block, look up at the sign, then move forward more cautiously than the last ones that came here uninvited. Incoming, I say. Charlie's head lifts. How bad? She asks quickly. Not overlords, I say. 10. Maybe 15. Armed. Nervous. Vaggie's grip tightens. Gangs. Yes, I say. Angel's face darkens. Vox must be paying them, he says. Or at least feeding them ideas. I pull my sword from the floor. The metal slides free. The sound is clear and final. The room goes still for a moment. Stay away from the entrance, I say. Charlie nods at once and moves back behind the desk. Vaggie steps into position beside her, spear pointed downward, ready. Angel slides behind a pillar with one last irritated click of his tongue. Husker leans down behind the bar, hand near a bottle but not drinking from it now. Nifty vanishes behind a table leg. Alastair's static hums faintly from behind a wall. He does not step out yet, but he is near. I walk to the door and push it open. Outside, the gang is already on the street. There are 12 of them. Patchwork clothing, mismatched weapons, cheap armor, glowing tattoos in some cases, ragged wings in others. Some are hellborn, some are sinners who have adapted to this city's style. Their eyes are sharp and jumpy. Fear walks with them, but so does greed. They have heard something that made them think this is worth the risk. 3 of them carry thrown weapons that vibrate with unstable energy. 1 has a cheap gun wired into a lower grid. 2 hold blades. The rest carry improvised tools turned into weapons. They stop when I appear. The one in front, a demon with half a jaw replaced by metal and 1 glowing eye, sneers when he sees me. There he is, he says. The hotel's wall. Yes, I say. He laughs once. Vox says you're a glitch, he says. He says you're messing up the city. He says anyone who proves you're just a showpiece gets paid. I say nothing. He gestures with his chin toward the hotel. We don't even need to kill you, he says. We just need to make a crack. Hit the building. Break some of that safe image. Show you're not untouchable. You will not touch this building, I say. They react to the tone more than the words. Several shift their weight. 1 licks his lips. Another glances sideways, measuring exits. The leader spits to the side. You think you can stop all of us? He asks. Yes, I say. He snarls. Throw. The 3 demons with the charged throwing weapons move at once. Their arms snap forward, and the projectiles streak toward the hotel front, aimed at the windows and upper walls. I raise my left hand half a span. The air in front of the building hardens. The weapons hit an invisible plane and stop. Their energy flares once, trying to release. Then it collapses. The projectiles drop harmlessly to the ground and roll. Their outer casings are intact. Their cores are dead. The gang stares. The leader's metal jaw clicks. He grits his teeth. Again, he snaps. The demon with the gun lifts it and fires. Bolts of red light blaze toward the lobby windows. I close my hand slightly. The bolts break apart before they reach the boundary. They vanish into nothing. No scorch marks appear on the glass. No heat reaches the frame. The wielder stares at the dead gun. The feed's gone, he says. It's not drawing. Vox's power does not cross this block, I say. A demon with a blade shouts and runs forward, crossing the line in the pavement where Overlord power used to reach. His sword glows as he lifts it, trying to bring it down onto the hotel's steps. He gets 3 more strides before his legs buckle. He drops to his knees in the middle of the empty street, sword clattering from his hand. He gasps and tries to force himself up, but his muscles refuse. The others hesitate. The leader snarls and pulls a small device from his pocket. Its screen shows a stylized logo. Vox's brand. The leader presses something on it. You seeing this? He spits, looking up toward the nearest building camera. Your glitch is locking us down. The device clicks empty. No signal. I point my sword at it without stepping forward. Drop it, I say. He flinches at the sound of my voice. For a second, he clenches the device harder. Then his fingers betray him and open. The device falls to the ground. It cracks when it hits. Its small light dies. He stares at his own hand, shocked. What did you? I removed foreign control from this block, I say. You brought his tools here. They do not work. The demons shuffle back a half step. Some glance at each other, their nerves showing. The leader fights to keep authority. He bares his teeth. You're just one thing, he says. You can't focus on everything. Scatter. 3 demons break left, 3 right, aiming not at the hotel directly but at the buildings beside it. They want collateral damage. They want to show that simply being near this block draws destruction. They do not make it. I let my presence thicken across the entire width of the street and partway into the side alleys. Their bodies stop mid-stride. Each one feels an invisible weight dropping onto their shoulders. Their knees fail. Their breath stutters. They hit the ground. They are alive. They are not going anywhere. I look at the leader. You will leave, I say. You will tell him this block cost you nothing but fear. He will pay nothing because you offered him nothing. He snarls up at me. You think we're just going to walk away? You will, I say. I release enough pressure for him alone to stand. He staggers upright. His legs shake. His eye glows brighter in anger, but he does not rush me. He looks at his fallen group, then at the hotel. Behind me, through the lobby doors, I can feel eyes on my back. Charlie, Vaggie, Angel, Husker, Nifty. They are watching through the glass. The leader breathes hard. This isn't over, he says. It is a thin statement, without solid threat behind it. Yes, I say. It is. For you. He scowls, then turns and limps backward, away from the block. After a few paces, his walk steadies. He does not look back. He calls out to his gang. Move, he snaps. I allow the others to recover as they retreat. Their limbs start to obey again. They scramble to their feet and stumble after him, shooting fearful glances at the hotel as they go. None of them try to pick up the dead weapons. When the last one leaves the block, I withdraw the pressure from the street. The light in the pavement settles back to its usual resting state, faint and hidden. I turn and walk back inside. The doors close. The lobby is quiet again. Angel lets out a breath. He's sending idiots now, he says. Softening the ground. Testing if you'll react to small hits. Yes, I say. Husker leans on the bar. Vox is fishing for limits, he says. If he can't shake the block with overlords, he'll throw smaller trash at it. Yes, I say. Charlie looks at me. Her expression is strained but steady. You're not going to let anyone get used to the idea they can test you, she says. Right. No, I say. She nods once. Good. Her jaw tenses. She picks up her notebook again. We've got a drill to run, she says. Vaggie taps the spear lightly against the floor. Then we do it now, she says. While everyone's nerves are awake. Charlie looks at her schedule. Okay, she says. Everyone in the lobby. Basement groups. Positions. Let's go. She lifts her voice. Everyone, she calls. Drill. Now. Group 1 to the basement. Group 2 prepare to follow. This is not a test you can ignore. Residents appear from the hallways and stairwell. Demons of different shapes and sizes move toward the lobby, grumbling, complaining, some silent. They know what this is. Third drill this week. I stand in the center, sword now back in the floor. My hand rests on the hilt. I watch. Charlie and Vaggie begin directing groups toward the stairwell. Basement Group 1, you move first, Vaggie says sharply. No delays. No chatting. Move. Husker walks toward the basement to stand as support. He grumbles but he goes. Nifty scurries ahead of the main flow, checking that the path is clear. Angel moves to the front of Group 3 like they planned, ready to run the line. Most follow orders. One does not. He is a recent arrival. A tall sinner with broad shoulders, burns along one side of his face, and gang tattoos across his arms. His eyes are hard and restless. I noticed him days ago. He watches exits. He watches for a profit. He has not fully accepted Charlie's rules. Now, as the drill begins, he does not move with his assigned group. He steps aside instead, blocking part of the path with his body. Move, Vaggie says. Her tone leaves no room. She glares at him. You're with group 2. He snorts. You're really running us like this when heaven hasn't even dropped yet, he says. His voice is loud enough for nearby demons to hear. You're making everyone jump at shadows. This is the point, Vaggie snaps. You move now so you don't freeze later. He crosses his arms. You're forcing everyone into a basement under a building that heaven will mark on their charts, he says. You think they'll ignore a block with your daddy's name on it and a living wall out front? They'll hit it harder just to prove a point. Charlie flinches slightly at the word daddy, then straightens. You don't know that, she says. We're not guessing. He told us. Yeah, he told you they're watching, the sinner cuts in. He jerks his chin toward me. He told you this block is an anomaly. You think anomalies make them softer? Murmurs ripple through the group. Fear feeding on fear. The sinner spreads his arms a little, playing to the small crowd. This whole thing stinks, he says. Overlords stay away. Heaven looks down. Vox screams about a glitch. You think standing under that is smart? You're all lining up like cattle and trusting that their game and his game. He nods toward the sword won't crush you by accident. Charlie looks hurt and angry both. We are not cattle, she says, voice shaking. We are preparing. We are making sure we don't get slaughtered when the extermination comes. He laughs. You think a basement saves you, he says. You think a drill will fix what you are to them. His words rush the people around him toward panic. Some demons shift in place. One steps out of line. Another hesitates near the stairs. The flow clogs. That is enough. I pull my sword from the floor. The sound cuts through the noise. Every head turns toward me. I walk toward the sinner. My steps are even. The weight of my presence rises, not to the level I used on overlords, but enough to press against demon nerves. The air feels thicker. He looks at me with forced defiance. There is fear behind his eyes, but he tries to stand tall. What, he says. You going to prove my point? Cut me down because I'm not marching to your drill. Yes, I say. He blinks once, caught off guard by the direct answer. You're serious? Yes, I say. I stop 2 paces away from him. I do not raise my sword yet. I hold it at my side. Inside this building, I say, voice low but carrying, there are rules. No overlord business. No deals. No contracts. No sabotage. When I jerk my chin toward Charlie orders a drill, you obey. He bristles. Sabotage? I'm talking. That's all. You are undermining order, I say. You are seeding fear to slow their movement. In an extermination, this would get them killed. He snorts. You act like you care if they live. I do not, I say. I care about the boundary. If you weaken it from inside, you are a threat to it. Charlie looks at me, eyes wide. She knows what that means. She does not speak. The sinner glances at the others, trying to reclaim some control. You all hear that, he says. He doesn't care if you live or die. He just cares about his line. You're all just pieces standing behind him so he can feel important. No one laughs. No one supports him. They stare at me instead. You will leave this hotel, I say. Now. He scoffs. You don't decide that. Yes, I say. I do. He takes a step toward me, shoulder rolled as if ready to swing. You going to drag me out? I will not drag you, I say. You will walk. Or you will not walk again. His face hardens. You're full of yourself. He grabs a nearby chair and hurls it at me, more out of desperation than plan. I do not move. The chair hits my aura and breaks apart, fragments scattering across the floor. Gasps echo through the room. I lift my sword slightly. A faint glow runs down the blade. Not bright. Enough. You have chosen, I say. I step past him. I do not swing at his body. I bring the blade down into the floor in front of him. Light bursts outward in a tight circle centered on his feet. There is no explosion. No spray. The circle is clean. For one breath, he is there. On the next, he is gone. The floor is unmarked. The room goes silent. Charlie's hand flies to her mouth. She does not scream. Her eyes are wide. She swallows and lowers her hand slowly. Vaggie grips her spear so hard her knuckles go pale. She does not step in. She knew this could happen. Angel stares, expression tight. He's just gone, he says. Yes, I say. A demon near the stairs starts to shake. Where did he go? They whisper. Away from this place, I say. He will not return. That is all you need to know. The fear in the room rises, but so does something else, focus. They understand what defiance costs now, not in theory but in front of their eyes. Charlie takes a small breath and steps forward. Her legs tremble slightly, but she moves. She raises her voice. It wavers at first, then firms up. The drills continue, she says. Group 1, move to the basement. Now. No delays. Group 2, prepare. This is not a game. This is not pretend. We take this seriously, or we die. The crowd moves. They move faster. The line toward the basement clears. Feet hit the stairs in steady rhythm. No one argues. No one questions. Some mutter prayers to no one. Some keep their heads down. All of them go. Angel moves to the front of Group 3 when called, face blank, voice sharp as he pushes stragglers into place. Husker takes his position in the basement, barking orders. Nifty darts around, making sure no one falls. Vaggie calls out instructions, her voice strong. I stand in the center of the lobby, sword back in the floor, and watch. The drill runs cleaner than any before it. Timers would show faster speeds, fewer stalls, fewer arguments. They feel the risk now in their bones, not just in lectures. When the last group reaches the basement and the stairwell is clear, Charlie climbs down to check on them, then back up to me. She stops a few steps away, hesitation in her eyes. She looks at the spot where the sinner vanished. The floor is still smooth. You removed him, she says quietly. Yes, I say. She swallows. Will he? She stops herself, shakes her head, and changes the question. You won't hesitate to do that again if someone threatens the hotel from inside? No, I say. Her eyes close for a moment. When she opens them, they are wet at the edges but steady. Then they have to know that, she says. Her voice is tired and firm. They have to understand the rules are real. Not suggestions. Not decoration. Yes, I say. Vaggie walks up beside her and looks at me with a guarded expression. You didn't even flinch, she says. There is no accusation in it. It is an observation. There was no reason to, I say. Angel leans on the wall, arms crossed, watching. You just told everyone exactly what you are, he says. Inside and out. Yes, I say. Alastair steps out from his static corner now, smile unchanged, eyes sharper. You did more for order in this hotel in one act than any contract could have done, he says. Yes, I say. He chuckles. The drill ends with everyone accounted for. No one is missing except the one who tried to break the interior line. The mood is tense. There is fear. There is obedience. There is no doubt about who enforces the rules now. Outside, I feel two smaller clusters of gang signatures approach the block during the rest of the day, then turn away at the edge. News of the first group's failure has already spread. They are not eager to test me in person. Vox's smear continues in the distance. His voice stays off this block. He plays with words. I control the ground. That is enough. I stand, sword in the floor, hand on the hilt, watching the door and the hall both. Boundaries outside. Boundaries inside. Both held. Chapter 17, Angels removed from sky. I stand in the lobby. My sword is in the floor, the tip buried in the tile. My hand rests on the hilt. My light stays steady. The hotel is quieter than it was days ago. The drills changed that. The residents move differently now. There is less pointless noise, fewer loud arguments, more glances toward the basement door and the stairs. Charlie stands at the front desk with her notebook open. She has a stack of loose pages beside it. Her pencil moves over the paper in small, controlled strokes. She is not smiling. She is focused. We cut 5 seconds off Group 2's time, she says. Her voice carries just enough to reach Vaggie. It's still not enough, but it's better. Vaggie leans on the counter with one elbow. Her spear rests close at hand, tipped down. We can push them once more before they burn out, she says. Not today. Tomorrow. Charlie nods. Tomorrow, she agrees. Shorter, sharper. Angel Dust sits on the couch, one leg crossed over the other, arms folded across his chest. He is not lounging. He is watching the door. His phone is still shoved under a cushion. He has not touched it since Vox's last smear. Husker is behind the bar, staring at a glass he has already cleaned twice. He spins it slowly in his hand and watches the way the light hits it. He is not really paying attention to the glass. His ears are tipped toward the room and faint noises outside. Nifty is crouched near a corner, picking at a mark in the floor with a rag. This spot does not want to go away, she says. It's a floor, Husker answers. It doesn't care what you want. She huffs and scrubs harder. The block outside is still clear of Overlord power. Their signatures go around it. Some low-level demons pass through the edges on their way to other places. No one lingers long. Above the city, heaven moves. The presence is a constant line across the sky. It has been that way since before I arrived. Sometimes lighter, sometimes heavier. Always there. Today, it changes. I feel it the moment it happens. The constant field splits. One part remains where it was. Another part compresses and hardens. A focused unit. Its edges are clean. Its intent is sharp. They are not scheming. They are not watching from a distance. They are preparing to drop. I raise my head and look at the ceiling. Charlie notices the movement. You feel something, she says. Yes, I answer. Vaggie straightens and grips her spear. Is it the extermination, she asks. No, I say. A smaller group. 4. They are not a full wing. They are not coming for the whole city. They are coming for this block. Angel lets out a breath through his teeth. Test run, he says. They want to poke the wall again. Yes, I say. Husker sets the glass down. His face tightens. They really can't stand not knowing, he says. The focused presence begins moving down. It drops through the higher air and enters the level where the city's red sky thickens. They do not hide their signature. They are confident. The air in the lobby shifts before they are visible. It feels slightly cleaner, not in a pleasant way, but in a strict, ordered way. I pull my sword from the floor. The blade leaves the tile with a clean, steady sound. The weight in the room changes. Stay away from the entrance, I say. Charlie's fingers twitch once on the edge of the desk. She nods quickly and steps back, moving so the desk is between her and the door. She does not run. She does not argue. Vaggie stands in front of her without being asked, spear angled, wings tense. Angel slides off the couch and moves to the side, behind a thick pillar, where he can see through the edge of the doorway without being clear from outside. He is not joking now. His face is tight. Husker ducks behind the bar, but he keeps his eyes above the counter line. His hand hovers near a bottle more out of habit than anything else. Nifty slips behind a chair and peeks through its legs. Alastair appears near the far wall in a low ripple of static. His smile is wide. His eyes are bright. He does not speak. He just watches. I walk to the doors and push them open. The street outside is empty. The buildings stand under the same red sky. The block is quiet. The air feels heavier. I step out to the top of the stairs and look up. 4 figures descend from the sky in a tight formation. They wear clean white armor with minimal decoration. Their helmets cover their eyes, leaving their mouths uncovered. Their wings are large, folded close to their backs until they slow. Each carries a weapon. 3 hold spears. 1 holds a longer staff with a thicker core and more complex segments. They stop above the street, hovering at a height just above the rooftops. They remain in a line, side by side, facing me. Their light pushes against the air, but it does not reach inside the block the way they expect. The one with the staff speaks first. Their voice is clear and sharper than the prior scout's voice. Unregistered entity, they say. We received a report of your interference with Heaven's operations in this sector. We are here to verify that report. I am the Guardian, I say. My voice carries through the street and up to them. You have already verified it by arriving. The staff bearer does not react to the name. It is not one they have used recently. It was not in their report. To them, I am something else. You are preventing our strikes and altering the balance of Hell's structure, they say. You are not part of our command. You are not part of Hell's control. You have no authority to do this. I have all the authority I need, I say. One of the spear wielders raises their weapon slightly. Light gathers along its length. They aim it down, not at me yet, but at the street. The leader holds out an arm slightly. Hold, they say to their squad mate. To me, they continue, we are not here to debate. We are here to measure. You will allow a controlled strike in this sector, and you will not interfere. No, I say. The leader tilts their head. You are refusing Heaven's order, they say. Yes, I say. Then you will be removed, they say. The 3 with spears lower their weapons in unison. Light condenses at each tip. The leader raises the staff, and a pattern begins to form along its segments. Their intent is clear. This is not a distant probe. This is a kill attempt. They are aiming for me and for the building behind me. Behind me, inside the lobby, I feel Charlie's presence tighten like a coil. She does not scream. She does not run toward me. She stays back. That is correct. I feel Lucifer approach before they fire. His presence moves through hell like a steady force. He is still some distance away. He felt them drop. He is not here yet. The angel leader speaks again. Last chance, they say. Stand down. Withdraw your interference. Submit to heaven's judgment. No, I say. They fire. 3 beams of bright, straight light shoot down from the spears, aimed at the hotel front, the stairs, and my chest. At the same moment, the staff discharges a wide, crushing wave, set to flatten the entire block. I do not give them time to learn. I step forward once. I lift my sword. I let my full power touch them. There is no slow build. No warning. No restraint. My light rises straight up from the street into the air. It passes through their weapons, their armor, and their bodies. It does not burn. It does not scorch. It occupies the space they hold and replaces it. For one breath, they are there, suspended in front of me with their weapons bright. On the next breath, they are gone. No bodies fall. No feathers drop. No weapons clatter. Their signatures vanish from this realm completely. The beams and wave they released are gone with them. They do not have time to reach the ground. The sky above the block is empty. Hell is still. Then a faint tremor passes through the upper air. It is not physical. It is a distant reaction. Heaven felt the loss. The 3 overlords I drove away did not send a ripple like this. Carmela's disabled army did not either. This is sharper. Smaller, but heavier. Something above is adjusting. I lower my sword. I stand on the top step and look up at the empty sky until the last trace of their presence is gone. Lucifer arrives moments later. He does not open the doors. He appears on the street a short distance away in one smooth movement, coat still straight, hat still neat, cane in his hand. His face is not playful. He looks up at the sky, then at me. They are gone, he says. His tone is flat. Yes, I say. All 4, he says. Yes, I say. He walks closer, stopping at the bottom of the steps. He looks me in the eyes. Destroyed, he says. Yes, I say. He exhales through his nose, long and controlled. He is irritated. He is not surprised. Charlie appears in the doorway behind me. She does not step outside. She stands just inside the threshold. Vaggie stands beside her, spear ready, eyes fixed on us. Angel hovers further back, half behind a pillar, watching with wide eyes. Husker and Nifty peek from the bar and the chairs. Alastair stays by the wall, smile in place, focused. Lucifer lifts his gaze toward the sky again. They felt that, he says. Every one of them who watches the charts felt those readings cut off. Yes, I say. He looks back at me. You did not even try to send them back, he says. No, I say. They came to kill. I removed them. He studies my face for several seconds. There is no regret in me. There is no satisfaction either, only the quiet sense that the line was held correctly. He finally nods once, sharp. Heaven will treat this as an open attack, he says. You know that? Yes, I say. Charlie's voice comes from behind me, softer. They were aiming for us, she says. Lucifer turns his head slightly toward her. His expression softens a little. Yes, he says. Vaggie grips her spear tighter. He did what he was supposed to do, she says, nodding toward me. Her jaw is tight. Lucifer looks back at me. The exorcist captain will not like this, he says. They will either decide this block is too expensive to engage, or they will decide to bring more force than before. Yes, I say. Which do you think they will choose, he asks. They will hesitate, I say. They will argue. Some will want to avoid this block and focus elsewhere. Some will want to test me with more. Their delay will buy time for her. Lucifer glances at Charlie again. Time is not nothing, he says. Charlie steps a little closer to the doorway, still not crossing it. Her hands are tight on the door frame. They were going to kill us, she says. All of us. They did not even talk to us. They only talked to you and then fired. Yes, I say. She swallows. Then I can live with what happened, she says. Her voice shakes once, then steadies. There is a flicker inside me at that. A small, hard approval. She is seeing the field clearly. Lucifer taps his cane once against the pavement. You have changed the scale, he says to me. Taking away a scout is one thing. Taking away a full exorcist unit is another. Yes, I say. Will you do it again if they send another, he asks. Yes, I say. He stares at me. He receives the answer without flinching. His jaw flexes, but he does not argue. I thought so, he says. He turns his head toward the hotel. Inside, he calls. We will not have this talk on the street. I step back into the lobby. He follows, closing the doors behind him with a neat push. Charlie steps aside to give him room. Her eyes are still wide, but she holds herself upright. Vaggie stays near her, close enough to reach out if she slips. Angel stands in the open now, arms crossed, expression serious. Husker leans his elbows on the bar. Nifty sits on the back of a chair with her legs swinging. Alastair moves slightly closer, leaning on his cane with relaxed posture and sharp eyes. Lucifer stops in the center of the lobby, between me and the others. His aura fills the room without pressing against mine. Two heavy forces share the space. The walls hold. Listen, he says. His voice is pitched to reach everyone, not just me. What he did just now will not go unnoticed. Heaven will not pretend 4 missing exorcists mean nothing. They will add it to their calculations. They will add it to their anger. Angel snorts quietly. They were already angry, he says. Now they just have a new excuse. Correct, Lucifer says. Charlie looks at him. Will they come here again, she asks. Yes, I say before he can answer. Lucifer does not object. They may avoid direct landings on this block for a short time, he says. But their extermination wings will still fly. Their weapons will still fall. The rest of the city will not be spared because of what happened here today. Charlie's shoulders tense. She nods. I know, she says. Lucifer looks at me. I will have to speak to them, he says. They will demand explanations. They will accuse. They will hint at new punishments. I will remind them that they sent a kill squad into my house first. Yes, I say. He gives a thin smile. And they will pretend not to hear it. That is what they do, I say. He chuckles once, without humor. You really do know them, he says. Yes, I say. He looks at the others again. You, he says to Charlie and Vaggie, will continue as planned. You will not stop drills. You will not change your rules. You will not soften anything to ease their pride. Charlie nods. We won't, she says. Vaggie answers with a simple, no chance. Lucifer's eyes go back to me. If they send a full extermination wing to land directly on this block, he says, I will be here when it happens. You cannot change what I will do, I say. He smiles faintly. I know, he says. But I can still watch. Yes, I say. He turns toward the door. They will not respond immediately, he says. They will talk. They will run numbers. They will fight each other over how to respond. That is their habit. You have a window. Yes, I say. He stops at the door and looks back one last time. His gaze meets mine. For a moment, there is a very small respect in it, and also irritation. You are trouble, he says. Yes, I say. He laughs once, this time with a trace of real amusement, opens the door, and steps out. The door closes behind him. The lobby is quiet for a moment. Angel is the first to speak. You just wiped 4 angels, he says. His tone is low. Just gone. Like they were never here. Yes, I say. Husker pours a drink and slams it back. I worked for that side once, he says. His face is set. I don't miss it. Nifty swings her legs faster. They came in, they pointed weapons, they left, she says. Quick day. Charlie looks at me. She does not look away. Thank you, she says. Her voice is quiet but clear. They aimed at us. You did not let them. I did what I am, I say. She gives a small nod, accepting that. Vaggie lowers her spear slightly. If they come again, they will push harder, she says. Yes, I say. Alastair smiles, eyes bright. I admit, he says happily, this is more entertaining than I ever expected when I chose to involve myself with this little hotel. He looks at me. There is respect in his gaze, mixed with curiosity. You do not bend to anyone. That makes you very predictable and very dangerous. Yes, I say. Angel snorts. At least we know where you stand, he says. Right there. Yes, I say. The conversation fades. The hotel returns to its rhythm. Charlie and Vaggie go back to their plans with more urgency. Husker keeps pouring drinks but checks the sky through the window every so often. Nifty cleans the same corner 3 times. Angel sits back down and stares at nothing for a while. Alastair hums softly in his static corner. I put my sword back into the floor. The tip sinks into the tile with a firm, steady push. My hand rests on the hilt again. My light stays steady. Heaven's presence moves higher above the city. It is sharper now, more watchful. The missing 4 leave a gap in their lines. They will fill it. They will decide what to do with me. When they decide, I will be here. I do not move. I watch the door. Chapter 18, Edge of the block. I stand in the lobby. My sword is in the floor, the tip buried in the tile. My hand rests on the hilt. My light stays steady. The air in the hotel is different now. The residents felt what happened when the angels came. Even if they did not see the full exchange, they saw the sudden emptiness in the sky afterward and they heard Lucifer's words. They move with more urgency. Not panic. Something tight and focused. Charlie is at the front desk with her notebook spread open, several pages marked with folded corners. She flips back and forth between them with quick hands, checking names and placements. We cut 8 seconds off Group 3's last run, she says. Her tone is tired but solid. If we can cut 10 more, they'll actually be moving at a decent speed. Vaggie stands beside her, spear leaned against the desk within reach, arms crossed. We should start throwing curveballs, she says. Lights out halfway down the stairs. Blockages. People pretending to be hurt. See who freezes. Charlie winces. That sounds harsh, she says. Better harsh now than dead later, Vaggie says. Charlie hesitates, then nods. Okay, she says. We'll plan one messy drill for tomorrow. Just one. Angel Dust sits sideways on the couch, one arm draped over the back, the other resting on his knee. He is not relaxed. His foot taps too fast. He stares at the door with narrowed eyes. Husker stands behind the bar, cleaning glasses but pausing every few minutes to glance toward the front windows. He has not turned the television on. Vox's feeds are still not welcome here, and he has no reason to fight the dead signal. Nifty stands on a chair, wiping dust off the top of a doorway that does not need it. Everyone is so tense, she says quickly. It makes the air feel thick. No shit, Husker mutters. Outside the walls, the block holds. No overlord presence touches it. Their power lines bend around it and away. Heaven's presence stays high above, more concentrated than before, but it does not drop again. The lower chaos shifts. Vox's influence moves at the edges. Not through direct power signatures. Through smaller things. I feel the pattern as it forms. Groups of demons gather near the outer lines of the block. Not strong ones. Gangs, freelancers, hired trash. But they move more deliberately now. They coordinate better than the first idiots he sent. They do not cross into the block. They stop just outside it. They watch. They mutter. They check weapons. Some carry crates. Some set down small devices in alleys. Some talk directly to cameras mounted on nearby buildings, as if giving status reports. Vox is trying again. Only this time, he is not throwing bodies straight at the hotel. He is lining them along the edges. More movement out there, I say. Charlie looks up from her notes. Overlords. No, I say. Lower level. Groups of them. Around the block, not on it. Vaggie's eyes narrow. You think it's Vox again? Yes, I say. Angel clicks his tongue. Of course it's him, he says. He can't touch you in here, so he's going to try and make everything around the hotel hell. It already is, Husker says dryly. Angel doesn't laugh. Charlie's fingers tighten on the edge of the notebook. Are they coming for us? She asks. No, I say. Not yet. They are testing the edges. They are watching to see how far I reach. Vaggie grimaces. So they'll hit people right outside instead of at the door, she says. Cowards. Yes, I say. Charlie's jaw clenches. We can't stop people from walking outside, she says. They still have lives. They still have errands. We can't keep them locked in here forever. You can warn them, Vaggie says. You can tell them the area around the block is getting hot. The smart ones will listen. The rest will do what they always do. Charlie looks down at her notes, then up at me. Will you do anything about the ones attacking just outside? She asks. Her voice is low. No, I say. She flinches slightly, then forces herself to hold my gaze. Even if they're targeting people who live here, she says. If they attack inside this block, I will act, I say. If they wait outside and strike beyond the line, it is not my concern. Her throat moves as she swallows. Even if one of ours is hurt, she says. Yes, I say. Her eyes close for a moment. When she opens them, there is pain there, but also understanding. So I have to deal with everything beyond the door, she says. Yes, I say. Vaggie puts a hand on her shoulder, steady. We knew he wasn't going to babysit the whole city, she says. This is on us. Angel leans forward, elbows on his knees. So if Vox sets up a circus just outside the street and works people over there, he says, you're just going to stand here? Yes, I say. There is a flicker of anger in his face. He looks away and blows out a rough breath. Figures, he says quietly. I feel another shift outside. Stronger now. Closer. At the far end of the block, near one of the corner intersections beyond my line, a crowd gathers. At the same time, at the opposite corner, another small crowd forms. And near the building behind the hotel, in the next street over, a third group builds. 3 points. All just outside my reach. I can sense them clearly, but my field does not extend to them unless I choose to push it. I do not. One of my faint internal responses tightens. This is not surprise. It is the awareness that things are falling into the pattern I expected. Vox is setting up a perimeter around the block. He is going to start hitting targets at the edges and see if I move. I do not. Charlie's eyes flick toward the window again. I hate this, she says in a low voice. Being boxed in. Watching the street and wondering what's happening just out of sight. You can go look, Vaggie offers. I'll go with you. Charlie hesitates, then shakes her head. Not yet, she says. Not if it's just positioning. Running out there without a plan will just get us shot. She is learning. Time passes in slow stretches. Voices rise faintly from the neighboring streets. Distant shouts. The clang of metal. The sharp crack of energy weapons. None of it crosses into the block. Then the first real test comes. I feel a cluster of energy signatures moving toward the hotel from one side street, then stopping right at the invisible line of my block. They are not overlords. They are better armed gang demons. 4 of them carry rifles slaved to Vox's grid. 2 carry heavier launchers. 3 more have sidearms and knives. They do not cross. They spread out along the edge of the block and aim down a line, not at the hotel, but at a building 1 corner away. The building holds a cheap lodging hall. I can sense its occupants, frightened and low-powered. They are not part of the hotel. Some have heard of Charlie's project. Most have not. The gang opens fire on that building. Beams and bolts tear through its front. Concrete cracks. Glass shatters. Screams carry faintly as the upper level partially collapses. Charlie jerks at the sound, stepping toward the window. What was that? She asks sharply. An attack on another structure, I say. She takes another step, then stops when she reaches the edge of my presence. How close? Outside the block, I say. Her hands curl into fists. And you're not going to do anything, she says. No, I say. Vaggie moves beside her and looks toward the door. Her wings are tight. We run out there now, we run straight into their line of fire, she says. We don't know if they're waiting for that. Angel's face twists. He stands up fully, fingers twitching. You know they are, he says. They'd love to catch the princess running in to play hero, with the crew behind her. Charlie chews her bottom lip, jaw clenched. Her eyes are wet at the corners, but she keeps them open. People are getting hurt, she says. Yes, I say. Her shoulders shake once. She forces herself still. If someone from here gets caught out there. They chose to cross the line, I say. She looks at me with raw frustration. That sounds cold. It is accurate, I say. She looks away. The gunfire outside dies down. The gang pulls back a little from the edge. I feel them reloading, repositioning. They are not done. A few minutes later, a small, familiar signature approaches from deeper in the city, outside the block. It moves with a strange mix of swagger and caution. A resident. One of the newer demons who has been staying on the 3rd floor. Small frame, quick steps, low-level power. They left earlier to fetch supplies from a shop in another district. Now they are returning, carrying a bag in one hand and humming nervously. They do not know about the attack pattern. They cross into the street one corner away, just at the outer edge of the block. The gang sees them at once. I feel the change in their intent. There, Angel mutters. They've got a mark. The gang members take cover behind broken walls and corners and aim toward the returning resident. Their weapons are not aimed at the hotel. They are aimed at someone coming home. Charlie's breath catches. No, she says. We have to warn them. You can shout, Vaggie says quickly. Maybe they'll run the other way. Charlie bolts toward the door. She stops just short of my back. She cannot pass me unless she pushes straight into my aura. She feels that and halts, fingers digging into the side of the door frame instead. She calls out, voice raised high. Hey! You! Get down! Her words echo through the street, but the distance is far and the noise is messy. The resident hears something and hesitates. They look up, confused, scanning for the source. The gang shoots. Beams flash across the street. The resident dives too late. One shot clips their shoulder. Another grazes their side. They fall behind a low barrier, bleeding. Charlie chokes on air. No, she cries. She tries to shove past me. I extend my arm slightly, blocking the doorway with the sword in my hand. You will not cross, I say. Her eyes flare with anger and despair. They're one of ours, she says. They live here. They are not in the block, I say. They're trying to get back, she says. Let me help them. If you run out there, you will draw more fire, I say. They are waiting for that. They want you exposed. She shakes. So we just watch. Yes, I say. Her eyes shine. Her voice drops. I hate that, she says. Yes, I say. Angel's hands shake. If I slip around through the back. No, Vaggie cuts in sharply. That's what they want. They're looking for angles. They want leverage. Gunfire continues. The gang moves, trying to get a clean shot on the injured demon behind the barrier. The resident crawls, dragging themselves toward the block. Their blood leaves a faint trail. They are close. Each pull of their arms brings them nearer. Their aura is weak but stubborn. They do not call out. They just move. They cross the invisible line of my block. The instant they do, the bullets and beams aimed at them hit my boundary instead. They stop in midair and vanish. The gang notices. They fire more. Every shot aimed through the block's edge dies before reaching the crawling demon. The resident drags themselves forward and crosses fully into my field. Their breathing is ragged. Their wounds bleed onto the pavement. They are not dead. I step out onto the stairs. The gang sees me now. Some flinch. Some snarl. They aim their weapons higher. This time, they try to shoot me in the hotel. Their beams die against my presence. I do not speak to them. There is no need. They have already tested the line and received their answer. They retreat. Vox is watching through remote eyes. He will see that I did not move for anything outside the block, but the moment one of the hotel's own crossed the line, I blocked all incoming fire. He will read that correctly. I walk down the stairs and stop at the point where the wounded resident lies just inside the boundary. Charlie rushes out behind me now that I have stepped beyond the doorway, but she stays inside the line, near the top of the stairs. Vaggie follows her, spear ready, eyes still scanning for other threats. Angel leans out more cautiously, staying half-covered. The resident looks up at me, face pale, eyes wide with pain. Their voices hoarse. I was just getting stuff, they say weakly. You left the block, I say. They flinch. Live here, they say. I was coming back. Yes, I say. Charlie kneels a short distance up the steps, hand over her mouth. Oh my God, she says. We need to get them inside. Vaggie nods. Husk, she shouts. We need a bottle and clean cloths, now. Husker grunts from inside. On it, he says. I look down at the resident. You are inside the boundary now, I say. Weapons will not touch you here if they do not cross the line. They give a weak laugh that turns into a cough. Lucky me, they say, voice strained. It is not luck, I say. Charlie scrambles down the stairs and stops at the edge of my aura. Can I? She asks. Yes, I say. I step aside enough for her to move around me without leaving the block. She rushes down the last few steps and kneels beside the wounded demon, pressing her hands over the worst of the bleeding. It's okay, she says quickly. You're safe now. You're safe here. We're going to get you patched up. The resident winces. Didn't feel very safe, they say. I know, she says. Her voice trembles. I'm sorry. She is shaking with more than fear. Anger sits under it now. Vaggie stands near the midpoint of the stairs, spear still ready, watching the street. The gang has pulled back to cover. They are not shooting anymore. They are waiting for some reaction I will not give them. Husker arrives with a bottle and cloths. He stops just inside the doorway and tosses them down. Charlie catches them and gets to work, cleaning blood and pouring alcohol over wounds. The resident hisses at the sting but does not complain much. I remain at the edge of the block, sword in hand, watching the line where the gang crouches far back. They know better than to try another rush. After several minutes, they withdraw completely. Their signatures move away from the block. The pressure they brought with them fades. Charlie finishes tying makeshift bandages. We need to get you inside, she says to the resident. Can you stand? They try to push themselves up and fail. Their arm gives out. Their face twists with pain. I lift my free hand slightly. I will move them, I say. Charlie looks up at me. There is a brief flash of surprise that I offered, then a quick nod. Okay, she says. I sheath my sword by planting it back into the floor at the top of the stairs. The blade sinks into the tile inside the doorway. I step back down and lean to pick the resident up under one arm. They are light. Their body tenses at my touch, then relaxes when they realize I am not crushing them. I carry them up the stairs in an even, unhurried motion and lay them down on a couch in the lobby. Charlie follows, keeping pressure on the bandages. Vaggie comes behind, scanning the outside view one more time before closing the doors firmly. Inside, the residents who watched from the corners of the lobby stare. They saw the shots. They saw the blood. They saw exactly where I moved and where I did not. Charlie looks at them, voice still shaking. This is what we're dealing with, she says. They're going to hit outside the block. They're going to wait for you there. You cannot assume walking out the door is safe. If you go with a plan and with someone watching your back. One demon in the back swallows nervously. So we're just stuck. No, Vaggie says sharply. You're not prisoners. You can leave. You can come back. But don't pretend the streets haven't gotten worse just because this block is quiet. Angel leans against the wall, arms folded tight. Vox is only just starting, he says. He wants to see if he can make this place look like a trap, Come to the hotel, get shot walking home. That kind of thing. Husker groans. Yeah, that sounds like him. Charlie looks at me. You really won't step outside the line unless someone reaches in, she says. Yes, I say. She nods slowly, as if locking that into herself. Then we adjust, she says. We warn people. We organize escorts. We set times. We pay attention to corners. But we do not expect you to chase every bullet. Yes, I say. Her face hardens. And if Fox keeps doing this, she says, then he's going to make more enemies than just us. Yes, I say. Inside, a small spark of satisfaction touches me. This is not joy. It is the sense that Vox's attempts to test me will turn others against him faster than he expects. He wanted me to start reaching outside the block. He wanted to find the edge of my restraint. He has his answer. I plant my sword back into the tile and return to my place in the center of the lobby. The hotel breathes around me, shaken but still moving. Outside, smaller gangs regroup. They talk in hushed tones, looking at the edge of the block with new caution. Some are angry. Some are scared. Some are thinking about whether the pay is worth it. Vox watches through screens and dead feeds. He knows now that my reach stops at the block, and that I only move when something crosses it. He will adjust again. He will keep trying to break what I hold. I will not move. Chapter 19, marked as A zone. I stand in the lobby. My sword is in the floor, the tip buried in the tile. My hand rests on the hilt. My light stays steady. The hotel moves in slow, controlled paths. Charlie is at the front desk, as usual. Her notebook lies open, but now there is an extra sheet beside it with quick, uneven notes. She has written times, arrows, and a few questions. Her pencil taps against the edge of the desk when she pauses to think. We should stagger errands, she says quietly. Nobody goes out alone, and not during peak hours. We write down who leaves and when they are expected back. Vaggie leans against the front of the desk, one hand on her spear, the other resting near the notebook. You're turning this into a schedule, she says. Yes, Charlie says. I don't like it, but I don't want anyone walking into another street ambush without us knowing. Vaggie nods once. Fine, she says. If it keeps people from bleeding on the sidewalk, I'll help. Angel Dust lies stretched across the couch, staring at the ceiling. His head hangs off the armrest, and one leg swings in small arcs. He has not made many jokes today. His voice, when he uses it, stays low. Gonna need to start charging babysitting rates, he says quietly. Walk your sinner to the corner store, 2 cigarettes and a drink. Husker snorts from the bar. You'd do that for free, he says. Angel shrugs without answering. Nifty cleans the baseboards near the elevator, crawling along the floor with a rag and humming under her breath. She keeps glancing toward the door whenever a louder sound comes from outside. The block itself is still calm. The line I hold is unchanged. No overlord energy crosses it. Vox's small gangs hover just beyond the edge, then scatter. They have learned that they gain nothing by running straight at the hotel. They have started spreading their violence in rings around the block, not on it. Heaven's presence is still in the sky. It is tighter now, less diffuse. The gap left by the erased squad has not been forgotten. New lines have been drawn above the city. New patterns are being tested. The shift comes in the middle of a quiet stretch, when no one is speaking and the hotel breathes in low sounds and small movements. The heavenly presence concentrates again. Not as heavily as when the 4-angel squad descended. This time it slims down into a single line. One scout. Not the same as before. The feel is different. Cooler. More distant. Less interested in direct contact. I lift my head and look at the ceiling. Charlie notices instantly. Again, she asks. Yes, I say. Vaggie straightens. Angels. Yes, I say. Angel shifts on the couch, swinging his legs upright and sitting properly. You think they're dumb enough to send another team this soon? He asks. No, I say. This one is not attack formation. It is higher and thinner. They are here to observe only. Husker sets the glass down. And write something stupid about us on their charts, he says. Yes, I say. Charlie's fingers tighten on the desk edge. Do we need to get everyone inside? She asks. No, I say. They are not dropping to street level. They will pass over. They will measure. They will mark. Mark what? She asks. This block, I say. Her eyes darken. More than it already is. Yes, I say. I pull my sword from the floor. The metal slides out of the tile with a familiar sound. The lobby falls into even deeper silence. Stay inside, I say. They obey. I walk to the front doors and push them open. The street outside is empty for now. The buildings lean in their usual broken lines under the red sky. The sign above the hotel creaks slightly in the faint wind. I step out onto the top of the stairs and look up. Far above, the sky darkens in a narrow vertical band. A single angel moves along a straight path, not dropping low yet. Their armor is simpler than the last squad's, without heavy plates. Their wings are longer and thinner, built for distance. They hold no weapon out. Small discs float around them, rotating in a controlled pattern. They are not here to talk. They are here to record. They pass over neighboring districts first. The discs spin faster over the worst areas, where overlord power is dense and violence burns high. They trace the lines of major streets and tall towers. Then they reach my block. The discs flicker. Their speed slows. They begin to spin in a tighter formation around the angel, focusing downward. The angel hovers directly above the center of the block. Their gaze is turned down behind the helmet, though their facial features are not visible from here. Their aura pushes gently into the air, trying to penetrate. It hits the top of my presence and stops. Their measuring instruments stutter. The discs around them flash once, then adjust. They expand their scanning circle, trying to map the block as if it were just another section of the city. They pick up the buildings, the street lines, the heat signatures. They do not pick up me. Their light passes around my core like water around stone. I do not speak yet. There is no need. They are not addressing me. They are ignoring me. They are treating this block as an object to classify. They scan the hotel specifically. Several of the small discs drop lower, sending down fine streams of energy. Their lines bounce off my boundary and distort. From their vantage point, their records will show a clean space for most of the block, with one heavy obstruction at the center. The angel raises one hand. Lines of script form in the air in front of them. I can feel the pattern of the language. It is the written shorthand used by Heaven for reports and designations. They begin to write. Sector, Hell, Pentagram City, Central Ring, they say under their breath, more to the record than to themselves. Their voice reaches my ears clearly. Status, unstable. Overlord activity, disrupted. Irregular entity confirmed. Block level anomaly present. Their hand moves through the script. Recommendation, classify anomaly zone as restricted, they continue. Avoid direct engagement during regular extermination patterns. Designate surrounding streets as compensatory purge radius. The discs flash again. They spin out in a wide circle around the block, projecting possible strike paths. In their planning, beams will arc around my line and fall heavier on the areas just beyond it. The angel keeps writing. Suggested action: consider containment classification. Option: seal anomaly block during extermination to limit spread of unknown interference. Route beams around external boundary. Review after initial cycle. Containment. They are planning to treat this block like a carved-out piece of the city. Not struck, not cleansed, but cut out. They are debating whether it would be better to leave this block untouched and hit everything around it harder. I raise my voice. You will not seal this block. The angel's hand pauses. Their head turns slightly. They know I am speaking to them directly now. They did not expect it. They look down. Their helmet hides their eyes, but their focus is on me. You are the anomaly, they say. Yes, I say. They regard me in measured silence. Then they continue writing. Classification: unaligned high-tier entity, non-compliant, non-registrable, they say quietly. Interference with heaven operations confirmed. You will not draw a barrier over this block, I say. You will not treat it as a cage. Their mouth tightens. Containment is a protective measure, they say. It limits damage. For you, I say. Not for them. I tilt my head slightly toward the hotel behind me. The interior is hidden from them, but they know there are souls inside. This realm is already condemned, they say. Our task is to manage what remains. The block you hold distorts the process. We must consider isolating it to prevent further disruption. You will not, I say. One of the discs drops lower, tries to skim the edge of my presence. It hits the field and sputters, then rises again. The angel notes it with a short, clinical tone. Direct penetration impossible, they say. Indirect observation only. Entity's field stable. They finish writing a line and let the script drift into the larger pattern above them. You may refuse strikes aimed at your boundary, they say after a moment. You may remove soldiers who enter your space. You cannot refuse classification. That is beyond you. Yes, I say. I can. They frown. You will stop us from naming the zone. No, I say. You can write anything you like on your charts. It does not change what happens here. You will not seal the block. You will not drop a veil or cage over it. You do not have the right to claim it as a containment field. Our mandate covers this realm, they say. We determine what is quarantined and what is purged. Your mandate stops at my line, I say. There is a strain in the air now. It is not power clashing yet. It is the way two structures grind when they try to occupy the same space. The angel takes a breath and resumes their recording. Anomaly refuses containment, they say. Resistance level unknown at full engagement. Recommend remote sealing technique rather than direct incursion. They are suggesting something like a ring, drawn above and around the block, locking it off from larger waves. Not a permanent wall. A timed barrier. I step forward one pace, staying at the top of the stairs. My presence rises. The discs jump. Their rotations stutter again. The script flickers. If you attempt to draw a seal around this block, I say, I will break it. The angel looks down at me. The set of their jaw is tight. You cannot break heaven's seal, they say. Yes, I say. I can. They stare at me for several more seconds. Then they speak, slower this time. If we mark this sector as containment and you break the seal, you will be treated as a direct enemy, they say. Not an irregular. Not an anomaly. A threat. I am already a threat, I say. They flinch slightly at how simply I say it. They try another angle. The souls inside that building, they say, glancing toward the hotel, are still condemned. You are delaying their destruction. You are making their path longer, not changing its destination. Yes, I say. But the road matters. I do not say it for their sake. It is simply true. They shake their head once. You are not allowed to alter the count, they say. Our exterminations are calculated. Numbers, cycles, zones. Your interference is already pushing the next wave into imbalance. Your numbers are your concern, I say. This block is mine. They look at me with frustration. You stand alone, they say. You think that makes you right. I do not care about being right, I say. I care that they do not touch this line. From above or below. Their shoulders tense. They look back to the script. Final note, they say. Entity exhibits full awareness of classification attempts. Opposition to containment designation firm. Risk of seal failure high if applied here. Recommendation: consider leaving anomaly block as unsealed irregular zone and compensating with expanded surrounding purge intensity. They are advising against sealing now. Not because of mercy, but because I would break whatever they place and that would create more chaos in their system. They let the script drift upward and vanish into the higher record. The discs rise closer and fold back into their armor. The angel's wings spread wider. You do not control heaven's decision, they say. No, I say. I control this ground. They look at me one last time. There is annoyance in their mouth line, but also acknowledgement. We will see what is decided, they say. Yes, I say. They turn and fly upward along a straight path. Their presence thins as they go. The sky returns to its usual red tone. I stand for a few more seconds, looking up at the empty air, then turn and walk back into the lobby. The doors close behind me. Charlie stands near the front desk, eyes wide, hands clenched into small fists. They were above us again, she says. They stayed longer this time. Yes, I say. Vaggie grips her spear. What were they doing, she asks. Taking notes. Yes, I say. Angel leans on the pillar with arms crossed. So, he says, how bad is it? They are debating what to do with this block, I say. Some want to seal it during exterminations. Others are afraid I will break the seal and cause more disruption. The one who came just now advised against containment. Charlie frowns. Seal it how? She asks. A ring, I say. A barrier dropped over the area during extermination. Not visible to you. Real in their system. It would treat this block as if it were cut out of the city. No standard beams inside. All beams aimed around. Her eyes widen. So, we'd be skipped. Yes, I say. Vaggie looks grim. And the streets around us would get hit even harder, she says. Yes, I say. Angel lets out a slow, bitter laugh. So we get to be the calm eye in the middle of the shitstorm while everyone else gets fried harder, he says. Yes, I say. Charlie's face twists. I don't want that, she says softly. It may happen anyway, I say. She looks at me. Can you stop them from sealing us? Yes, I say. If they try to set a seal directly on this block, I will break it. And then, she asks. Then they will be angrier, I say. They will adjust again. She takes that in slowly. They don't like things they can't control, she says. No, I say. Vaggie exhales through her nose. Do we need to change anything? She asks. No, I say. You keep drilling. You keep your rules. You keep your basement ready. Whether they seal or not, you will still need to move fast when beams begin to fall elsewhere. Charlie nods once. Okay, she says. Then we don't slow down. Angel pushes off the pillar and walks toward the bar. You know, he says, if this place really is a block they skip, the rest of the city's going to hate it even more. Yes, I say. They'll call it a bunker for favorites, he says. Like you picked who gets to hide and who doesn't. They will say many things, I say. None of them matter to what I do. Husker pours a shot and knocks it back. Yeah, well, they're going to matter when they start banging on the doors, he says. If they survive the first hits and think we had it easy. Vaggie lifts her spear. They try to break in, they get the pointy end, she says. Charlie looks down at her notebook, then around at the room. We can't control heaven, she says. We can't control Vox. We can't control overlords. We can't control rumors. No, I say. But we can control what happens in here, she says. Yes, I say. She straightens her shoulders. Her eyes are still tired, but her voice is steadier. Then we do that, she says. We keep this place running. We keep these drills going. We help whoever decides to come here and stay. However the extermination hits, this block is going to be ready. I accept that. That is correct, I say. She nods once, as if locking that in. She returns to her notebook and begins adjusting the schedule again with sharp, quick motions. The rest of the day passes with a heavy quiet. Outside, I feel the shift in heaven's structure again. The Scouts' report enters their system. Discussions begin. Paths change in small ways. I can sense tentative passes of projected strike routes being tested and discarded. They are serious about treating this block differently. They are also serious about not engaging me directly again until they think they have a plan worth their risk. I stand in the center of the lobby, sword in the floor, hand on the hilt. My light stays the same. Whatever seal they set, whatever pattern they choose, the line here will not move. Chapter 20, Ring of Fire around us. I stand in the lobby. My sword is in the floor. The tip is buried in the tile. My hand rests on the hilt. My light stays steady. Days pass after the last scout left the sky. The tension in the hotel does not fade. It changes shape. It settles into people's shoulders, into their habits, into the way they listen for noises outside. Charlie is at the front desk with more papers than before. Her notebook is open. Beside it, there is a rough map of the nearby streets, drawn by hand. Circles and arrows mark corners, alleys, and buildings. Some spots are crossed out. We move errand windows to early hours, she says quietly. Less gang activity then. Less chance of overlap with whatever heaven is planning. Vaggie leans over the map, one hand on the desk, the other resting near her spear. And when the extermination hits, she says, nobody leaves. No exceptions. Nobody steps past that door. Charlie nods. No one, she agrees. Angel Dust sits on the edge of a couch, elbows on his knees, hands loose. He stares at the door, then at the ceiling, then back at the door. His usual smirk is gone. His expression is flat and tense. Husker stands behind the bar, cleaning the same glass for the third time. The bottle next to him is open but barely touched. Nifty moves along the wall with a rag, wiping frames and corners. She hums, but the tune is short and repeats. The presence above hell changes again. The white heavenly field begins to draw together. It compresses. It stretches over the city in more focused lines. It feels like paths being drawn. I lift my head. They are moving, I say. Charlie looks up at once. Heaven. Yes, I say. Her fingers grab the edge of the desk. Is it starting? Not yet, I say. They are finalizing routes. Extermination is close. That word makes the room still. Everyone hears it. Vaggy's wings tense. How close? She asks. Days, I say. Not weeks. Angel exhales slowly, shoulders tight. Here we go, he mutters. Husker sets the glass down with more force than needed. I hate this part, he says. Before they can say more, I feel another presence approach. Strong. Familiar. Calm. Lucifer. He arrives at the front doors without knocking. They open, and he steps inside with measured steps, closing them behind him. His hat is straight. His coat is clean. His smile is thinner than usual. His eyes are sharp. Hello again, he says. His tone is lighter than his face. I see you are still standing. Yes, I say. Charlie moves around the desk quickly. Dad, she says. You feel it too, right? Yes, he says. They are drawing their lines. She swallows. How bad is it? He looks at her for a moment before answering. Bad, he says. Worse than last time. Her shoulders flinch. He steps further into the lobby, coming to stand between me and everyone else. He looks at me directly. They have made their choice, he says. Yes, I say. About this block. He nods once. They will not seal it, he says. The scout you spoke to reported that any containment attempt here will likely fail. There are voices up there who do not want to see a heaven seal broken by anything. So they will leave us open? Vaggy asks. Lucifer's mouth twists. They will leave this block unsealed, he says. They will also avoid dropping standard beams on it. Charlie's eyes widen. So we really will be skipped, she says quietly. He looks at her. Mostly, he says. They have carved your block out of the main pattern. But they are not merciful. They have decided to compensate. The districts around you will take the weight instead. Angel curses under his breath. Husker mutters something low and angry. Nifty's movements stop. Charlie presses a hand over her mouth for a second, then lowers it. So everyone around us gets hit harder because we exist, she says. Because you exist. Lucifer does not deny it. Yes, he says. That is the decision. She looks at me. Her eyes are full and tight. Did you know they would do that? Yes, I say. Once they saw they could not control this block, they were always going to push their force somewhere else. Their numbers will not change. Only their map. She looks down, then up again. Can they change their minds? Not now, Lucifer says. Their routes are set. Their squads are preparing. Once those lines are drawn, they rarely redraw them so close to execution. When? Vaggy asks. Her tone is clipped. Lucifer glances upward as if checking something only he can feel. Soon, he says. Within 48 hours. Less, if they feel rushed. Charlie's breathing quickens. She forces it slower. Then we have to be ready now, she says. Yes, I say. Lucifer shifts his gaze to me. They are not going to send another test squad, he says. They will stick to their path. They will avoid touching your line. But they will watch this block closely. If anything they see here makes them think you are spreading your influence outward, they will reconsider. I will not spread, I say. I will stand where I am. He gives a small nod. Good, he says. Then their problem will be their own decision later, not anything else. He turns back to Charlie. You cannot help the whole city, he says. You know that. She nods once, eyes wet. I know, she says. You can help the ones who are already here, he continues. You can help the ones who come here before the beams fall. After that, you close the doors. You do not open them again until it is over. Her face tightens. If someone is right outside and begging, you do not open them, he cuts in. His voice stays calm, but carries iron. If you open them once during the fall, you risk exposing everyone inside. You risk more beams deviating. You risk panic. You cannot afford that. She shakes. That feels cruel, she says. It is how this works, he says. Soft choices kill more people. She bites down on her lip, then nods. Okay, she says. When it starts, we close. Lucifer looks at me again. And you, he asks. I will do as I said, I answer. I will not move from this boundary. I will stop anything that crosses it from above or below. That is all. He studies me. If a beam curves toward this block anyway, I will stop it, I say. If survivors from other districts run here and reach your line, if they cross, I will deny weapons from touching them, I say. Inside the block. Not outside. He nods. Then we have our roles, he says. He moves toward the door again. At the threshold, he pauses and looks back once more. Stay alive, he says to Charlie. All of you. That is an order. She gives him a shaky smile. I'll try, she says. He smirks faintly. You'd better do more than try, he says. Then he steps out and is gone. The door closes. Charlie stands still for a few seconds, then turns around with a hard, focused look. We move now, she says. Her voice is firm. Drill schedule is over. This is real. We gather everyone. We assign floors. We set the basement. We make sure supplies are ready. Vaggie nods sharply. I'll get the second floor, she says. You take the first. Angel, third. Husk, basement supplies. Nifty, check doors and windows. You got it, Angel says. His tone is serious. He pushes himself up and heads for the stairs. Husker grumbles but moves toward the back hall, grabbing a box of bottles and a crate of dry goods along the way. Nifty darts around every frame and hinge, checking locks and seal points. Charlie goes to the center of the lobby and claps her hands once. Everyone, she calls loudly. We are officially on extermination watch. You all know what that means. We're not running another drill. This is the real thing. Faces appear from doorways and stairwells. Demons of all shapes and sizes gather, some pale, some resigned, some quiet. We assign you to floors and to the basement, Charlie continues. You listen to Vaggie. You listen to me. You listen to Husk and Angel. When we tell you to move, you move. When we tell you to get down, you get down. We are not opening the main doors once the sky starts. A murmur passes through the crowd. If you want to leave, she says, you can leave now. We will not chase you. But if you stay, you follow the rules. You stay inside. No running up to windows during the fall. No screaming in the halls. No trying to open doors for people outside. If you break those rules, you put everyone at risk. She looks at me. And he will deal with you, she says. All eyes turn my way. I speak. When the beams begin, the doors close, I say. If you are inside, you stay inside. If you try to force them open, I will remove you. If you try to attack staff or residents to escape, I will remove you. There will be no second chances. Fear settles deeper. It is sharp, not wild. Some demons shift, looking toward the exit as if weighing their options. A few leave. 2 or 3 slip out quietly, deciding they prefer the streets or their old haunts to this. I let them go. The rest stay. They are nervous, but they stay. Preparations fill the next hours. Beds in the basement are set out. Extra blankets are gathered. Food and water are stacked near safe walls. Buckets and containers are placed where needed. Vaggie walks the halls, marking safe spots away from direct windows. Angel checks third-floor rooms and herds stubborn residents down. Husker arranges supplies and grumbles at anyone who stands around uselessly. Nifty cleans and checks every window latch. I remain in the lobby. Sword sheathed in the floor. Hand on the hilt. Watching the door. Watching the sky above through the faint sense that passes through stone. The heavenly lines tighten. Then, some hours later, they fix into place. The city tenses. It's close, I say. Charlie is at my side in seconds. Now, she asks. Soon, I say. When it begins, you will feel it. She nods and backs away. Everyone to assigned positions, she calls. Basement group go now. First and second floors, get to your marked areas. Third floor residents move down 1 level. Move quickly. No running into each other. The hotel shifts into organized motion. Feet pound down the stairs to the basement. Doors open and shut. Voices call out names. There is fear, but it does not explode into chaos. The drills were not for nothing. Within a short time, the basement is full, the first and second floors are as clear as they will be, and the third floor is mostly empty. Charlie takes one last look through her list and then heads for the basement entrance with Vaggie. She stops near me. You'll be here, she says. Yes, I say. Her eyes search my face. If something goes wrong, I will still be here, I say. She nods once. Okay, she says. We'll keep them calm. She and Vaggie go downstairs. Angel follows a moment later after double-checking the upper floor. Husker heads down last with an armful of bottles and a box of cards, muttering that if the world ends, he plans to be drunk and distracted. Nifty lingers near the lobby for a moment, looking from me to the door. Don't die, she says quickly. I will not, I say. She nods as if that settles it and darts down the stairs. The hotel falls quiet. Most of the noise is now below. The lobby holds only echoes of movement. I pull my sword from the floor and walk to the door. I open it and step outside. The block is still. The sky is not. High above, lines of white and pale gold light trace across the red. They are not constant beams yet. They are paths being prepared. The weight of heaven's intent presses down, heavier than before. Then it begins. The first extermination beam falls far from here. I feel it slam into another district. Souls cry out and are gone. Flames rise. More beams follow. They drop in a pattern I can sense but not see fully. The roots heaven drew are being used. They avoid my block. I can feel the absence. Strikes that should have been scattered more evenly across the city now curve. They bend around an invisible circle that matches the zone the scout marked. They hit streets and neighborhoods just beyond. A district 2 blocks overtakes a heavy cluster. Another further out receives a concentrated sweep. Screams carry faintly on the air. Windows far away shatter. Buildings collapse. None of the beams touch this block. The ground under my feet stays solid. The hotel behind me stands without a mark. Inside, I hear muffled gasps from the basement. Some residents have realized. The sound of destruction is closer than they expected, yet not here. Outside the edges of my block, chaos builds. Demons run. Some try to outrun beams. Some dive for cover in alleys. Some are cut down mid-scream. Overlords adjust their positions. Their lights crash against heavenly beams and die. A few demons sprint toward my block from the side streets. Some make it to the line. Some do not. One sinner rushes toward the hotel from the right, dodging falling debris. A beam from above sweeps down behind him, cutting the street he just left in half. He dives forward and crosses into my field. The tail of the beam curves slightly, trying to follow. When it hits my boundary, it stops. It scatters. It goes nowhere. He lies there, panting, staring at the street behind him. He laughs once, a wild, disbelieving sound. Others are not as quick. A small cluster further out runs toward this block but is caught in a cross arc before they reach the line. They vanish. Their power signatures snap off like ropes cut. I do nothing. I stand at the top of the stairs with my sword at my side and watch the beams fall. Heaven's pattern stays true. No direct strikes inside the marked anomaly zone. Heavy strikes around it. Time stretches. At some point, a group of 5 demons staggers into view on the corner of the block. They are burned, bruised, half crazed with fear. They see the hotel and the calm street and sprint toward it. 3 cross the line in time. 2 do not. A beam slicing down the side street catches them just before they reach the edge. Their bodies are erased in an instant. Their souls rise and vanish from my sight. The 3 who make it collapse on the pavement inside the block, gasping, shaking, bleeding. You are inside, I say. No beam will touch you here. They stare at me, eyes wide. One whispers, why? Because I am here, I say. They do not understand. It does not matter. The extermination continues. Eventually, the intensity lessens. Beams become less frequent. The pressure in the air lightens. Heaven's presence begins to pull back. The fall ends. The city is quieter. Not calm. Just quieter. Smoke rises from multiple directions. Buildings beyond the block lean or lie in ruins. The number of souls moving in those districts is smaller. I stand until the last beam is gone and the sky returns to its usual dull red. Then the survivors start to move. From the edges of destroyed streets, demons drag themselves up from rubble and broken walls. Some are barely injured. Some are half broken. Many are furious. They notice the block. They notice the untouched hotel. The intact pavement. The absence of scorch marks. Their anger turns this way. First, it is a few. Then more. Demons stagger and limp toward my street. Some help each other. Some lean on makeshift crutches. Some simply drag their bodies along. They gather at the edges of the block, just outside the line. They do not cross at first. They look around. They see no damage here. No destroyed windows. No collapse. A wounded demon with one horn cracked and one arm in a sling shouts, voice raw. Why is this street clean? Another, with burned wings, points at the hotel. Why them? He yells. Why do they get a shield? The crowd grows. Charlie comes up from the basement with Vaggie and Angel as soon as the noise outside shifts from falling beams to voices. She reaches the lobby and stops when she sees me standing in the doorway. Is it over? She asks. For now, I say. The beams have stopped. She rushes to the door and looks past me. Her face pales when she sees the destruction beyond the block and the crowd forming at its edge. Oh no, she says. Vaggie stands beside her, spear in hand. Here it comes, she says tightly. Angel leans against a pillar, arms folded. His mouth is a hard line. They're going to hate us, he says. Yes, I say. Charlie steps just behind my shoulder, staying within the block but close enough to be seen. They need help, she says. Yes, I say. Her hands clench. We can't house everyone, she says. No, I say. The crowd at the edge begins to push forward. A demon with a bloodied bandage around his head glares at the hotel. You did this, he shouts. You drew their fire away from here. They hit us instead. Another points straight at Charlie. You have an angel toy in your lobby, she cries. He stood there and blocked everything, and we burned for it. Why do you get a safe block? Someone else yells. Who chose you? Charlie flinches at the words, but she raises her voice. Nobody chose us, she calls back. We are trying to help those we can. We are not controlling heaven. Bullshit, a demon snarls. He is. He jabs a finger at me. Multiple eyes fix on me. There is hate. There is fear. I feel none of it inside myself. Only the familiar sense of a line being tested. You stood still, one survivor screams. We saw it. You stood there and watched while they carved our streets apart. Yes, I say. That answer throws some of them off balance. They expected denial or excuse. You admit it, the bandaged demon snarls. Yes, I say. My post is here. I do not leave it. I stopped everything that crossed this line. I did not interfere outside it. You could have, another shrieks. You could have stepped out and blocked them. Yes, I say. I chose not to. The anger spikes. Charlie turns her head toward me, shock and hurt flashing in her eyes. She does not interrupt. One of the survivors at the edge takes a step forward, testing the boundary. He crosses into the block. His aura feels the change. He can tell this area is different. He screams louder, turning back to the others. He's a wall, he shouts. He's a shield. Heaven skipped this street because of him. They killed us instead. A rough chant rises. Not organized. Just raw shouts. Open the doors. Let us in. Give us what you had. Charlie steps forward, staying within my reach. We can take some of you, she calls. But we have rules. We have limited space. We have to keep things controlled or nobody will be safe. That's convenient, someone spits. You had a quiet little bunker while we watched our homes vanish. Now you talk about rules. Another demon glares up at the hotel sign and then at me. What are you? He yells. Some pet weapon for Morningstar? Some statue he dropped here? I do not answer that. The press at the edge thickens. Some demons cross into the block. Some stay just outside. Their feelings are mixed. Some are desperate. Some are enraged. Some simply want somewhere that is not burning. One larger demon in the middle of the crowd, with half his face burned and one eye gone, pushes forward harder. He shoves others ahead of him. We're going in, he growls. They can't stop all of us. He moves toward the hotel entrance with brute force, dragging others in his wake. I step fully into the doorway. My sword is in my hand now, point down. You will stop, I say. He snarls up at me. You think I care what you say, he shouts. I watched my whole block turn to dust while you stood here and did nothing. You owe me a place inside. I owe you nothing, I say. He bares his teeth and reaches for the door with one hand, trying to shove past me. I do not move aside. You step against this door with force again, I say, and your time in this realm ends. He laughs, a rough, broken sound. Try it, he says, and pushes. I bring my sword down into the tile directly in front of him. Light flares in a tight circle around his feet. There is no blood. No cut. No explosion. For one breath, he is standing there, hand on the door. On the next, he is gone. The tile is smooth. The air is quiet. The crowd freezes. Multiple demons stare at the spot where he was. Some step back. Some fall silent. Charlie's breath catches. She grips the doorframe so hard her knuckles whiten. Angel mutters, "Shit," under his breath. I lift my head and look over the gathered survivors. This block has rules, I say. My voice is even. No deals. No overlord business. No violence inside. When you enter, you obey Charlie's orders. You do not storm the doors. You do not attack the staff or residents. You do not try to take this place by force. If you do, you will be removed. Fear settles heavier over the gathered demons. One snarls weakly. You think you can just erase anyone who doesn't bow? Yes, I say. The ones at the very front shrink back a little. Charlie steps forward to the edge of my presence again. If you want refuge, she calls, voice tight but clear, we will take as many as we can. We will not turn away those who follow the rules. But we cannot save everyone. We cannot undo what heaven did today. We can only promise that this building and this block will be as safe as we can make them. A demon near the front, eyes red from smoke and tears, spits on the ground. Safe for some, he says bitterly. Charlie's shoulders sag slightly. Yes, she says. Safe for some. That honesty quiets a few. Anger cannot find easy lies to latch onto there. Vaggie walks to her side, spear in hand, eyes hard. We will take in who we can, she says. But you follow the rules or you leave. No exceptions. Some in the crowd start stepping forward again, slower this time. They do not shove. They do not charge. They move like people who have seen enough death for one day. I watch each one. Those who enter with their heads down and their hands open, I let pass. They cross the threshold, and my presence settles over them. Their weapons, if they carry any, lose their connection to outside power. Those whose eyes burn with fresh violence, I mark. If they make one wrong move inside, they are gone. Many do not come in at all. They stay outside, glaring at the hotel. Some curse us. Some swear never to step foot inside. Some say this block is cursed. They are not wrong. Inside, the hotel fills more. The air grows thicker with fear, sweat, and grief. The residents who were already here look at the new arrivals with a mix of pity and unease. Charlie and Vaggie move quickly, assigning spaces, settling the wounded, calling for Nifty and Husker to help. Angel drifts between groups, making sharp comments to keep people from breaking down. I stand at the door with my sword in the floor, hand on the hilt. Outside, hell changes again. A ring of devastation surrounds an untouched block. Heaven has made its numbers work. Their charts are clean. Their beams have fallen. The survivors who blame this street will not forget. That is fine. I am not here for their approval. I am here for the line.